attention that needs to occur at the schools with the governing council. And a material weakness is when they haven't been able to remedy the issue prior. So that will continue to come up. And other matters and other non-compliance, there are control deficiencies that don't raise or rise to the magnitude of a significant deficiency or material weakness, but they are an example of non-compliance and they need to be reported as findings to the New Mexico State Auditor. Yes.
So, truth be told, I could have come late today because this is the conversation I hate the most. So, I just assume my checkbook's going to balance, So, but I do have a question because when we were doing the financial framework, one of the areas that we looked at, and in the ratings, the recommendation was that we have a going concern put in there. And I had never heard that term before in any discussion, any time with schools' finances, and even questioned when that individual was putting this forward to us. It's like, never heard that before. And I do believe the language sits in the financial framework that the school does not have a going concern. And I don't see that there. So I'm just trying to figure out how we're jiving all this language that, if they're not going to get designated with a going concern, should we take it out of the financial framework because it's not something that's ever going to apply?
It is actually applicable in the written audit for each school. Our audit is volumes, right? Because we fall under PED, and PED has 3 different components when they are concocting the audit. And the charter schools are one component that consists of 57 schools. And the written response from the auditors, in the language in those responses, they do cite going and ongoing concerns. So this information here, when it comes to like the classification count for whatever type of finding it is, if it's a non-compliance, material weakness, other matters, or significant deficiencies, when you really dig into the audit of each individual school, the written language does reference a going or an ongoing concern based off the opinion of the auditor. So that we, could keep, but again, that's a decision that you all can come to a conclusion on.
I have a quick question. What's the difference between a going and an ongoing? Because in my mind, they mean the same thing.
So I think that the way Kimberly described it is right. There's when you go into the audit report itself, there is an upfront discussion by the auditor where they talk about going. And my understanding of going is that it is ongoing, that it's not a new issue. And they do cite a couple of schools and foundations, right? So because the schools are audited and their foundations are audited, sometimes it's with the foundation. In fact, I think Kimberly, when she and I did a word search within the how many page document that the fiscal 22 audit is, over 1,000 pages, you can do a word search and going shows up towards the top and talks about specific situations that the auditors are seeing as, a red flag that has been ongoing.
And just Commissioner Gibson, to get back to your question, part of the detailed finding in the audit report, there is a condition, a context, a criteria, a specific requirement, a cause and effect, a recommendation, the management's response, the implementation, and the people responsible. So that's actually detailed in the actual audit. And in the implementation piece is where we see ongoing and going. Or they indicate, like I'm looking at one right now and it's saying like that this item needs immediate attention and it's ongoing. So that is a really good indicator for us as to what kind of action needs to be taken by the school. The category of findings vary. We see areas of weakness or concern in budgetary compliance, capital assets, cash and investments, expenditures and expenses for lack of documentation, advanced payments, P cards and credit cards, financial reporting, fund balance and net position, inventory, lack of policies, procedures, and internal controls, payables and related liabilities, payroll and related liabilities, revenues and receivables, and state law compliance others. So that really gives us just a category, and there is a summary of findings that goes into details on the audit finding that really breaks down what occurred. What I looked at just by a brief analysis this week was that most of these category of findings have to do with errors and omissions at the school's end. Some were related to the implementation of GASB 87, but our auditors did let me know that they did offer assistance to some schools that they did participate in for a small fee, and they were able to avoid any kind of finding with GASB 87 because they were able to assist them, but not all schools took them up on them. So we saw a handful of schools that were not in compliance with GASB 87, but not too many.
I have another question.
Mhm.
So it has to do with cash reserves.
Mhm.
Is there, I know with districts and like with Santa Fe Public Schools, we like to keep 5 to 6% in cash reserves. And that also allowed us to have the highest bond rating possible. I mean, SFPS is really good at finances. And is there something you look for, a relative percentage of operational expenses that they're keeping in cash reserves?
We would like to at least see 3 months of operational expenses on cash on hand. Some schools are able to obtain that amount, and now with the loss of small school
Size
funding,
adjustment?
size adjustment, that's going away. That's now starting to affect some schools. So the best practice is to keep at least.
For charters. So I imagine it would be a finding of some sort if they had too much, or if they had way too little, especially way too much. They're not like, what are you hoarding this money for? And what are you not spending money on if you have all of this extra?
A building.
Could be a building,
A lot of them keep those big
They keep
reserves
them.
because they're saving for a building.
okay,
And I don't believe you can get penalized for that.
Yeah.
Where I start seeing issues is when you are at a negative. That is a concern. You can't be operating in the negative.
so I guess my concern would be, while I respect the fact that they're wanting to, get out of their lease and get not, and but they want to own property. Where do we look for the line in terms of, hey, these kids aren't being served and you have all this money and you're not even trying to get another EA, or you're not even trying to get another reading interventionist? How do we not intervene, but, I guess gently nudge?
Well, a lot of that would go back into their financial reporting. So they do have to spend down that money throughout the year or else it goes away. So it would just be making sure that we are providing the oversight to ensure that they are drawing those funds down and that they're receiving their RFRs in time.
Thank you.
We see it in the annual report will give us that information on, how much they're spending on administrative costs, staff costs, how many staff they have on, so that, but it does you do have to look at it and say, oh, they've got this many kids, but they only have this much staff. So you're right. You don't want the school to be saving money at the expense of not serving kids well. It's a fine line. Plus, 5 years ago, all the reserves were wiped out.
Mhm.
So that's always that double-edged sword if they decide to wipe out all their reserves.
And this chart actually gives us a pretty good trend of what has been occurring with schools in terms of findings. So we took data from 2019 to 2022. And as you can see at the bottom, the areas of least concern were with like vehicle and fuel cards, state law compliance, inventory, expenditures and expenses. But as we go up, the biggest area of concern is financial reporting. Lack of policies and procedures of internal controls, budgetary compliance, expenditures and expenses, payroll and related liabilities. So these are pretty good indicators to us of where we really need to come up with some kind of plan to go in and provide the oversight during the annual site visits of areas of concern. So this was a really good indicator based off the last 4 years of audits.
So then my question would be, where's, today? Her name's just slipping my mind. She always sits right over there.
Missy?
Missy, where's Missy today?
She's out on leave.
Okay, it's disconcerting when there's different. No, I know you're here, but you see certain people all the time and you take comfort in that. I take comfort in that. So, because I guess this was for Missy, but when people are forming charters, I mean, I guess my understanding is we're really vigilant about those top 4 or 5. So to give them all the tools they need to not fall into,
Right, but we
Yeah.
also had the pandemic, which caused an influx and a high turnover in not only business managers, but as well as governing council members. So that played into some of the issues that we had. When people left, they didn't leave all of the information that the school needed. So that contributes highly to the financial reporting. Oftentimes with that, they don't have somebody who's knowledgeable enough or knows how to do the reporting. So they fall behind on reporting and it takes them a while to come up. I had a very good meeting yesterday with our auditors, and that was one of the areas of conversation that we hit. And that's what we're seeing right now is the struggle to maintain and keep internal business managers and the high turnover of governing council members.
do we have a policy that exists for schools? Like if a business manager is going to turn over, or just so the institutional knowledge is left? I mean, if somebody's giving us notice, which hopefully professional people do, that part of that we have a policy that says, okay, for these next 2 weeks, you have to like leave everything you do. Where is it? What is it? So the next person comes in, they know.
If I may, we don't work with schools like that. That is an internal process at the school level. We do that with our staff at the charter schools division, but that's something that they should do as part of their
Well, that's their own
processes.
thing. They're autonomous.
Yeah, and they notify us. We do have a policy that says, and in fact, if you look at the consent agenda for tomorrow and every meeting, we have a ton of notifications of changes in staff, including board members, head administrators, CPOs, et cetera. But no, we don't require that they do that. I think one of the other things that you asked about, like, don't we cover this in training? Absolutely. I know that we talk about having and constantly updating financial policies and procedures. Some schools are pretty good at that, and some schools have outdated policies and the boards don't regularly update, and I think that that's an issue. You heard Ms. Gonzalez mention that Gatsby, is it 87?
Mhm.
Was new a couple of years ago. That should trigger an update in financial policies. Some schools did it, some schools did not. We saw some direct audit findings for those that weren't in alliance with the new Gatsby. So So it really varies by school. What we don't do, Commissioner Carrillo, is request all of the policies. We don't. When we're on site, sometimes we look at them. I love the idea of all the policies being on the website. We've had some pushback from entities about asking schools to put things on the website. I personally think that's within your authority to say, as the authorizer, we want to see these things publicly posted. But we don't systematically collect them for everyone. We do with the brand new schools. So you'll notice that the brand new schools probably have more updated policies and they launch well, but the older schools need to either be keeping up with it or they've entered into a place where they're at risk.
So then my follow-up would be, especially because we do have that big list of constant changes, is there a red flag or an audit finding when people have an inordinate number of board changes throughout a year? Where it's just a rotating door of board members in and out. I mean, is that something that you would look at for an audit finding? Is that something that,
That actually wouldn't be mentioned in an audit finding, but when the auditors engage with the school and they start talking and they're trying to like figure out why they are missing information, or they're trying to, go through their information, that comes up is the turnover. So it's not documented anywhere. Schools and any in the financial realm, they highly rely on what are best practices. So best practices vary from each school as to what works for them. And that's what concocts their internal procedures and processes. Unfortunately, when the finance committee or the audit committee is making those changes, we don't always see the minutes or the actual policies that have been changed, or I don't know how we right now are even tracking the written processes. I've been asking during my business manager meetings how they are remedying audit issues and how they are testing internal controls. And that is one way to test it, is through policy and procedures. You're making a change to something internally.
I think changes in business managers multiple times in a year is certainly, and I know we've talked about possibly having Karina highlight for us if this is the second or third change in that year in her report, just to say, maybe you need to be aware, because usually if you're changing business managers that often, something may be going, are you firing the business manager or is the business manager firing you? And it's a conversation that, that really probably needs to take place, because that is usually a trigger that there's some instability there if that's changing that often. And because there isn't that policy for carrying over information, sometimes that, I know a school down by me, the woman kept it all in her garage. And it was a nightmare when they fired her. They couldn't get records. So it was a mess.
And also any changes to business managers also get listed and get changed through the PEC meetings. So that's also a good indicator for the PEC. If you're seeing that there is a business manager that is a school that is constantly changing, but what I'm recognizing that is occurring is they're not listing when they're not notifying us within enough time. So we also have, agencies, contractors that work with schools, and they regularly rotate business managers as well in the event of, people being on a leave of absence. And so that gets a little tricky because they don't always notify us, because there should be some kind of notification, even if it's an email letting us know that a business manager is out and somebody else will be taking place in that time frame. That's a good way for us to know in case something happens within that time. We also looked at the repeat findings trend, and what's going up are the other matters. So different errors and omissions are occurring on the financials is what I've seen, and the material weaknesses and significant deficiencies are repeats. So those are in red. So every year that a school doesn't take care of the finding, it becomes a significant deficiency. And then if it still happens again, it goes into material weakness. That's the red. Anything in blue are any kind of new findings that occur. And those would be for the areas that we mentioned in the prior slides of the categories, which are an array of things, and the previous slide where it could be financial reporting, anything having to do with inventory, leases. So this gives us just an overview that we are going up in the repeat findings.
So okay, there's going to be a point at which we can't use COVID as an excuse anymore.
Right.
And I'm at that point personally, COVID schmovid at this point, I say. So, and I would imagine we look at 2022 and a lot of it has to do with the lack of institutional knowledge about how to do things. Would that be correct?
I don't know. I think, so you got to realize that, 2022, that was last fiscal year.
Right.
So it's like people coming back from the pandemic full in person and trying to like clean things up. And I think with that, that's why there's just been this level of findings, because during the pandemic, maybe people weren't as responsive or weren't in the office. There are different factors that contributed to it. So that makes sense to me that we'd be seeing that now because people are coming out of the pandemic. So I'm really interested to see like next year.
Yeah.
This is just an indicator of where like the last 4 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years have led us. And so I think this is pretty accurate with where we're at in terms of coming out of the pandemic.
Thank you. We can't use the P word next year
Next year, okay.
or the C word. Okay.
One thing I do want, if we can go to the next slide. A glitch. Okay, here we go. Thank you. I do want to talk about an audit disclaimer. So charter schools must allow auditors to access records without any restraints for an effective audit process. If the auditor feels that the school has limited their access or they couldn't get satisfactory answers to any of their questions during the audit, they will issue a disclaimer report. This report distances the audit firm from reporting on the school's financial status, as they cannot issue a definite opinion. This could help protect the auditor's reputation in case the school faces a legal issue. 2 state charter schools caused an audit disclaimer on our 22 PED audit. So I just want to make the commission aware of that.
How does that impact the audit? Because then so does it just, because to me, it seems like it mildly invalidate, because then they're not able to give a finding that maybe needs to give a
actually
finding.
a very good question. That's right. They could not perform the audit for the
Right.
school. And that isn't a good thing.
Okay.
It doesn't look bad for us to have that either as a agency, but for the schools, that's harmful to the schools because that could affect the funding.
Okay. Because it doesn't, it may be that everything's fine, but also maybe nothing's fine.
But that's also a big red flag.
Right.
Because if they're not willing to provide this information, what is going on?
Right.
So that's a good indicator.
And whether they're unorganized, which is also inappropriate, or
Mhm.
they're not showing it on purpose.
right,
Either way, it's like a
Right.
concern.
And we can go into the details of that at tomorrow's session.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I would just like to make the board aware of the understanding of what all of these
Okay.
opinions mean.
Yeah. So is it just like basically like an asterisk on the audit
Yes.
of like, that's all it is basically?
Well, and they do.
They do everything they can do and then just say like,
They mention the schools and then
Okay.
they mention the area of
Okay.
what they couldn't receive.
Okay.
Or if there's blank, then that means that they received nothing.
Okay.
And
Thanks.
you guys will see that tomorrow.
Okay.
Wait, before we go on, I have a question. I was wondering, is the school aware of the seriousness of this type of attention to their audit?
Yes, the school is aware because they are dealing with the auditors and the auditor cannot perform
Mhm.
the exit with them, or if they do perform an exit with them, it is letting them know that it's a disclaimer.
Wow. What uh, do you have any history on the intent of this? Why this was put in this portion for the auditors?
Yes, I do. I have some information from the auditors as to what transpired that caused the disclaimers.
And so, if I may, commissioners, we work with the auditors. We know them. Melissa, who was in this position before, had the auditor on quick dial and they would call her too. With our own staff transition, I'm so glad that Kimberly connected with the auditor and now they're on quick dial with one another. But at one point during the fiscal 22 audit, I got a phone call about a couple of schools that they were struggling with. And at that point, I called the schools and I said, hey, I've heard from the auditors, they really need for you guys to show up, to be at the meetings, to be prepared, to have your information ready. So, there was that step of conversation. But in the end, it wasn't enough for the auditors to feel like they could do other than give a disclaimer because they didn't have what they needed. So that I think is one of the most severe, like it's kind of like just showing up, right? You as a teachers, we know that at the minimum you show up. And now how you do on your homework or your test or whatever, that's another story. But if you don't show up and you don't bring the materials to the auditors, that's the issue.
Okay, so I mean, obviously I don't think 40 out of 50, I think that's not bad, actually, total number of findings out of 57 schools, 89, and it depends on the severity, right?
Mhm.
But if they're not showing up or they're having problems producing what they need to, that could be something where, and maybe they'd be reticent to let us know or to let you know that they may not have a tool or some tools they need to operate more efficiently. So, I mean, one of the things I know that we're very interested in doing as a body is, if there's a weakness someplace, but we're not giving the tools you need to excel, then that's on us. So if that's the case anywhere, what are we able to do about that?
So some issues have come up during the business manager meetings for the annual site visits, and a lot of them were a delay in RFRs. And we did speak with our director of finance, and he worked on that. And we saw a big push out in February of those RFRs being released because that did affect our cash on hand. So some internal delays do cause that. And also if they're not submitting their stuff on time, that could also hold up their reimbursements and affect some of their reporting. But I think that, there's always going to be some kind of audit finding. Last year, we had a clean audit overall because there were no disclaimers. This year is a little different. We had 2 disclaimers, so that wasn't exactly the right thing. I feel sometimes that these findings are levels of warning for the school on areas of improvement. And I think that that's actually sometimes a good thing because it's really good for everybody to learn and grow from their mistakes. So I think, as long as they really work together, the board and the business manager and the audit committee members, and work on their internal controls and their financial reporting, if they can do that throughout the year, that would limit the number of those findings from becoming more frequent.
So can I just ask, the last bullet there, that a state charter caused the
Yes.
late audit, was that because they were late in submitting?
Yes,
Are they-
one of the schools did not want to sign some letters that are necessary. So it caused, and the submission of some of the documents were late, and that's what caused us to have a late audit. That's why it's really essential that when the auditors start the process back in July or August, that they are given the information that they need timely.
So what kind of letters would be necessary that,
An entrance letter and a management response letter. So those are also two pieces of documents that members of the council and management need to sign at the beginning. And then there's also the exit interview. And if they don't get the information that they need, they can't go forward.
so they were refusing to sign the exit interview?
The entrance and the management letter.
So I'm still a little confused. The management response is what's created by the management, correct?
Yes,
So that they were refusing to sign the letter that they created?
I don't believe they created a letter.
Oh, that they didn't create it.
don't
Okay,
believe
so
there
that
was a
it's not
letter.
that they refused to sign it, it's that they didn't
Provide it.
provide it at all.
Mhm.
Okay, that's a whole different story than, yeah. Okay,
And our last slide. This is just a brief overview of our annual audit work cycle. So, in July is the start of our state fiscal year. That's when the external auditor is hired and they begin to contact the schools to begin the audit process. During this time, the audit committee and the school business manager meet during the audit to support whatever listing the auditors need. And then, October 1st is the start of the new federal fiscal year. And we also, during October and December, have the audit committee attend the exit meeting, which happens in November, but also between basically July and October, the audit committee is working diligently with the auditors. They are basically the liaison between the auditors and the school, providing them the information that they need. So they are the first indicators of what they're going to need to fix or what kind of finding may come up. So during this time, they're, trying to come up with a remedy, and they can't make that known to the public until the audit is published. In January and March is that's when CSD begins their annual site visits. So this becomes an area that at this time we're using the fiscal year prior, those audit results for whatever annual site visits occur during that time, because we're waiting. So this causes a lag for us and for annual reporting, because we're now relying on the prior year's data and not, or the two prior fiscal years instead of the last fiscal year, to give them their rating. So mid-March comes, which we just received, earlier this week, the results, and we're still analyzing that. But now I'm using the FY22 audit results for the annual site visits. So that now from this point forward, we have the correct information from fiscal year 22, and now we can move forward with getting those remedied. Does anyone have any questions? No.
I do have one question now, because I know we talked about like when we were looking at like the financial audit in future performance framework. We talked about because there are circuit or there have been, I mean, ideally, hopefully, maybe this gets resolved in the future and it doesn't become an issue. But right now, there are school like it happens where PED is late on something. And so it does cause the school to be late on something. And we talked about the flexibility in future years to kind of take a look at those individual circumstances and be able to kind of extract those from the school's report and be able to acknowledge that and have that like flexibility in it. How is that being looked at like in this, or was that, or is that something we're going to look at in the future?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Commissioner Burt. And for the current performance framework and the draft reports that schools are looking at, we're asking them to let us know when they have a concern with a rating, right? And so one of them is about expending funds and not that they've been awarded. And so we have learned of at least one grant source, one grant award letter that schools received with not enough time to expend. And we want to look at each schools individually, each grant source individually to see. For example, oh my gosh, what is the name of the family income index? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Is one that they were awarded at the beginning of the year, I believe. I think we need to get all the timelines straight, and there's a team within CSD that is taking a close look at this. Kimberly, I don't know if you've been at the table for that, but I know that, for example, the one related to CTE, we want to take it off the table, right?
Hold harmless.
Right.
Yeah.
Hold harmless is a good way of describing it, because of someone being able to share with us what their experience was. So context does matter.
Yeah. So,
and
so
we are
when we
taking
get,
it.
when we get, the information that you have, when it comes to us in individual school formats, in the annual report, that's the kind of the work that's going to be done between now and then. So like when we see it in the annual report, you'll have gone through that process of, having the back and forth with the schools about,
Yes.
and then having the ability to be like, well, this one, we would have loved to do it, but it wasn't on time on that
Right.
side, or, okay.
And that's for the indicator that is in the current performance
Right.
framework. The degree to which that affects the audits, I mean, that is something to explore further.
Sure.
And, we're all
Right.
learning, and of course, wanting to support the schools as much as possible. So for example, there was I think it was the Family Income Index, that one of the schools we visited thought that it was something they could carry over from year to
Mhm.
year, but it wasn't.
Right.
So that was the level of technical assistance that we provided to clarify with the school that they needed to make
Do that
sure
one
to
first.
spend it within
Yeah.
school year.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, because I think I could imagine how, I know you all hear this probably way more than any of us do, but I know that's the thing that schools get frustrated by the most, that we hear the most complaints about, right?
Mhm.
Like, well, we're not getting this in time, or we're
Our
not.
award letters are lagging, or
What-
RFRs are lagging.
exactly.
So we take that into consideration as well, because that is going to affect their cash on hand or whatever flexibility they have. with
Right, it
finance.
sometimes can be
It's a-
like a trickle down effect, right?
Right.
Like, it could involve multiple pieces because of
Mhm.
that. So I think I appreciate that you all are doing that work with the schools, because I do think kind of in the same way that it was like, this school made the PED have an audit finding, and it's like acknowledging that there was this error that caused this error for this entity, like the same way back and forth, right? Of like, this error caused this error for the entity is probably going to feel very relieving and validating for the schools to where, I mean, I know it's still frustrating in the moment, right? If they don't have the money they need to pay a vendor, or they don't have, like, it's not working right. That's frustrating alone. But then to get the back end as well of like, you know, like how frustrating that, at least we can maybe acknowledge, like the acknowledgement of that relieves the high tension of it
And
a
I-
little bit.
I've
Well-
asked for business managers to reach out to me, so if they are having
Okay.
like a real problem, like it's a high amount, because I am aware, like if it's like over a certain threshold, like those take longer for our internal people to audit and look at.
Mhm.
So I've asked them, you know, if you are really having an issue, let me know and I will go out to that department and try to push it.
So they should know too, that if there's any issue, like to just reach out to you right away,
Mhm.
like don't wait and
Well,
let things get too
yeah.
far down the road as
I-
well.
I think that this is why our site visits to the school are so important, because we're building relationship, we're building trust. I think the Charter Schools Division has traditionally and continues to be able to provide advocacy for charter schools at the PED when needed, asking questions. Where's this report? Where's this award letter?
This is how it's
Have-
affecting the schools.
Who do you
Yeah.
talk to? Who, you know, maybe
Mhm.
there was a transition within PED and they're reaching out to somebody that's gone. Maybe someone at the PED is using an old list of charter school business managers or
Right.
whatever. We run that kind of interference all the time, and being at the school really helps us to have those conversations and to understand where the schools are coming from, and then to work within PED to help resolve issues and support schools.
Awesome. Thanks. I think that's a meaningful piece for the schools. All right. Anything else? And look at, you did, what a great timing you did too.
Thank you. I was really hoping that it was gonna be right under.
It was amazing.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay. We're going to flip items 3 and 4 because based off of the discussion of item 4, we're thinking could impact number 3. So we'll flip those, but also Miss Barnes isn't here right now and I need her to do item number 4. So I'm wondering, I'm trying to see if there's something. Okay, great. We're ready. I was gonna say we could maybe go down to like item 8 real quick but okay. All right, so we're gonna do item 4 first. So the discussion of the contract template forms and approval process. Go through that, and then based off the discussion, we'll go back to discussion of contract negotiation process and schedule. So yeah, Ms. Barnes, if you want to go ahead and start us off on number 4.
Does that work?
So, we want to, and are in a process to move forward on 3 different sets of documents. The proposed, let me start kind of with an overview as to where I think we are on each one. The proposed rule, in my view, is ready to be a draft finalized tomorrow that would start the rulemaking process. The rulemaking process takes about 60 to 70 days, and it allows for additional input by the public through the formal rulemaking process. I will go over in detail what we have agreed to with the Public Education Department attorneys. Chair Brower is right now meeting with the secretary, just confirming the process. However, if you approve a rule in draft tomorrow, I anticipate it can be submitted to the state registry by PED the following week, published in the April 11th state registry, And that first publication, you'll recall, sets a hearing date. The hearing date could be May 15th. And it would be at a public meeting of the PEC. The hearing officer would come in from the Department of, from PED. And then you all would consider the input that's been given either in writing or at the hearing. And can either, depending on the extent of that, approve a final rule that day, or if you needed a couple of days to consider the amount of input, the next date, the soonest date you could approve it and get it published would be May 18th. It's published 2 weeks later, so that would be at the end of, I don't remember the exact date, the end of May or early June. Anytime you miss a date for the state registry, it's a 2-week delay. They published every 2 weeks. So this is the tightest timeline. And we're hoping for that and hoping that it will move forward in that way. So I would like to go over the proposed rule in detail today. Attempting to move forward on a vote on a draft rule tomorrow. The contract, which you will use in the negotiations coming up, is not complete within the conversation between me and Patty Matthews and bringing it back to the subcommittee. I have shared with the subcommittee the status of where we are and what the conversations are. Patty was able to provide me with a full draft last Friday, and we've been working to get there. I believe Chair Brower has agreed to do a Zoom special meeting before the contract negotiations so that that document would be finished. That document and the proposed rule go hand in hand. The third document is the performance framework and the new performance framework. You have an approved existing performance framework, so there's one in place already. The conversation today is which performance framework you use for these contract negotiations and how the new performance framework can be rolled out. I believe that status, and I think Paul was going to be here now if he can also be moved up to the panel. He wants to discuss a lot of these documents, including the kind of the input on the performance framework. We did receive pretty extensive comments again from Patty Matthews. It was on an earlier version. Vice Chair Burt has already done a walkthrough that we can provide back to Patty Matthews on where we stand. But we've gotten a lot of input recently. So in summary, tomorrow, I would like you to adopt a proposed rule. There will be a special meeting on the contract to use for the negotiations, and there's going to be a conversation today on the performance framework. Vice Chair, you want me to go into the proposed rule or?
I think, yeah, if anyone has any questions about that, we can. The only clarification I want to make sure for sure is when tomorrow, if we vote to adopt the proposed rule, there's still time to make tweaks and changes after that, right? Like we're not saying this is it and it's not changing. Like
Correct.
Okay.
And every person in the public has that ability to comment.
Okay.
What the PED was raising is that you should have a rule that you are comfortable with. and that document, in my view, has gotten better and better. It is a document that I think is a very solid draft. We had a lot of, we had the lawyer input, but we got more lawyer input. We got PED input. We got, including CSD. We got a lot of input from school leaders themselves. And each iteration kind of viewed through a different lens. And also Naomi gave us a lot of good comments that really impacted the rule. I think it's ready. I appreciate the PED moving forward on the timeline that allows us to do the work that we want to do and that allows the contract and the rule to move forward together in this set of contract negotiations. Did you want me to start on the rule? Okay. So let me take you to, and I don't know, Lucy, did you see Matt Paul or did you see Sam Obenchain or? No, Matt? Okay.
No, the only ones that are online is Wayne from
Yeah,
PCS.
great. Does Wayne want to be? See if- I thought so. He was gonna.
No, I don't see him. Oh, there he is. So do you guys want me to promote Matt?
Sure.
Both?
Are we looking at document 4C2? Is that what we're looking at now?
Matt and Wayne, please accept the notification to be
Yes,
promoted.
let me get there. I want to start with the, with kind of that, overarching, drawing. So, hold on, sorry, I gotta get to the right one.
Yeah, so it is, you want to do the process first? Okay, so that is 4C2 is the. Actually, I guess it's just the,
Let me just start with 4C1 because
Okay.
that's the, I just went over it briefly. If you adopt the rule so that's 4C1, which is the process. It is as, just to repeat really quickly, if you adopt a draft rule tomorrow, then the PED rule group will make technical changes. It needs to be submitted to the state registry with like a 2-week lag. They review the documents to be published. It would be published on the 11th. You have to give 30 days. Again, as Vice Chair Burt just said, that's the input time. The earliest that you could have is a May 15th special hearing, special meeting. The hearing officer will be here. The hearing will be conducted at your meeting. Then between the 15th and the 18th is a short period of time for you to see what the changes are. And then the final version of the rule will be submitted to the state registry. Chair Brower can update us on his conversation with the secretary. And then depending on if you meet, if we get it in on time, which is to meet the earlier date, it's always a 2-week delay if you don't. May 31st or June 13th. I think ultimately this process can be incorporated in the MOU. And then we'll talk further about, there's been a legislative change which could impact what's in the MOU as well, dealing with the 2%. Let me go to the second document, and actually I'm happy to walk you through it or share, you can share screen if that's, oh, I'm not on there yet. Somebody could share screen. It's on Zoom. So the rule has 16 sections. It is for the Public Education Commission only. It is in a section of rule that would be for the commission only, because as you know, there's other authorizers. So there's some introductory sections, including an important definition section. But essentially, section 9.8 through 9.11 puts into rule your form and procedure process that you've been using for the last year. So sections 8, 9, 10, and 11 are the form procedure and process. You have already gone through the vast majority of the forms. There's a couple that we might look at that kind of finishes the process, but you would have. So it's the picture that I wanted to share. No problem. Don't be sorry. Great. So at the top, the drawing just walks through the rule. So at the top, sections 8 through 11 are the forms and procedure process that you've adopted and used for the last year. The next section, in kind of the annual report, site visit and report, develops a record of performance. Part of the input that we received that I thought was really helpful is what are we doing overall through the process of charter authorizing? And over the 5-year term or 4-year term, because you renew in the last year, we have stated pretty specifically that you're developing this record of performance. It starts with the annual site visit each year, moves to an annual report each year, action by the Public Education Commission, and then the school takes action on the notice that you've given them. So that will happen 3 complete times, and then there's a renewal site visit the last time. I'm going to just walk you through the last 2. In blue, the new school application and renewals in sections 14 and 15 puts in the process that you used the last year on applications and renewals and allows the school to have some input. 16 is a revocation provision, which is new, but is based generally on the base of it starts with the way that the secretary does appeal. So it's a 3-hour, more formalized process that creates a record on both sides. We actually will use that process in the revocation hearing that's coming up in April. I want to go back to the annual site visit and report a little bit more in detail. The first things that happen with an annual site visit by CSD is that after that site visit, they start to create a draft of the annual report. When they get to a point where they are ready to start to present it to you, it moves from phase 1, which is the draft, to phase 2, which is a finalized report. And it can be finalized in part if everything's not ready. But that phase 2 starts a 30-day back and forth between the school and CSD and results in a final annual report that's submitted to PEC by CSD with its recommendations and including any comments by the school. PEC accepts that final report, and then the final report is closed. If it's done in part, the parts that were finished are finished. So that's why there's a line up and down. Karina?
Which is the arrow up and down. I'm not quite sure what that signifies.
Well, I couldn't figure out a line that went up and down that didn't have arrows, so the arrow parts are not there. It's to signify that that stops, that the report is over, it's done, it's closed, you've accepted it. The arrow to the right starts the action that you take after that. So what's important about that is all of the conversations that have to happen after the annual report is finalized, is that it's based on that final report. You don't go back, you don't reopen it, you don't edit it, you don't argue about it anymore. It's done. So you all can take one of 5 actions. You will do a notice to the school after you've accepted the report. You either give them a notice of exemplary performance, a notice of satisfactory performance, a notice of unsatisfactory performance. The statute indicates and uses the phrase unsatisfactory performance. So that is number 3 is where you want to identify for a school. This is the first time something's come up. It's a problem. We're asking you to fix it. It refers back to the CSD report. We are contemplating that these will be letters from the chair, and they will basically attach the CSD report. The CSD report and the information in it identifies for the school what the unsatisfactory performance is. But again, this isn't reopening it. It's not arguing about it. It's not changing it. It's saying, here's what you need to do to move forward. Number 4, it's called uncorrected unsatisfactory performance. That's when year 2, they still haven't fixed something from the last year. CSD will say in its report, we identified this concern last year. It's still here this year. That is more serious. And this rule starts to have you that incorporates that idea of kind of increased heightened awareness on something that hasn't been corrected for 2 or more years. The last thing is you have an ability to start the intervention ladder at any time. The intervention ladder, you've used it many times. There is a process to start it. You can do a notice of concern. You can do a notice of breach. They come forward, CSD reports on it. You may always use that tool. So that's the process for each annual review, from the site visit to the final report to the notice you send out of it. The next section, section 9.13, talks about corrective action. And that's what happens. That's what a school does with the notice that you have sent. So typically, the first corrective action is a school gets the notice and between now and the next year fixes it. You got unsatisfactory performance on whatever it is. You need to fix that. And uncorrected unsatisfactory progress is of greater concern. CSD, this is at a school at the level between the school and CSD. In an unusual circumstance where something needs to happen more quickly, you all can identify this needs to happen more quickly. And it's between the school and CSD. But you don't want them to take a year to fix an issue that can be fixed more quickly. It still is at the level between the school and CSD. And then if there is if there's a serious concern at any point, on the day you look at the annual report, at another time when CSD is, as they have in the past, brought forward a notice of concern, you can start the intervention ladder. So we've told you what's wrong. We've looked at your annual report. We've told you what we think you need to fix. Please, you go and fix it. And CSD will report back to us within the next annual cycle. An intermediate step, which may or may not require CSD to tell you that this has been corrected, but it's please get this done in a more quickly. And then finally, you always have that last tool. So in terms of the record of performance, the annual reports, the final annual report or final annual report completed in part is the record of performance. That's from CSD. That's what it includes what the school has to say about that. Any information which may likely be contained in the next annual report is of corrected or uncorrected performance. That will form part of the record of performance. And any action under the intervention letter is going to be part of the record of performance. That can either be corrected or uncorrected, but much of the intervention letter often results in the school being put back into good standing. So the rule identifies what is this whole record of performance for the schools. And when you get to renewals, there will be the final renewal site visit, the renewal application, and the whole process. So that'll be the final information in the record of performance. The new school and renewal applications follows the same process we've used in the last year. And again, revocation is a new process. I'd like to walk you through the rule itself. But I kind of wanted to pause here if people had questions about the overarching rule.
And for the folks online, if you all, you're more than welcome for today to just speak up while we're in work session. Because I can't see you anyway. Commissioner Carrillo.
So the yellow, and this is why I think this is why I put that item later on the work session on the agenda tomorrow. So when we see something that's kind of a red flag for us, we're not going to do an intervention letter at that point. We're just, something's a red flag for us. And maybe it can be, super low performance in, ELA or whatever it might be. So it's under the yellow that we can, probably in this meeting, let Karina know we're really concerned about this. We want to see what their plan is. And, maybe using the examples that I talked about this morning, the two, maybe one is you've got more than a rotating door, revolving door on your board. What's up? Let us know what's going on. Maybe people moved. Who knows what's going on? But we need to know what's going on because that creates instability in the school. And the second thing could be, maybe their reading scores are horrifically low. What are you doing about this? Are you getting a reading interventionist? Whatever it might be, that would be under that yellow. Is that correct?
So I think the intention, what we talked about for the intention of, it is something that, so generally something like reading scores, we wouldn't get, like, I think it would be that if it's something that has to be like urgent, like needs to be fixed to like within the, like right away. If it's something that, would be the next year, we would get the reading results, then it wouldn't be.
So I would say, based on what you said, the urgent, like, as you said, would be the pink, serious concern raised, but I'm talking about the yellow. I would see it's urgent.
So
if there are scores that are,
maybe if it's like, uncorrect, I think if it's the first year, we probably wouldn't be like, we need you to do this immediately. Like it would be, you had unsatisfactory performance and then give the autonomy to the school to correct it on their own.
I don't want to wait a year is what I'm saying.
Well, I think we have to be cautious of overstepping.
Right, I get that.
So I think if it is though, something like, so they would get that letter of unsatisfactory performance saying reading reading growth is horrible. And so it goes out to the school. The next year we get the next report. It's worse or not better. There's no growth made at all. That's when, that could be something where then they go onto the intervention ladder and they start a cap where it's, okay, now here's the plan that we have. Here's what we have to do. But I think, we're trying to reserve the yellow to not be every school every year. Because I think we could try to pick out something that is like, this is not good. We need them to fix this.
Like IEPs.
Yes. So
IEPs
it's
haven't been done.
right.
Yeah.
The yellow is going to be things that are a higher,
Urgent.
a longer trend or something that, because we do have to, we're trying to make the yellow be more rare. That generally they're getting an unsatisfactory performance. And if they do that year over year, that creates that record to where at renewal, It's like year over year, you received it.
I completely hear what you're saying and I don't want to wait a year. I mean,
But-
I just, hold on a second. It's like, so we get that, so the green, you know, there's something that's obvious, that there's something that catches our attention. Okay.
Probably anything that's red on the report
Okay.
is gonna get,
It's catching our attention.
yes.
And for me, especially if it has to do with academic performance, I don't want to wait a year. I want them to come back to us maybe 30, 60 days with their plan at least for how they're going to remedy that situation. At least that. So then if we have to wait that other 8 months or whatever it is, we know that they're embarking on this plan. But otherwise, 12 months goes by. And then we can say they still haven't, that's still red and they haven't, succeeded in making that any better. Then they give us some sort of a plan and then another year goes by.
Yeah, I think we're trying
That's
to
the
find,
biggest
you're
problem, I
right.
think,
But they can't give
honestly,
the
with
plan
the
to
commission
Karina.
and schools in general, is that so much time passes.
They're gonna
Yeah.
give the plan to Karina. The plan will be in place. What we're eliminating is them having to come here and say, here's my plan, but the communication, and that's where we're allowing the schools to communicate with the charter school division. This
Right.
is the plan, and then we'll get the feedback, and Karina in her report, if she hears that they haven't been implementing this, she's had conversations with them, they've gone nowhere, that's where she has the opportunity in her report to report back to us and say, schools got the notification and they haven't moved. They haven't done anything.
Right.
Now we have the opportunity to intervene if we feel it's necessary. Otherwise, I mean, they do have to have a year to turn scores around. And some will make an argument that it's going to take more than a year, but they at least have to have a year to try to implement the change. And it can't happen in 30 or 60 days, but they do have to create a strategy, and
There
they
you go.
have to communicate with Karina what that is.
And that's what we discussed
And
last
that's what
month,
Epicenter should also,
right? That's what we discussed last month, right?
but,
Where it's
it
not
should.
something as severe as,
Some technology should be available so that they can also input that in there, so that there can even be a desktop monitoring of, hey, have they created the
Yeah.
plan? Oh, there it is.
okay, so that's what we kind of discussed last month, and that's going to be between the school and
Yes.
CSD.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's when it rises to a lot of level, then it comes to us.
'Cause, yeah,
I just
'cause
want to
I
make
think
sure that step is taken with them and CSD
Yeah.
so that a year doesn't pass
Right.
without any planning.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner, the only thing I wanted to say is the rule doesn't require you to do anything. It gives you these options.
Right.
And it gives you a range of options.
Okay.
Your question goes to what are we going to do in an individual situation? And what I just want to clarify is the rule says that you can take action along a range of things. So.
But I
you're-
think what we talked about in like the rule subcommittee and then in performance framework is that we are expecting any school that has a red, so they could have a good overall score, but maybe they have one red, or they have like this one repeating issue, but they're overall like they're doing well overall, but they have this allows us to be able to say, you know what, you're doing well overall, but there's still unsatisfactory performance on this indicator. And so what that allows for us to do is like shine the spotlight on like, hey, we do acknowledge like overall you're doing okay, but if we take further action on every single red, it's going to be overburdensome for CSD and for the schools and for us. Like, we're not going to have time to do anything if every single one, we have to tell them, we want to see your plan. We want to see how you're going to fix this red. So I think that's why we're thinking, give them the notice. They need to fix it. They need to figure out, they need to go to their governing board, go to their administration, talk with their teachers, talk with their families, figure out how to fix it. And then when it becomes a repeat, then that's more cause for us to be like, we already told you, you didn't fix it. Now let's like take a further step too. So we're trying to balance that like overburden, because we are expecting any school that has a red is going to receive a notice of unsatisfactory performance. So if we take it and create an action item off of every single one, we're just That's all we're gonna be doing.
Remember, we don't want the public shamings.
And to your point, last month, when we give them that notice of unsatisfactory performance, that's in the record. And so they can't come back and say, hey, we didn't know about this. You know, it documents it.
The
If I may, but if you enter into a corrective action plan, if you go down the intervention ladder, there is a section within the rule that says that if they make progress or they move off of that, then you cannot take that into consideration at renewal time. So because they fixed it. So you actually don't want to have everybody on corrective action plans.
Me, it's
Well, and I think once again, I think this allows us, like, I think I could imagine if there's a school with only 2% of their students growing, right? Or something like there's like really low academics, then yeah, we can move it into like an unusual, or maybe that's just straight into intervention lab, you know, like if there's like a case for extreme low. But I think our performance, the new performance framework is very rigorous when it comes to academics. So I do expect schools to have yellows and reds in academics. And I think if we create too much burden on CSD, it's going to have an adverse effect.
just one thing, everything is going to go into that record of performance. So it's going to be a clearer, more holistic kind of view of the school over time, including the positives and the negatives, not just negatives.
So what I wanted to say, Commissioner Carrillo, and I know you're coming from a district where you know that schools had to do a 90-day plan whenever the ratings on the state assessments were low enough. That's still going to happen. That is still a state requirement. Once we start getting confirmed data, I think schools will get a redesignation and they'll have to do the 90-day plans. And that's something that is part of their responsibility. But do you want to see it? Do you want to oversee it? I don't think that that's CSD's role. I think that that's the priority schools division role. And we talk to the priority schools division and find out, did they submit one? Did they not? That sort of a thing.
Who's a priority schools division?
As the chair again. I'd like to walk you through some of the language of the rule that tracks this overall document, that over the picture, and then actually see if Matt or anyone else wants to comment on this. So let me just, if you can put up the next document, which is the proposed rule. So I want to do a couple of key things. One is the Public Education Department is going to issue the rule on our behalf with this process. I can't read that. It got sent Matt, it got sent last night.
It's also on the website.
Great. And this one has final changes from the last couple of days. And then Matt, last night I sent a red line that shows from the last version sent out to that subcommittee to now. Public Education Department is going to issue it. However, it is in a section for the Public Education Commission. And the rest of it references the Public Education Commission. And I've outlined the process where you all will be approving and adopting of the document every step of the way. It is going to start July 1 of next year. It will be applied to all schools because it will, all of your state charters because it will be a rule. And the contract refers back to the rule. If something happens with, and the rule isn't promulgated in the timing that we think, although I think that it is possible certainly to meet this timeline. I think that at least the Matthews Fox law firm is going to want this document to be referenced until it is adopted so that we use this. Let me just run you through a couple of the definitions. The acceptance of an annual report, this starts down in the definition section. 7 starts this idea of CSD doing their work to give you an annual report. You accept it, that report is finished. Action will happen after that, but we're not going back again and again to an annual report. The annual, under C, the annual report notices. Those are those 5 options: exemplary, satisfactory, unsatisfactory performance. Number 4 is the repeat year, uncorrected, unsatisfactory performance, or the intervention ladder. The corrective action plan is defined, and the monitoring tool so that it's clear what a school is supposed to do if you have acted, excuse me, under the intervention ladder. There's under N and O, there can be a final annual report. That is what is presented to you. CSD has its recommendations in it. The school has been able to respond. And then we've given an option for it to be completed in part because in the last couple of years, we have not received the information we needed from PED in a timely way. We're going to talk about where you're in that situation right now. So this allows for a process to complete it in part. But even then, if you've closed out 3 sections of this report, they're closed out. Even if you open it again to finish it, you're not opening the whole thing. Okay. Then you've got the other definitions that outline phase 1, phase 2, what procedures are, what uncorrected unsatisfactory performance is, and what unsatisfactory performance is. Unsatisfactory performance may, it's kind of drafted broadly right here as anything that isn't meets or exceeds, because you have 2 performance frameworks that you're working through. So we want you to be able to apply this to either one. Sections 8, 9, 10, and 11, or actually through 10 are the sections that talk about how you make your forms and approve the forms and the processes that you've used all year on the renewal application and the amendment forms. And so keep going down. The sections are from page 4 and 5. Karina?
So commissioners, this is the section that gives me the most heartburn. If we look at the list of procedures, we see there are 12 documents that we get a one-shot time to bring to you all at once and have all wrapped up ready for any changes to be approved in December at the same time that we are visiting schools for renewal and preparing a renewal recommendation to you in December. For the record, and in the email I sent members of the rule committee, I think that you will see, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, this is the section that seems really difficult for the CSD to have one deadline rather than throughout the year pacing our work. And as people who are former teachers and educators know, there is this plan, do, study, act cycle. So that as soon as you're done with a process and things are fresh in your mind, you ask yourself what went well, what do we need to change? And then you produce the plan for next time. Having to do it all at once is a burden for CSD. Just wanted that to be on the record.
So I think that there is an intention to only raise those forms that you think need to be changed. So, and you have an ability to change the renewal, and the new school application, but otherwise the changes that you guys have been making recently have been, there haven't been wholesale changes to the forms, which is, I think, the process that we're working to get to, which is that this is year 3. You're in good shape on that document. So I don't, the way that this is outlined, and actually comes from, this procedure has been in place for a year now.
We actually haven't been following this timeline, and that's my concern. So as someone who does the work, with all respect for you, Ms. Barnes, I find this timeline problematic. For it to for those 12 documents to all be final in September, for you to decide in December is a burden. I would rather have the work paced out throughout the year and in alignment with what actually happens. We've presented to you the CSD work cycle throughout the year. We know when new applications come in the summer, when renewals are due in the fall, when decisions for those renewals are due in December, when notices of intent began, and school site visits and annual reports are created. That's a nice pacing of work for us, but for everything and to be presented to you to approve for a false start date of January, I'm just letting you know that this does not make sense. There's many things in this rule that I have come to embrace and be okay with. This is one that I find problematic, and maybe we need to just lessen the number of items. Like, really, it feels like this is pretty comprehensive of any tool, procedure, application, document that we need to have in place. And maybe if we reduced the number of items, that would be helpful. But right now, I think that it's a lot.
Which section are you
So
talking
I'm
about?
looking
'Cause
at the
of-
definition
12.
of procedure. I'm
Last thing she was-
sorry.
Yeah, can we
there's-
put the right section on the screen? Because I think what I'm looking at and what you're saying aren't matching.
Yeah, it's not.
So it'd be nice, yeah.
So yeah, this is
We're
the
in CC
description.
part.
She's getting there. Yeah, it's exactly CC, procedure definitions in the draft rule.
So can I just
Yeah,
weigh
Commissioner
in
Gibson.
here and say,
No, the draft rule.
we've been in the process of looking at the applications, the renewal application, the new applications. We're cementing those so that we're not reviewing these every year for changes. So that this is like I pray to God, this is like a ultimately a 5, 6, 7 year, this is here. So that we're not looking at the December agenda and saying, oh, we're going to review the new the new charter school application and then vote on it. It's just a matter of whether we have to put it on the consent agenda every year to acknowledge. I'm just saying that it goes on the consent agenda so that there's an acknowledgement that we're re-upping it, whatever. We'd have to do that, but we're not opening it for discussion and digging into it so that this does look like a lot, but it's not, because we're saying we've worked on this already. And when this goes into place, all of those items are then finalized and we're not looking at them again. So it's really not this isn't a lot. It looks like by numbers a lot. And I don't know how you parse it down so that you don't itemize each thing, because I think you have to, so that it's clear. But we are not, once again, we're not having a discussion in the December agenda on each and every one of these items. We're acknowledging when we start this process, I mean, how long have those items been on the Google Drive? For literally a year, if not more, the new application and all that. It's been there, and we've looked at it and we've parsed it out, and we're saying we're putting it to sleep now. We're done, so that this isn't, because I would agree. I would not agree to put this on the December agenda if this was a 12 discussion items, because we'd never get through it. But we're not doing that. We are not discussing these. So it doesn't, there's no, we're saying, we're contemplating, there will be no changes to these items for a very long time. That was one of the reasons why we wanted the rule, so that we're not just changing these things every year. That we've spent a lot of time and appreciate all of the input that everyone's given for it. So now we're saying, thank you very much. We're done with this. We're happy with these, and we're moving on, and there won't be discussions of these in December.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know there's not going to be substantive changes, but for each year to have the date stamp of this is the procedure for this year. And there could be things that are impacting, for example, right now, when the rule goes through, we're going to have to totally revise the site visit protocol and the renewal visit protocol. And then I'm not even sure what is I'm not sure what the document called planning year protocols is. So yeah, that we don't have something that's a protocol. We do training, we have a checklist. So I don't know if that's like a new tool that you want for us to create that codifies it in a different way. I agree with you, Commissioner Gibson. I don't want to, and I haven't brought huge changes to the commission. However, I do want to say, I don't know why we have to put the deadline for any final version of these things at a false date instead of pacing it throughout the year to fit with the actual work cycle of the CSD.
So I would say in that specific case, the reason, and this has been since I've joined the commission, is we don't want to keep, like, schools should not have to join us every single month to see what we're changing. That's what I heard when I ran. That's the biggest feedback I heard from schools, is stop changing things throughout the year. Stop doing this to us. Like they don't have time to come back in February for this, and then March for this, and then September for this, and December for this. Like that's actually the purpose of this, is to stop doing that. Stop doing it throughout the year and do backwards planning, to where if it's something that needs to be done at a certain time, hold on to those changes until the appropriate time to, but also, once again, I just agree with Commissioner Gibson. This is not, if there's anything that's on here that's using the wrong terminology, let's just update the terminology. We're not asking for anything that's not already done. There shouldn't be anything new on here that's not already in place. And we have been working so hard over the past 2 years to get those documents to where we're not going and making little tiny updates even all the time. Like, we don't even want to do that. We want to make it to where it's just that attachment with the dates and we move on, unless there's a change in law, which, once again, that should be an easy, this law changed, we're updating this, vote, move on, boom, done. Like, none of this should be burdensome. And if it requires some difference in planning, then do it, because this is what I've heard. The schools are so frustrated by the PEC. I mean, and it's a direct reflection of the PEC. They're seeing it as the PEC keeps changing things on us over and over again. So what I have heard from the what this commission has been trying to do over the past couple of years is stop doing that. So I do think it may take some difference in how CSD is planning. Like, I don't think In this case, this isn't something where we need to adapt to how CSD has always done things. This is something where CSD may need to adapt to how this timeline is better for the schools. So instead, that's why this has been, I mean, to me, this is like one of the biggest things that we've tried to move away from. And I don't want to like take it away and just be like, okay, yeah, we'll just do it throughout the year when it makes sense, because the schools are frustrated by that. The head administrators don't have time to come and review everything all throughout the year at our meetings. I mean, it's just impractical. So that's where I mean, I don't really want this to change. I do think everything should be listed out. This is all about providing transparency and clarity to the schools, to CSD and the PEC. So
Absolutely believe in transparency.
yeah.
So when we go to, sorry, Commissioner Gibson, this is the definition, but when you go into the actual part of the rule that describes the process, it says that we take this to you in September. By the way, that's when
Can
we're
we
also
move to that
taking,
section?
that's
please?
also when we're taking you the recommendations on the new charter school applications in September. And then you're going to have 2 months, as you typically do, to take a look at and change and edit to be finalized in December. And that's in the procedure for, I don't know what section that is. Maybe Julia knows exactly. But to the point that Vice Chair Burt made about school leaders being frustrated with, needing to monitor PEC's actions. I appreciate that. So then I'm wondering then if we remove the new school application related items, and actually that's the one that being ready in January makes a lot of sense. Because those are not existing school leaders. That's a whole different set of people that are dependent on the forms and the procedures and the application to be ready. So for better or for worse, we work with a lot of different processes. We have a lot of forms. We have a lot of work throughout the year that we try to pace. And I just think that, that list of 12 items in the definition on page 3 is overly comprehensive. I would ask the commission to take a look at that and see if there is a way to, I appreciate wanting to help out the schools, and I'm asking you to help out CSD with pacing the work so that it's not all bunched up at a time when we are also giving you recommendations, doing recommendations for new applications in September.
Well, can it just be paced internally? I mean, what we're asking is that you can do whatever pacing internally you need to do as a director. You can do anything you need to do, but it doesn't come to the commission until that window. So if you need to do it at a certain time internally, because that's the process you need with staff, or that's the staffing needs, or if you need more staff, let's get more staff, I don't know. But internally, that process can happen, however, at the discretion of the director.
Absolutely.
But then when it comes to the PEC, keep it within this like little time frame so that there's clarity once again with the schools, with us, that we're not going to do it all over. It's going to be during this window, and then it doesn't, and then it goes into effect the next year, which once again, I think is just a little bit different backward planning. And if it's something that you guys need to do in March, do it in March, but don't bring it to us until it's appropriate.
So again, as an educator who has gone through a cycle of continuous improvement in your processes, the time to reflect on any changes that you make to your plans, procedures, or forms is when you've actually implemented, and you can then reflect on, okay, how'd that go? We have this section, we have this process. We just completed site visits, or I don't know, whatever. We just completed the renewal process in December. Do we have time to reflect, amend, and bring, and that those deadlines and those work schedules do vary throughout the year. So maybe, and I hear you on wanting to create some predictability for the schools, transparency. I'm all about that, right? But I would just say maybe we could take a look at the list of 12 items that are all bunched up in one time to bring to you all, because I do think you guys like to talk and you do like to review things and you do like to comment and make changes. So maybe we can look at that list and revise.
So. and
Madam, or
I hear what you're saying.
Katie, I'll call on you right after this.
Sorry, Katie.
No, that was
Okay.
I don't
Matt.
see.
Oh, who was
Matt. It was Matt. He
Oh.
has his hand
Oh.
raised.
Matt, okay,
Sorry.
sorry. It sounded like KT's
Yeah, we
voice.
can't-
Um,
Zoom isn't on, so I can't see the people's
okay,
hands are up.
let's,
Sorry.
we'll go to, do you want to go ahead and go to Matt? Paul, is that okay, Commissioner? Gibb?
yeah.
Okay, all right, Matt, go ahead.
just real briefly on this, and I feel that sounding like KT was a compliment, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to just weigh in with our perspective on that issue that was just being talked about between Director Chavez and Commissioner Burt. We really appreciate the dates being in there. That does provide transparency. But if they can't be met, that then they become meaningless right away. And so, and then secondarily, this really formalizes your process in a way that I think for those who have been around for a while and seen some of those Court of Appeals opinions, it's the process and not following it to a T that gets in the way of some of well, I don't know, that really weighs on the decisions in the court. And so if you were to put a date in there and it's not followed, this is as formal as it gets. And so, I don't think I'm weighing on one side or another. I just flag that as a caution, but let you know that we really want, those dates are important to us.
Let me just provide a little bit of clarity because I think that there's some confusion.
So can I just add, so this doesn't stop the review after a cycle takes place by the charter school division. So yeah, annual site visits have taken place. So for the charter school division to do their own reflection, make notes as to what changes they may want to make, it doesn't stop that reflection. And then in September, any and all changes that are contemplated for whatever after those reflections get brought to us. We don't have to wait till December by the rule to look at it. It says by December. So if there's a number of changes, we can put it on the September agenda, the October agenda, the November agenda, and look at these things. If there's, and I don't anticipate extensive changes, but it doesn't pack it all into December. The language says by or no later than December 31st. And the suggestions have to come to us by September, unless there's a good cause for an out of cycle review. Someone contacted Commissioner Carrillo and said, hey, this went really bad. So he wants to put it on the agenda. He has every opportunity by this rule to do an out of cycle review. So does the charter school division. So it doesn't stop that. Hopefully there has to be good cause for it, not just a because. And, but it doesn't stop anyone's reflection on any processes, but it does ask or require that any possible, so that schools can see in September, this is all of the possible changes that the commission may be contemplating. And then it gets paced out, if there's a lot, through the next couple of meetings so that schools are aware, but it concentrates the conversation so that schools don't have to be logging in every month. What are they going to change this month? And like I said, the hope is that there are, not substantive changes that have to take place because we've done some deep dives into this.
I just want to outline a couple of things in the document itself, because so 9.9 talks about everyone, the general meeting in which the issues, that's September. There isn't a deadline of December. So it could take as long. Frankly, it's going to take effect the next July. So we have from September to July if we needed to do it. If we go up under section 8C, the rule doesn't apply to minor, not substantive changes to a procedure or document that sets scheduling dates. Those can be done at any time, in any way, upon reasonable notice. So the minor changes, and for example, I'll use the renewal application that came, I think it was, or the new school app, whatever it was last month. They were minor. There were dates put in there. That is outside of this process. So that would not stop exactly what happened last month. The new school application, a renewing school application, is in D, and it has a later deadline, actually at the request of CSD. So that one's not in September. You have until December to do those if you need to rework them. So I just wanted to highlight those sections that I think address several things Director Chavez was just talking about.
Yeah, so Ms. Barnes, if you could, let's walk through that, because this is the schedule for state charter school procedure making, and that's 6.2.9.8, right? And it does talk about,
9 is the procedure review, and it says September, and there's no December deadline.
yeah, well, I see in D, look at D, it says if the commission deems it necessary to revise procedures related to new state charter school applications or renewing, that you need to be
Present.
revised no later than December 31 to be implemented at the beginning of January. So if we think about our renewal, let's see, I don't think we met this timeline, Julia, with the most recent renewal application. And I think that the reason why is because we're taking renewal applications to you all in December. So we're not at the same time saying, here's the recommendations on these renewals, and here's how we want to revise the form. To me, it seems natural to go through the entire renewal process, to hear PEC's comments and feedbacks and votes on those renewals, and then say, okay, does our tool capture what the PEC wants to hear? Does it capture what we want to hear from the schools? Let's take it to the PEC in January or February, which is what we did this year. And then, and the PEC approves it, because then we start to engage renewing schools in the spring. That's when we say, your school is up for renewal effective, October 1, you need to submit an application. Here's the application that you're going to be working with. Need to start thinking about whether you're going to renew with your existing authorizer or another one. But we've had a chance to reflect on the renewal process that ended in December.
So new school applications, you're going to use in January. So that needs to be done. So you're talking about renewing school applications, and you would like to be able to bring those to the commission in March or something.
That is correct. And I'd also like to be able to bring any implementation year revisions after the legislative session, right? So that would be closer to July 1.
Well,
There's something called planning year protocols that I'm not sure if you mean implementation year checklist.
I turned it to implementation, your checklist.
Okay,
Bridget
so-
had flagged it in one section, and I just fixed it in a second.
Right. And then I also think I don't know, like anticipating closure procedures. I did bring the closure closure procedures that we have in place to the commission when the commission was considering proceedings for revocation, and I was told that's too soon. So I just think this notion of like pacing and when the time makes it, not that we're making huge changes to anything. I don't think I've like suggested huge changes to anything. But I do think there's a date stamp on each of these things and that schools want to know it's the current one. And I understand the transparency. Let's not, surprise schools with something that is completely different. I also think like, are they paying attention to January? I don't know. They might not be paying attention to the audience for the implementation year checklist isn't even identified in January, right?
I guess I'm thinking with renewals, I mean, Commissioner Gibson's not here right now, but I'm sure she had this experience too. I had schools who were renewing. They start thinking of it the school year before that December. They don't start doing, like, maybe they start engaging with CSD that spring, but they're already considering it well before the spring. And so to me, it actually, I think I don't think we should be making adjustments between renewal and the spring for the next year's renewal schools. Like, it needs to have a year lag time where they got the information, like those schools who are going to be renewing next year have a steady understanding of what it is, that it's not going to change the spring right before they renew in the same year, because they're already thinking about it in the school year before their renewal year. Like, they're already thinking about it. So I actually, once again, I think actually December 31st is late. I mean, I really feel like it should be like the school year before they're doing their
So-
renewal. So I feel like, I mean, you can still make those adjustments, but give them a lag time. Like, instead of doing it, the renewals are December, we're going to make changes within the next 2 months. And now we're going to give those changes to the school. Make those changes, but have them apply to the next year's schools. Like-
So I agree with you, Vice Chair Burt, that actually renewal begins on day one of implementation.
I mean, technically,
Thinking
yeah.
about renewal and
Right.
working towards renewal should be happening at all times. And so when you say you can make adjustments, I'm not quite sure how that reconciles with this section, which says PEC is only approving changes that are submitted to them in September and decided in December. So what adjustments might occur? Because I actually don't think that we're bringing you huge changes aside from the performance framework, which we've been working on for a while.
Which is separate, yeah.
Yeah, we aren't proposing huge changes in most of the applications and forms. Of course, we have to update the implementation year checklist because the legislature creates new laws, right? So, and sometimes that does impact other parts of our work cycle, but we aren't really proposing huge changes. And I'm wondering if we want to pause at this point and actually provide an opportunity for the secretary to talk to the commission.
Thank you, Director Chavez. Good morning, commissioners, especially the commissioners on Zoom. It's good to be here with you all today. We're really pleased to have Secretary Romero join us this morning to do some introductions. And Secretary, thank you so much for being here with us. Yeah. And if you don't mind, just because of the folks on there, you can turn the little green, the guy that looks like he's talking. If you hit that, it should turn green and
turn it off. Good morning, everybody. It's one of those mornings. Thank you for having me here today. It's great to see everyone. I just wanted to come down and say hello, and welcome you here. And it's been a great first couple of weeks, and I'm just looking forward to getting to know you a whole lot more. And we're already starting to find connections that we've had in our past, which is great. So again, thank you for having me here. And just a little bit about myself, if you don't know me or we don't know each other, Arsenio Romero. This is, I think, let me think here, day 14 for me. And, but it's going really well. We have a great group of people in this building, and I am starting to get to know everyone. I'm really glad that the legislative session has ended, because my first 2 weeks here, I was just across the street the whole time. So this has been my first week where I kind of feel like, okay, let me start to get to know everybody. Let me start to build some relationships. Let me try to kind of get my feet settled, and it's working out really wonderful. Just a little bit about my past. I am coming to you from being a superintendent in Los Lunas. Really, I kind of start my career being a teacher, really, going down, growing up in Belen, New Mexico. So I've been a New Mexican my entire life, born and bred here. Moving from Belen, graduating as an Eagle, I went to NMSU, started my career as being an Aggie there. And when I graduated with my elementary degree, I started as an elementary teacher in Las Cruces, came back to Belen, started teaching in Belen for a few years. At that time, I went back to school at UNM. So I've got my Aggie roots, and I've got my Lobo roots. And as soon as I was done there with my ed leadership degree, I went back to Las Cruces, and I kind of started my journey in being a principal, and did a lot of things I'm very proud of in Las Cruces, and had a lot of successes. And then one day I get a call from a superintendent that says, I'd like you to try to maybe think about coming over to my school district and do some of the same things you're doing in Las Cruces, but at a district level. And of course, you get kind of comfortable. You get to know, where you're at. I've been in Las Cruces for a number of years, but it's just like anything else. When you're a brand new teacher, you're not a very good teacher. Then you become a better teacher. And then you decided, like, I'm going to try to help other teachers become better teachers. That was the case there. And then when I became a principal, I didn't know what I was doing at first. And little by little, I got better at that. And I decided I want to try to help other people become better principals. And so this was an opportunity for me to go on. And that district was Roswell. I went on from Las Cruces to Roswell. And at the time, these were the years where we had the report card grades. And so that district was an F at the time, and we took it from an F to an A within the 4 years I was there. So very proud of that work. And the other thing is, when you've been gone for a number of years and you still see some of the work happening in the district, that's when you can really say, okay, I made a good impact there. At the same time, I was going back to school, went back to NMSU to get my PhD. So go Aggies again, and got my PhD. And then I decided I'm going to try to do this on my own and try to be at the head table. So I decided to try to go again where I thought I'd be needed. And that's when I went to Deming. And it's kind of interesting, like all these positions that I've had, I've never actually gone out. And every time I go out and try to find a position, it never works out for me. I always have to wait for those positions to find me. And that's kind of what happens. And so Deming at the time was the lowest performing school district in the state. And in the time I was there, we went from single digit proficiencies, and we had some massive gains, and we were outperforming the median, which was our goal. And they're still continuing to do some wonderful things there. And then I had the opportunity to come back to the community I grew up in, which was Valencia County, as a superintendent in Las Lunas. So it was a little bit of some controversy there at first, because I grew up as an Eagle. And now I'm a Tiger and a Jaguar. So there was a little bit of a controversy within our community there, but it was great to be around family and friends that I've grown up around. And Las Lunas was a little bit of a different challenge, because it's called the Village of Las Lunas. So if you've been through Las Lunas back in the 90s, before that, it was a very small little village. And in the last 20, 25 years, 30 years, it has grown tremendous. So our challenge there was, how do we keep up with the pace, working with the county, working with the village of Las Lunas, and of course the school district, to make sure that we were able to keep up with the pace of growth. And we've had companies like Amazon come in, we've got Walmart distribution, we've got Meta, Facebook coming in. And so if you haven't been through Las Lunas lately, it is not a little village anymore. It's a big, thriving community. And just like anything else, I've tried to go where I can have the most impact. And now I have this wonderful opportunity to hopefully have an impact on the entire state. And so I'm going to take advantage of that and do everything I can to be able to have that positive impact, at the same time working with you all to make sure we have that positive impact with all of our charter schools. So again, thank you for having me here today. And I could talk all day, so I'm not going to take up too much of your time. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Secretary.
Yes.
and you can stay here as long as you want and engage with us. But we also know you're super busy. and-
Absolutely. I'm gonna
yeah.
stay as long as I can. And if I can jump in conversation, I definitely will. And if I leave, I'll come back too. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. I think Commissioner Creo.
Don't get up just yet. Well, if I may, because I mean, how often are we going to have this opportunity where you're right here? So my name is Stephen Carrillo and I'm represent District 10, which is Santa Fe, all Santa Fe, Taos, Colfax. It's huge, all the way to the Colorado border, Rio Arriba. There's just a part of the Four Corners area I don't represent. And within, you know, right now we have 58 schools, maybe it'll be 60 or more by the end of, by next fall. But, yeah, within my district, I have, I think, 16 schools. So I just wanted to, demon all the way, bleed blue and gold. When I was on the board for Santa Fe Public Schools, of course, I had to ride the fence depending what game, but I've always been a demon. That's my son went to Santa Fe High School and just loves sports. And so and I love that in New Mexico, we all identify so much as the mascot of our districts, you know? So I'd love that you mentioned that right now you're a Tiger and a Jaguar, which is interesting because we've lost to, you know, Los Lunas a couple times in basketball this year. It was
Yes.
very painful.
Yes. Big
But-
rivalry there.
But your guy, Jalen, is Jalen or Jaden?
Jalen,
Ugh.
yes.
You
he's
guys ever
amazing.
seen this guy play? He's a sophomore. He could go into a Division I school right now.
I've seen video clips. I'm from Las Cruces.
Yes.
I've seen video clips.
He's
Yeah.
remarkable. And I'm sure you were aware of Senate Bill 422, which to me was just a travesty that it was even being thought of. So my wanting to introduce myself and commitment to schools is it's now a commitment to charters and recognizing the work that they do, the success that they have. And when different people just want to put the kibosh, whether they call it a moratorium or whether they just want to tie it to 10% of students, what they're doing is stifling growth in New Mexico for public school kids. And I just really want you to see that and call it out when you see it. Because there is so much success. And I found this out in working on the PEC with charters in New Mexico. And so very proud to be a part of the work and very proud to be able to partner with you in the coming, I'm going to use years, plural, not the revolving door, okay? Very nice meeting you.
Yes,
Thanks for
thank
being
you
here.
so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, everybody on the committee. Absolutely. I've had some wonderful relationships with different charters around the state, and that's what's been great, like being in Las Cruces, going to Roswell, going to Deming in Los Lunas. Having the different relationships with the different charters across the state has been a huge growth opportunity for me. And what I've seen is that there are definitely communities where there is a gap in services that we need, that are needed in that community. And of course, I would like to say, I want to work with the traditional public school entities to make sure that they can fill in those gaps. But in some communities, that's just not possible. And so it is a blessing to be able to have those charters. They're able to work with those specific, unique populations of students, and we see some wonderful successes. We've seen more kids graduate than ever before that maybe wouldn't have in other circumstances. And then also to be able to provide opportunities for some specializations that wouldn't have been there before either. And so I know I've definitely had been in a relationship with some charter schools that are amazing, that we learn from, and we can incorporate those things into our traditional pathways with public schools. And I absolutely agree that there are parts of the state that we haven't seen the realization of how what it's needed there yet. And so I'm looking forward to working with you and of course, Matt Paul and all the charter school leadership across the state to make sure that we are doing everything we can in any way we can for every student in New Mexico. So thank you for that. Yes, thank you. And I will be around for a long time.
You know, Secretary, before we go, maybe we can go around the horn real quick. People here in the room and then on the Zoom really quick, so you kind of know folks. Julia,
Julia Barnes, I'm the attorney for the PEC. I actually know you because the Speaker's Office does a Speakers Academy, and your students are always fantastic. So, but I will tell you that I don't do any education work over at the legislature except invite those kids to do that. Bill and his kids I actually followed him from Deming where his kids were just rocking it to Los Lunas. And I'm actually in an hour going to go to the signing of the bill that your kids supported. So at 12:30 today. So in large part because his kids and those from Animas and the Santa Fe Girls School made a real difference in that bill.
So if I may, just really quickly, that is one of my favorite things I've ever been a part of. To have be able to bring up students and be able to have them go into committee and become experts in a bill, be able to choose a position, set up what their argument's going to be, and then actually have an impact. And I've always noticed that if I go into a committee meeting, well, yeah, they'll listen to me, but you see them still drinking coffee, walking around. You have a teacher come in, they stop a little bit more, they listen. But when you bring a kid in, that room stops and everybody listens to what they have to say. And I remember when my first time I went into committee to testify, I was probably in my mid-30s. I was nervous as could be. And so to give kids an opportunity when they're 15, 16-year-olds to be able to do that, imagine what they're going to be doing when they're 20 or 30 or 40 or 50. So thank you for that opportunity.
I'll just say that we had a fifth grader who is a journalist for a national magazine called The Week Junior. And she did a story about all the kids on this bill that we're hoping is going to be published in the national magazine.
Hi, Secretary. I'm Rebecca Burt and I represent District 4. So it's Sandoval County, a little bit of Estancia, and then up a little bit of Santa Fe County, and then up to Los Alamos. I used to work for the PED. I was the director of community engagement, spent a lot of time down in Deming celebrating schools on the Straight A Express. That was a good time. So I know that was my favorite part of my job here, was doing all the teacher leadership work and then family engagement. And I just was always so appreciative to go down to Deming and get a ton of community involvement in what the PED was doing. So I'm very excited to have you in this role. I know you have shown a track record of excellence, and I am really excited for you to be here and to be leading our state. And I wish you all the best. Definitely. I know it's a very difficult position. I don't think it's a very thankless job. And I know when you go from superintendent to secretary, all the people who were on your team before kind of turn against you a little bit. So I'm glad you have the perspective of the superintendent. I think it's so valuable. And I know the relationships you've built across New Mexico are going to be really beneficial in your role. So thanks for taking it.
Hi, Secretary. My name is Melissa Armijo. I represent District 1 in Albuquerque. It goes from everything west of the Rio Grande River to the Salado Pueblo, and I think it stops right around Paseo del Norte. So I'm lifelong South Valley resident, and that's the area I come from. And I feel I also have a connection to you because my daughter has been working for Los Lunas Public Schools for about 5 or 6 years now. She is a bilingual speech pathologist, and she's at the high school right now. So she's told me some good things about you as well. So thank you for being here. And as Rebecca said, thanks for the role. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. That's what's amazing about this state, whereas all of us are probably just one relationship away from knowing each other, if even that. So I'm glad that we have that connection. And you have and you work with the Salado Pueblo, so that's part of our students there in Los Lunas.
Yes, they
Absolutely.
definitely are. Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Patty Gibson, District 7, which is most of Doña Ana with a smidgen of Otero County in there. I've been a lifelong educator and did grievance and negotiations for NEA as a sport. So, and welcome. And I appreciate the sentiment of I'm here for the long term, because above more than anyone else, I think you're my number 7. So, I appreciate the step up. I think we had a brief encounter when there was a charter application in Deming, and appreciated the fact that you came in to help us not support it. So I will just say that because it was good educational decisions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And Las Cruces is home for me too. I mean, so even though growing up in Belen and being in all the communities I am, Las Cruces is definitely home for me. So I still have a lot of friends and family there. And so when I do retire one of these days, that'll be where I end up for sure. Yes.
You know,
And I just had to give up my role as being a regent for NMSU. Loved it.
Oh, yeah,
So maybe one of these days I'll get to have that honor
Yeah.
again, but
yeah. We've had some bumps in the road lately. but-
yes, we have. But there's good news.
We're
There's good
working
news
on it.
coming soon. For
Yeah,
sure.
we're big town, small town still.
That's right.
Hi, Secretary Tim Beck, District 2, which is the Northeast Heights. I have been an educator. I'm 67 years old, and I started the education business at 52 after having my own business and being in the corporate world. I was a golf coach, 6 state championships, and we have a connection. I taught Scott Elder's kids. And I taught AP, Econ, AP Gov, and the International Baccalaureate program at Sandia High School. So I'm a matador. And and I also know Walt Gibson very well, good friend. Hope that's good. And obviously I know Scott and Debbie pretty well.
You know, yes, Walt Gibson, great. He left me that district in wonderful shape to be able to move forward. And then what's amazing, one of the best compliments you can have as a school leader is when you see people that you work with. So when you see assistant principals become principals, you see principals become central office or superintendents. So with Scott, we've got Dr. Elder, Deborah Elder, and so she is getting to take the reins in Los Lunas, and that's the best compliment I can ever have, to see her be able to come up from and then be my chief academic officer in Los Lunas, and I would be able to see her take over. It's the greatest compliment. Yeah, that yes. See, small world. Absolutely, great to meet you.
Great, thank you. And then Commissioner Korea, did you already do your intro?
You met me, but I just got to say that being on the school board in Santa Fe and doing this work and working for public school kids, the absolute most rewarding, important work of my life. I mean, just, I'm not going to tell anybody my age because I have a problem with it, but it's no, just working for public school kids. What could be better?
I 100% agree. Absolutely. So, and sometimes it is a thankless job, but I'm glad that we have people like us in here that are here we're here every day to do it, and we're going to keep doing it, and we're going to get better and better. And so thank you for being here.
Thank you. Commissioner Manus?
Hi, my name is KT Manus. I represent District 9, which is the southeast corner of the state. Lee County, Eddy County, also have a small portion of Chavez County, Otero County, and Doña Ana County. So I have a few smidgens in there. My background is in higher education. So I have experience teaching marketing classes at the undergraduate level and MBA classes. And right now I teach online courses and one in-person class at NMSU, an MBA class. So I teach on Thursday nights at NMSU. So that's I travel to Las Cruces once a month, or actually once a week, I should say, to teach that class, and it's been an enjoyable experience. I started doing that since last year, teaching online mostly, but one face-to-face this semester. So pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you too. And I think whenever I do grow up, that's probably where I want to eventually end up, is teaching at the university level. I'm looking forward to that. I'm actually teaching one class this semester for Western. I'm doing a finance class for our educational leaders, but I love teaching class. I haven't been able to teach for NMSU for a while, ever since I took over the regent gig, but maybe I'll be able to get back into that now.
Awesome.
Great to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Klostershevich?
Let's see what time. Good morning. I've met you before at the Native or the Indian Education Advisory Board. And so I was real happy to meet you, and I'll just restate everything I said then. I'm just glad we have someone locally who's been involved with the education systems with New Mexico, because we've had such a lot of controversy regarding your position. And I have to say that I support your courage. I support your thinking that you really can do something for the state. And I think it's, I'm just listening to your experience. You have a lot to draw from. I'm Sharon Klotcha-Shillage, and I'm a commissioner from and for this District 5, which is San Juan County and McKinley County, and that's the far west part of the state, Four Corners area. I started my career path as a special education teacher. I'm a Greyhound from ENMU, and from there I taught with the Bernalillo schools, APS, and then went on to get my master's degree back east, and what an experience that was. I learned so much. I went back east to become an attorney in education, and the law school said, well, then in looking at the curriculum and all of a dual program between law and law and social work, which social work I was looking at when I got there, because I really appreciated the agenda they had, the curriculum they had, and it was in poverty. And so I wanted to study that, but I was advised to do the social work curriculum first and then go into law school. So I did that, figuring how hard can social work be? I figured 2 years I can just breeze through. I never worked so hard in my life, and the experience that was given to me at that time was just unbelievable. Part of, I guess, the most moving part of my experience was working with the homeless people in Philadelphia. While working there, I met a physicist who pegged me immediately, knew I was native, knew I was probably from the Southwest, and he was homeless, and decided on his own that that's where he wanted to live, was in, well, he's from that area, and was a physicist and worked with the Oppenheimers. It was so interesting listening to him, and I think that's where I realized that respecting and accepting choice was a person's individual choice was very important. He had the capability of leaving that status, however he chose to be in it, because he just lost sight, lost comfort of people, and lived in his own world. But what caught my attention of him was how he read. I mean, not how he read, what he read. The books he read were very scientific, very involved, and that's how we met. So that was one of the greatest experiences of my back east, in addition to working with a lot of the other people and learning about the exchange, interaction of people. So from there I went, and needless to say, but important to say, is that after I finished that curriculum, I couldn't go back to law school that fall as I had planned. I didn't want to read another book. I didn't want to write again for a while, and left there with the intention of returning the next year. However, I've yet to return. And it was, I'm a veteran. From there, the USPHS picked me up, and I was TDY'd all over the United States military bases because of my education background, and then went into politics. I worked at CYFD and did some work there, and then I went to work in Washington, DC, and worked there about 14 years, came back and ran for the legislative seat, District 4, won it, and learned a tremendous more about our great state of New Mexico. Since then, I lost my re-election, and I am now retired, but am involved, ran for this position unopposed. So it's a great campaign that I went through. Campaign period I went through, loved it. And so that's been my career path. And I come now to this position, still in the learning gear. And I've just learning so much from the processes that we're involved in, and can really see where we've grown from since I left the teaching field. I mean, we are so much involved and so much more. And accountability, I notice, is the area, accountability and transparency. And we had a long discussion on in those two areas just a while ago. And I'm so encouraged when I hear these discussions. And looking at our school here in the Four Corners, there's so much that we need to do. And I think what the state has experienced with your position is similar at a lower scale of what we're going through with McKinley and with Central Consolidated Schools. And I'm just so proud of the charter schools that we have out here. I mean, they're struggling, but doggone it, they're trying to be the alternative and be a different kind of public school. So I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that we have the support that we have from you. And I'm so happy that we can coordinate and maybe blend a lot of this knowledge and activity to get out of the current national status that we currently sit in and bump up a couple of notches and let somebody else be in the position we're in. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coming by and seeing us. Really appreciate this. And I'm glad to hear that you plan to be around more and you intend to be accessible. And so thank you so much. That's me, Sharon Claude Tishilich. I'm Native. I'm from the Navajo Nation and can help you as well in whatever you need. And I'm very involved with the Navajo government, the school systems, and also I can help you in whatever way you need. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much. It's great to meet you. I'm glad you're here too. I'm glad we're doing this work together, and I think we can do this. In fact, I know that we can go more than a couple of notches. I think we can go as far as we can go well into have some dramatic improvements in a short amount of time. So I'm looking forward to doing that with all of you. So thank you. Good to meet you. Great.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Secretary, Commissioner Taylor.
Hello, Dr. Romero. Thank you for being here today. Thanks for taking your time to come speak with us and allowing us each to introduce ourselves. That's great. So thanks for your time. My name is Mike Taylor. I represent District 8, which is a quite large territory in terms of ground and space. And there's not one charter school that is authorized by the state there. However, I know that during your time in Roswell, you became familiar with Sidney Gutierrez Middle School, which is now a K-8 charter school. I sit on the governing council of that school and have for probably the last 15 years. It's as you know, a fantastic school and a great representation of charters in New Mexico, I think. And appreciate your support in that when you were in Roswell. We appreciate your support for that school and that program. I'm actually a native Idahoan. I grew up in Idaho and went to school, did my undergraduate at the College of Idaho, a small liberal arts school in Idaho. Then I went to dental school at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska, and I did my orthodontic training in Cleveland, Ohio. So kept moving east and am now back in the Southwest, which I'm very thankful for. I've been practicing orthodontics for the last 32 or 33 years. And my experience in education is obviously my own training through the years, but 3 kids that have gone through the Roswell Public School system. So I don't, you know, I'm lacking in my experience, maybe in educational oversight and so forth. But I think I bring a different perspective to the commission as somebody that just sees things through a different lens of a parent that's had kids go through that program. So anyway, I'm thankful to be here. This is my starting, I guess, my 3rd year on the commission, and look forward to the time that we get to spend under your directorship. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to meet you also. And again, it's just so interesting to me that we all have connections to different communities and we know some of the same people. And so this will be a start of a great relationship that we get to start now today. So again, thank you for having me here today. Great.
Thank you, Secretary Romero. And then in closing, whenever the PEDs team is ready to either play, we have soccer, lacrosse, football. We even have field hockey personnel on our commission. So you name
Don't
the sport,
forget golf.
Golf is
We got
barely
a
a
great,
competitive
we
sport.
got a great golf team. Got a great golf team.
But just let us know what sport, basketball, we'll be down to do something.
Swimming. We're gonna do butterfly, and I've got a team already. We'll take you guys on. How about that?
I'm really good at the 400 butterflies, so no. Thank you so much for coming in today. Appreciate you. Well, let's go back. I believe, I can't remember between which person was. Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Brower, I asked a question, clarification question, from, I think it was Vice Chair Burt.
Yeah, so yeah, while it's getting put back up, maybe. So we were talking, I think it's specifically about timeline of, and it's mostly the renewal is really where the renewal application is where we're looking. Because I think what the intention of this is to not limit CSD in their internal processes, and actually even necessarily like bringing it forth to PEC. It's about making sure we're not implementing things right after a change. So I think how I see it is, with all like the many documents, I think that all those can be like looked at, revised, but they're just not implemented until the next school year starts, until the next fiscal year starts. So instead of having it to where we're, you know, and I mean, our normal process is it gets introduced, the first reading, our second reading, and then we can vote on it. What we still do that, but I think once again, what we're trying to do is not do mid-school year implementation of a lot of these changes. That basically what I could envision happening is like a roll up of like, you know, these changes were made and they're effective July 1. And that way the next school year, schools can know, okay, this is different, this is different, this is different. Instead of it being all throughout the school year, there's all these different changes. So it's not about the way in which it comes to be, but instead it's that it's implemented the next school year, except for, once again, the new school application, which would have the time allowance to where it can be done in our December meeting and it is implemented in January. Like it's just instead of it waiting for the whole next cycle, those two get the special consideration of having earlier implementation. But I do think, and I heard you say that could work more for new school application because you're already kind of going around that route. But for renewal, when we're doing renewals in December, it would be hard to update it and have it implemented by December and then have it be effective in January. So my consideration would be that I actually think like, unless we're If it is, and it's likely to be something small, because if it's something big like a law or something else, that's part of the exceptions that are already considered. We can make those changes and implement them right away based off of that like legal exception or that the law changed. And so we have to implement those. But for me, I think I actually think it's I would even prefer, I think that I'm coming to like meet in the middle, because I think it should be the July 1 and it's effective for that school year. And if another change comes, it's not until the next year. But so as part of that reflection piece in December, I don't think those schools who are in 2022, there was a renewal. If there were some like things that need to be tweaked based off of that renewal, it shouldn't impact the 2023 renewal. It should impact the 2024 renewal. So that's why I don't think it's that the changes aren't being done. It's the implementation needs to have the lag so that it's not, here's the change and now you have to do it immediately. So I think that's the process that I feel more comfortable with, is that it doesn't impact schools as abruptly.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burt. I agree that we don't want to be abrupt. And we don't want to confuse the schools. So if we look at this list, look at item number 4. It talks about annual visit and renewal site visit protocols. Okay, so let's just imagine that it's 2023 and this is due to the PEC in September. Well, by then, we have 1 month before the renewal applications are due and we're scheduling the renewal visits in November. But what we're talking about here is the 2024 process.
Right.
And so I am concerned that a school could see that we're talking about changes that aren't affecting them in the next couple of months because of the timeline. It could be confusing to the schools or maybe even staff or contractors unless we are super. And actually, I'd like for us not to be talking about something happening in 2024 when we're getting ready to implement 2023. We haven't yet even implemented it. Let's finish that process. Let's finish the renewal process before we talk about revising what the renewal site visit protocol looks like. So if we're meeting in the middle, and I really appreciate that sentiment, then maybe we can take a look at the list and say, what should happen maybe in July, what should happen in January? That is one that should happen it shouldn't happen until, maybe it should happen in July, but then it's like gonna affect the schools in November. I don't know if that's enough time.
So that's where I'm saying I do still think it needs to have a longer, like I don't want to do things where it's within a school year. Like it needs to be consistent. Like once July hits, that's the schools know nothing's changing from July 1 to June 30th. Nothing's going to change. And so the only thing that could be changing for anyone is going to be a new school application or the renewal, which once again, I think having it change in December and implement in January is uncomfortable for me for a renewal, because like I said, I think they're probably already looking at it in their school year before their renewal. Like they're already doing the motions in August. And if we change it in December and then implement in January, like it just feels, but I'm okay with like that they haven't started the training yet. They haven't done, so that's where I'm like, I still feel like this is giving too much room for changes for that. But I all these things, I don't think it's confusing at all for them to not have to watch what we're doing in the middle of a school year. Like if we're talking about changes, that they don't have to consider them and that they're going to happen until the year after. And that includes the site visit protocol. I mean, all of that should be done before the next school year starts. And I think I know it's boxing in the timeline, but that's also the exact point of it, is to box in the timeline so that nobody is assuming that anything can change during that time. Like, I don't have to be worried as a school leader. You know, like July 1, whatever that site visit protocol that's approved, that's what's going to be used the next school year. That's it. I don't have to worry about in September it's changing. And then when I get my site visit, it's going to be different than what it was, what I know of. So I think that's why it does box us in. And that's the point. And so it's, once again, I think CSD should be doing their own calendaring, their own cycling of like reviewing these things internally and then proposing them to the commission during this time period. So even if it's something that needs to be done by CSD in March, do it in March. And then keep those changes internal until the appropriate time that has in the rule, implement it, and then it goes into effect the next school year. So it actually gives a little bit of, I actually think it gives a little bit of forgiveness for CSD to, if CSD is running behind on something, that's fine. It's just not going to be implemented till the next school year. And whatever's there gets lived with until the next school year.
Can we just go back down to 9.9 just so that people can see how it's drafted? I've tried to move timelines all into one section.
And then Commissioner.
Yeah, I still have always pause about a December review of anything. Because I think of the years when we have 11 schools that we're renewing. And for us to really be able to give quality after we've done 4 days of renewals to say, oh, you know, now we're going to shift gears and we're really going to take a quality look at this. You know, it often does not happen. And I think we need to give that quality review if that's necessary. So I have pause with putting any high stakes decisions beyond renewal at the renewal time, because I just think it's, I'd be more comfortable with November. But I agree. I didn't envision any of this ever happening, that a change would take place for that current year. So, I don't really care when the cycle is for the most part. Just schools know that nothing is implemented unless, there's a dire emergency. It's not implemented till the following school year. I do have some difficulties with changing the new application during that cycle, because any founding group, anyone who's been a part of a founding group, even though the NOIs don't come in until January, they're already working, with that application. Anyone who's got a quality application who's working on it, and that training that takes place just helps to reinforce some hopefully good decisions they're already making. So if we did end up making substantive changes to that new application, it's really not fair to a founding team to do that. So I'm more comfortable with the new application having to stay in place for that current cycle.
So you're saying remove the December 31 to January 1, like
Yeah,
C.
that's fine. January 1 only becomes problematic sometimes when if you're uploading a whole new group of commissioners.
So when do you think the
Right.
application should be, the approved application should be set for the new school
The
application?
fall, January of the year before. So January of 23 would be the new application for January of 24 for that applicant group.
So a year lag as well.
Right.
So this
I
is
think-
actually,
yeah.
it's a year. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's fair to, not that it may be big changes, but it could end up being big changes. And
So could it be July then too? Like, could we just make
Sure,
it? Because
yeah.
then this is a full year in advance instead of it being 6 months in advance.
like I said, I'm less tied
Right,
to
The
when,
cycle, yeah.
I just want to make sure that they've got, so if they've got 6 months ahead, you know, that's great, because probably through that summer, they'll be, you know, they would have time to work on it, because we know that a lot of these folks are current teachers and things like that, so they may have time to do that. I think that's the fairest for them, and absolutely, the renewal application should change, because we know that schools struggle when renewal applications have changed, and they've changed late, and then schools go on summer recesses. Now they don't have their staff around, so they don't have the adequate input. So you've got a head administrator who is plowing through that renewal application with not a whole lot of input from their staff, because their staff isn't around at that time. And, you know, that doesn't give us a quality application. It doesn't give them an opportunity to give us a true reflection of who they are. And then sometimes, unfortunately, the head administrator goes, and then everything goes south. So I'm real comfortable with us being, we need to be a year ahead of it all, you know?
So Commissioner Creo, then Karina.
If Matt Paul is still available, I'd be interested in hearing from him, what? Regarding just his thoughts on these timelines and things like that.
I think generally speaking, I mean, as long as there are timelines that can be adhered to, we appreciate the transparency in them. Sorry, just something general, but I appreciate it, Commissioner.
I absolutely like the idea of having specific dates. I actually think that different dates work for different processes. And my issue is grouping them all into one false time frame, because they happen at different times. So things make sense to be due and approved by July 1, and things make sense to be due and approved by January 1. And I would like for us to consider that there are pacing. So for the PEC's sake, for the CSD sake, and even potentially schools and school leaders who may be attending to certain things at certain times of the year. I know that I want them to be prepared for the school year. So our performance framework currently says that any of the compliance related items we'll be looking at are due in July, right? That makes sense. It's after the legislative session. It's before the school year. School leaders prepare for the school year in the summer, including July, and they're ready. We don't get to the schools immediately. We don't get to the schools in August and September unless it's a renewal school. And that will include a different protocol. That's not the same protocol necessarily. We're looking at the renewal application at that time. So I just think that there should be different deadlines for the different processes. It makes most sense for us. It makes sense for the schools. If what Matt believes the schools want are clear deadlines, absolutely. Let's determine them. But one date in either July or in January does not make sense.
So, this is what I'm thinking, because I hear you. And if it's all, and actually the way this reads is, it is basically everything has to be at the September meeting. But I mean, it's that, which doesn't, it says, or at another meeting with good cause. That seems unnecessary. That's where I think, maybe we should open that up a little bit to where it can be talked about at various commission meetings, but once again, it's not implemented till the July after. So it gives CSD the opportunity to get things approved throughout that fiscal year when necessary, but it doesn't get implemented till the July after, or at least set a window, not just one meet. I think just one meeting is too limited, but maybe September through, well, now we have a November meeting, like something to where it's like, or like like, give it a bigger window, because that does seem, and that is really far in advance of a July implementation as well.
So the only thing that and we can draft this however you want. There was an idea to just have July 1, everything is there for the next year. September, people bring forward what they want to review. It doesn't have to be reviewed in September. It's just, this is the list for this next year. And I just added a sentence that the commission will then set a schedule for reviewing the proposed procedures and revisions. What you're doing now is it's kind of popping up whenever it pops up. If you want to keep that going on, as long as it's not effective until July 1, that's what the school said the first day of talking about this rule. Things should not be effective in the middle of the school year.
But I still think it's important to limit the calendar days that we have discussions about policies, procedures, applications, so that schools aren't having to check the agenda every month and saying, oh, now they're talking about this month. Now they're talking about this month. That it's incumbent on us to calendar, we're going to discuss A, B, and C at the October meeting, and we're good, so that it's limited, so schools can concentrate when they have to pay the most attention and be ready for it, and not just it possibly come up every month. Oh, I want to bring this up. And I appreciate the fact that it's not going to happen till the following year, but I still don't think we're still in that cycle then of making changes. They're not implemented right away, but we're still making the changes, whenever, and it becomes too scattered. So I think we need to, I'm fine if we want to parcel it out to several meetings. That's, like I said, I don't have any issue with that, but I think it has to be for transparency's sake. Maybe in January, we create that calendar and say, hey, this is what's going to be. But, or January and February, or, yeah. And then if a commissioner asks in between, it should be rare, and maybe we don't put it on the agenda for 2 months so that schools get a ample notice of the fact that this is possibly coming up.
I do like that. I do, like, from a school standpoint, from a PEC standpoint, from a charter school director seat, I do like the cadence of having a one or two meetings per year where we really dig deep into a lot of these processes and protocol. It's just easy for our brains, and it's hard at first, Karina, where you sit and with your team. It's like doing your chores on a Sunday, and then you're like, oh man, my schedule changed. Now I have to do them on a Wednesday. And so there's like a little bit of catch up, or maybe that first 9 days is like bad for the chores and your house is a little bit dirtier, but then you get on to that Wednesday schedule and it's like, it feels good then. And I feel like I think the idea of having a month where we don't have that much business traditionally, this could be the month of traditional business like this that we could really do from the advocacy standpoint, from Matt's team to the attorneys that are going to be weighing in, just thinking about the schools have to pay them for these things, being able to have some type of routine and ritual that we can count on for all of us involved, especially the stakeholders to weigh in on feedback, because we're always looking for feedback, and having something that you could weigh in on a lot of things all at once. I can see a lot of utility around that. And hopefully that builds out takes care of some of the pain points that we have. Because sometimes, we go radio silent of feedback for a really long time on things that we're working on. And then all of a sudden at the end, we're going to get a bunch of feedback. And that's human nature. That's a human experience. And at the same time, we also know, Commissioner Gibson, I think this happened in 2020. We adjusted the new application for charter schools because of the Yazzie Martinez laws that were coming out of the fresh 60-day. And we had to do that. Like, there were things that we just had to put in there. And some of our schools grimaced at that. And I get it. I understand. it's, you know, it's May and we're making some changes on things that are due in a couple weeks. But we felt like the urgency of now was important. And so I think as long as this rule as is allows us to make some of those changes that are just to make sure that we're within the rule of law that might come out of which I think it does. That's the only thing that I think about. But having a couple months for meetings for us to do a lot of this kind of business work, I think is just good for everyone involved. Commissioner Creo, Julia, and then Karina, I think your hand was up too.
I would tend to agree with you, Chair Bauer, and what Patty has said. It seems like from listening more than anything to the three of you and to Ms. Chavez, there's enough flexibility within this to make it work. The other thing I'm thinking about right now, and because this is a work session, are there any school leaders that are on Zoom right now that have a thought about this? You know, because let's face it, there are constituents, right? So I'm not on Zoom, so I can't see the participant list. But if there are some school leaders that are on that would like to be elevated to the panel and raise their hand, then now's the time to do it. This is a work session, so now is the time to be heard.
I don't know if I was next. I was just gonna confirm that if you meet in September and talk about something, we have 2 months that you look at a thing before you adopt it. So that's what the last sentence says.
Karina, I thought your hand was up.
I would say also, thank you, Commissioner Carrillo, for your suggestion on school leaders. I also would say, Dr. Russell, if you want to weigh in, since this is a lot of the work that you manage, would love to hear your thoughts about this. I know also that we created a document, which I was in the process of looking for within the PEC Google Drive of our work session, because the way that it is currently structured is that there is nice pacing, different seasons for different things that we're working on. And I don't know that all of the commissioners have had a chance to look at it. I know you, Chair Brower, are intimately familiar with the different things. And I also think, I love your idea of there being a couple of different dates where we dig in and deeply. I also love the idea of transparency, so schools know when that's happening. I just don't think that, you know, sort of randomly placing things in either January or July without that careful consideration is a good idea. So again, I don't know if Dr. Russell, if you're available to speak on that. Would love to hear your thoughts. Otherwise, I could make some suggestions on what I think needs to move from one place to another. What I heard Matt say is what he cares most about, and what the schools care most about is that there's predictable deadlines, predictable dates, and I'm all about that.
Bridget, did you want to weigh in? Or are you good? I can't see you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I don't have anything else to add. The director has, the director speaks for the division on this. Thank you.
Okay, so that section 9 is, as we just reviewed it, which is it pulls all of those dates into that. And I've put January and September. I'm gonna reiterate that everybody's got 30 days to think about this once it gets posted. 9, I'm just going to walk you through so you can see it. I'm happy to meet with any commissioner that wants to go over it in some detail. 9.11 is the concept of school performance, and the record of school performance, and all of the things that will kind of be built up over time to have the school so that it's kind of a complete record. We do have in here that this is separated from a record on appeal, just because that's a legal term that's often used. The annual site visit is this concept of building a draft site. Having a site visit, then building a draft report as it goes along. It's draft until CSD decides that they're ready to bring it to the commission. That triggers a phase 2. We're down a little bit further. Thank you. So the document is in draft in phase 1 until CSD decides to bring it forward to the commission. That triggers a more formalized process. CSD is going to finish the portions of the report or the whole report and give it to the school. There's a back and forth, and then the final report is being brought to the commission. I'm going to reiterate that once the commission has accepted the document, that report is final for the sections that have been brought forward. And then the commission takes the action to issue one of those notices, one of the 5 types of notice, and start in reaction to an annual report that it has accepted. 913, so we're down further. This is where the schools can take action. Again, it tends to be between the school and CSD on any annual report. There is in section D, the entire section on intervention ladder, which is available at any time. Number 2, under the annual report, though, does talk about if there is unsatisfactory performance or uncorrected satisfactory performance. Let's see, can you go up a little bit? I want to look at 13 A3. Right there, stop, right, down a little bit. Naomi presented an idea that we've put in here based on some discussions with the subcommittee. There is not, a school doesn't know for sure what the renewal recommendation will be until much closer to the renewal. She had utilized a process, an informal process that a school could request before the kind of midterm. In year 3 or year 4, they can request an informal pre-renewal review meeting. The subcommittee asked that we put that in here. It's only at the request of a school. It is a meeting to review their record of performance. It is informational only. It is not formalizing a renewal process prematurely. But it is giving schools an information, if they want it, that she found allowed a school to do better on renewal because they had a year to kind of get it together. So subcommittee, I've put this in this section 3.
I hate to do this, but I think it's really quick because we just passed by something that I saw Director Chavez had a comment on C. I think if you could go up a little bit, up, right here. Okay, hold on. It's C3A. Yeah, right here. Oh wait, no, that's not it either. Okay, so it's back to which page? Okay, let me. Page 6. Yeah, so it talks about the charter schools have to provide a response to their annual report no later than 7 days. And it's just that I also, Director Chavez said that that's too late. And I agree with that because we should be posting things 7 days prior to the meeting. So I think they need to give it 14 days. Yeah, so here. So where it says no later than 7 days, I think that should be 14 days prior to the meeting in which they're going to be heard. Because I don't think CSD necessarily will have to do any analysis with it. It's just literally like taking it and including it with the documentation, but giving it to CSD with like, I think they need time to organize things and be able to post it. I don't think this requires like any response from them. So that's why I think 14 days may be okay, because it's just more about organizing it and getting it posted than having to do anything with it. But 7 days is too short.
Okay, so 7 days is when CSD was gonna put it in your folders. So that is CSD has to put the report 7 days in advance.
Right. So
So
the
you're
school
talking
needs to
about-
provide it 14 days.
Yeah, they actually provided even earlier. Look up in B.
Well, but it says
CS
the annual report, which must be provided to the division by no later than 7 days prior to the commission meeting. That's saying when the school
I
has
see.
to provide the response.
No, you're fixing something. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
So.
And then we can go
the
back
charter
down to the-
school- Okay, but.
Sorry.
And there is a problem we need to fix in C, but timing wise, the school may provide a response within 10 days. So they get it within 30. 10 days later, they have to give CSD their
Okay.
information. Then the division shall consider it.
So yeah, none of that makes, C doesn't even make sense then.
Well, it was just
Or
telling.
it should be provided from the division to PEC
Well, I think instead of to the division, it should have been to the commission.
to the commission. The division, yes, that's right. The division. But they
Yes.
won't consider that response either, though. At that time, the
No.
division is no longer considering that written response. That's already over and done with.
They're finishing.
Yeah, it's literally just attaching this response to the commission with their report. It's not, they should not be having to like, the consider and analyzing part, that's already been done. So this is just more about like getting it from the school has to provide it to CSD within 10 days of them getting the report. So that gives CSD, they can provide it to the school whenever they provide to the school gets 10 days. But then that CSD does not, they don't do anything with it. Like their report's done at that time. This is literally just like so phase 1, you're going back and forth. Phase 2 is the final draft per se, and you're giving it to the school. But then at that time, there's still, I mean, if the school provides more evidence, but what I think this is referring to is literally just the school giving that written comment to us for us to read like with it, but CSD shouldn't have to do anything with it at that time.
I
There's
think
no response back by CST or
Yeah.
evaluation of it.
Yeah, this is still wrong. I mean, this is still, there is a point in which, and include unresolved state charter school responses. So like if the charter school provides a response and CSD is like, nope, we don't agree with that, then they just put that with the final report that like, yeah, this is what the charter school says about it, but we found differently or whatever.
Commissioner Creo, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. And then Bridget, I saw your hand up. If you felt like you were still inspired, you can hop in right after Commissioner Creo. And
This is kind of an aside, but not. Is there a place early in the rule that states that days are either calendar or business days unless otherwise? This is for you, Julia. Is there a place early in the rule that states whether or not days are calendar days or business days unless stated otherwise? It is in there.
In the definitions.
Good. I just don't want to be caught on any technicalities later. Okay.
Bridget, then Karina.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burt addressed my concern.
Okay, great. Thank you, Karina.
So I just am going to ask us to go back to the definitions and make sure we're crystal clear about phase 1 and phase 2, because I feel like there has been a little bit of shift in the way that we think about it, right? So if we go to AA phase 1, on page 3, it says that it's the annual report prepared by the division for each state charter school after the visit. And it, let's see, talks about. Okay. It just includes information, blah, blah, blah. Okay, phase 2 is the document that is finalized by the division and provided to the state charter school for comment prior to submission of the commission as the final report. In my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what we're in right now with the annual reports, where we've sent what we believe is correct to the schools and they are responding. So in that case, it is not yet final. So then go back to the procedure and please, you guys remind me what page that's on. What page were we on before when we switched to the definitions? Okay, so then page 6, and we're looking at some timelines associated with these definitions, right? Okay. So then phase 2 says that the division is giving the school a 30-day prior written notice, right? Oh, for their visit. Let's see. By the way, in
So this is where it says, so after that, so where you stopped, that you give them that fine, like, this is what this is what we're going to be presenting to the commission, right? So then that triggers basically where we're at then is B.
oh, we're
is-
not 3A.
Yeah, no, so you already did that, right? So there, you're going to, you gave them that the phase 2, and then they have then 10 days from that time to give you comment, it's written comment about phase 2. If there's anything that's unresolved, so let's say they say, indicator this, and this, we think should be different, and they do that in writing to you, you can then you still have the opportunity at that time to go in, review again. If they bring you forth more evidence or some documentation to show it, you can go ahead and accept that, change it, and then you don't even have to provide that written communication to the PEC. The only time you have to provide something that they gave you within that 10 days is if they say, we feel like this indicator should be yellow instead of red because of this, and you review it and you're like, nope, it's red. Like, we're keeping it. Then you would just take that written comment and just provide it with the final report to the commission. So it's only things where that back and forth didn't result in a change, you would provide the school's comment at that time as well.
Okay, and so thank you for that. And so how we're providing the school's comment is there
An
form name?
attachment?
I mean,
No,
we've
I think
given lots of
just
things
an
as
attachment,
names.
probably. No, I don't think there's like a name for it. I think it's going to be like probably an attachment to the annual report. Schools written responses.
Okay, so I'm looking at C, the division will consider the state charter school response, create a final annual report, right? Including all unresolved state charter school responses, if any, to the phase 2 annual report, which must be provided to the division. So what is provided no later than 7 days prior to the.
We removed it. Yeah. So look up on the screen now.
Okay.
So the changes are up here now. So now it just says the division will consider that response, which they had to give you 10 days after they got it. So that is also, that's the timeline, is they had to give it to you 10 days after you give them phase 2. They get 10 days to give you any responses. Then you look at those and then you provide them in the final annual report. If there's any unresolved, only if it's unresolved.
Okay, so,
and we took out that like time because it didn't make sense for what this was.
got it. I think that makes more sense.
I think so too. But there was,
It is
your
kind of a-
comment was, like, it made sense to have a comment there because there was some conflicting information about that.
It is a pretty quick turnaround for the schools, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I think it's allowing, I mean, I don't know what anyone else thinks, but it feels like this should be something that they've already gone back and forth over phase one with you for months. I mean, phase one probably lasted months with you. So phase two needs to get closed out, right? Like this is where we're trying to help you guys be able to close out phase two.
Yeah, we like that.
Yeah.
I just don't want, what I really am hoping, commissioners, is I don't want to set up a situation where CSD is contending this and the school is contending that. And then you guys are kind of like, okay, who do we want to
Ideally
side with?
not.
And we do use
Yeah.
that language contend in the rule, which, by the way, I'm wondering if we can change from contend to determine, and same with opinion, change it to determine. I made those comments in the specific feedback that I provided to the subcommittee members, and I'm happy to send it to any other commissioners. But I don't want for us to get into that. And that's where I'm coming from.
I hear you. I think for us, it's more just like the context behind it, or allowing the schools to tell their story and having that qualitative, maybe data behind it, so that because that's one of the things we wanted in the new performance framework is more space for schools to tell their story. So maybe the rating doesn't change, but maybe they have a reason behind it and it didn't change the rating, but they want to provide some context of
Right.
why they got
'Cause
that
we're
yellow,
not
why they got
changing
the
the
red.
rating.
Right, yeah, and
That's
we
specifically.
literally can't
what
change the
we're
rating.
not
Right.
That's what we're avoiding here with not having the school come up for each one and saying, yeah, they said this, this, I think we said it at the subcommittee, there comes a point in time where it has to be final. And, schools get a right to petition for a consideration
From that.
but you're the determiner for that. And we can simply read what they say, and whether it influences someone or not, that's up to the individual commissioner but it gives the school the space to offer their opinion. It's the same thing with the old school report cards. Schools had the right to apply for a reconsideration, and then PED would simply write them a note and say yes or no, and that was, it has to close out at some point in time. But I think if we gave them more than 10 days for that last response, that backs everything else up. And, and I don't think we can say 30 days because that backs us back another month.
Commissioner Creo.
The second, Ms. Chavez brought up a good point, and because the language is important. And so I just jotted down determination versus opinion. And I would agree that opinion does not necessarily have its place in rural, but using a word such as determination. It's the determination of so-and-so that, as opposed to the opinion of. I think it's more professional. We're regarding that information as in a more professional way. So I would ask that Ms. Barnes, or when you do the final thing.
I have Director Chavez's comments where she specifically put those in. So I'll go through and where it says contends, or there was one other, I can change it right now.
Thank you.
Yep. I think that's fine. And I appreciate the offering of a different word too. That way we don't have to think about it. But I think that's an appropriate term, determine instead of those things. So that's an easy thing. I can go and I'll do that right now.
We can thank Dr. Russell for that word.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Okay. Okay, so we'll keep going through, and I'm going down to. So the next part that the rules subcommittee discussed was going to be, let's see. Okay, so we're back to during, and I don't know if we can skip it if no one had a comment about it, but I know Director Chavez did bring up a concern in it, so I'll just come back to it. But Ms. Barnes did talk about in, on page 7 at the bottom. So it's the corrective action section. So 9.13 and specifically, number 3. So during that 3rd or 4th year, and this, like she said, was brought to us by Naomi, who said this was something that they did as a best practice when she was an authorizer. And this language is very specific because we thought as a rules subcommittee, it was important to keep it as an informal review meeting to where it was a subcommittee of the commission. So no quorum, no public meeting. And that there was also Naomi suggested sending a letter after, but we talked about it as a commission and said, you know, we felt like the informal nature of this meeting was what was most important about it. So it could be a conversation over, you know, these are things that the commission is seeing, could be, could lead to condition or lead to non-renewal, and allow CSD that opportunity to have that informal conversation in the 3rd or 4th year instead of, and that way they had a year to really focus on those items and see if they could correct them in those final year or 2 of their contract, so that by renewal time, it's a more, once again, it's just another opportunity to have clarity from the schools, clarity from us, but in an informal nature.
Just really quickly, I like that paragraph as it's written. I just have to run to the restroom.
And so this is,
And
basically, Becca, like a consultation with the school to say
Exactly.
where you are right now. And what are we going to do about that right now? If there are things that need to.
and it's only if the school requests it.
Right.
And
But
it
Director
offers the
Chavez did
record
have,
If a school didn't request it and they're sitting there with a recommendation for non-renewal and if they, you know, at that point in time say, hey, I didn't know, it's like, you know, or you didn't tell me, or if I had only known you wanted this instead of that, it's like, well, you had the opportunity to request that meeting and you didn't avail yourself of that opportunity. So this is where we sit at
Like
this point
extra
in time.
credit.
and it's also, we were also talking about that this meeting would be pretty much solely based off of reviewing their annual reports with them. Like it's not, no extra, nothing extra, just going through their annual reports and having that, you know, face-to-face, more personalized, informal meeting. But Director Chavez did have a concern, so I want to.
Yes,
You
so,
call
so thank you, Vice Chair Burke, commissioners. I was concerned when I read this because it did seem like we're doing mini renewal prior to renewal, and Lucy may be checking right now. I'm not sure, but we have some big renewal numbers coming up real soon, like I think 13 and then 20 something the following year. So say it's the year where we have 13 and we have 20 schools that also want a mini renewal consultation, that could end up being pretty huge. The other thing is that we are currently in the annual reports providing the roll up. I think that was the suggestion of one of the commissioners. And so we started to do that. So now in the annual reports, all of the indicator ratings for that charter term are codified. And we used to only do that for the renewal part A, but now we're doing it with every annual report. So every year, the schools will see whatever years of their charter term, every indicator, yellow, red, green. That in a sense sort of provides information and feedback to the schools on how they've been doing. And I'm not sure, because of the way this is worded, exactly what happens at this time. It seems to me like it may be more information that they might want to have. And I'm just a little concerned about managing expectations and workload with this.
Commissioner Gibson and myself.
This is not, and that has to be clearly communicated. This is not a mini renewal. And this would only truly be for schools that have, you know, been receiving the, you know, uncorrected unsatisfactories. That for a school that's in good standing, I think the direction has to be to that school. No, there's no need to meet because there are no ongoing concerns, that this is not going to be a meeting with the commission to discuss their renewal. This is a meeting with the commission because there's a concern based on annual reports that there's ongoing concerns, and they want to make sure they're on the path for correcting before they get to renewal. So that we're not just opening the door and saying, hey, all 20 schools that are up for renewal, come on down and have a conversation with us. That truly is not the case. But I do have a question based on the statement that was made. And I appreciate the fact that there's a roll up on the annual report. But my question is, was that a decision by the commission that go into it? I appreciate that it's there, but if it wasn't a decision by the commission and then just a commissioner called and said, hey, I would like that on there, that shouldn't be happening. That
It
should
was
be-
made at the meeting. That request was made at a meeting. I don't
So
think we
decided
voted
that.
on it,
No,
but
because the comment that
was-
was made was
yeah.
a commissioner
yeah,
asked for it.
it will,
So,
and it was me at a public meeting when we were looking over it.
but did we decide that that's what should be on there? Because that's what I get concerned with, that we're not just here. Oh, one commissioner wants this and another commissioner wants that those annual reports we codify.
Yeah, no, it was.
So it shouldn't
I mean, it was
change
made at a
unless
public
we
meeting
change
and
it.
no one said anything.
I don't care if
so-
it's at a public meeting. If it's not determined by the commission that that's what should be on there, that just because a commissioner says, hey, I would like this, that doesn't mean it happens. That the commission decides what as a whole goes into the report. I could ask for something at a public meeting. That doesn't mean I'm going to get it unless the commission agrees that I get it.
I think Ms. Gibson makes a really good point, because sometimes we do say, how about this? How about this? Julia types away, something ends up in there. And I think we should be more cognizant of at these points in time, we say, what are other thoughts? Is there any commissioner that has a problem with this? So that we're in that public meeting so that we can, it's nothing we're taking a vote on. We're just saying, hey, because you don't have to necessarily vote on that, but it's like speak now or forever hold your peace. If you're a commissioner that doesn't want this in there, now's the time to say so, whatever that might be.
On on what the annual report looks like. So we do.
But I'm just saying those little things like you're mentioning that somehow some commissioner just says, hey, I like the idea of providing lunch at no cost to the commissioners. And we just throw that in there, and then no one makes a comment on it and there it ends up in rule.
I like this a lot. I think it's different than the conversations. I think it's different than what you're doing with the school. What I was hearing from you, Karina, that you sit down and talk to the schools about where they are when you do the individual reports. I think this brings the commission in, a small group of commissioners that have that connection. So there's not a separation between CSD and your staff having these conversations and the commission. So I think there's something valuable about that. And I also think this is something, what I hear from you is like a focus in on technical assistance and support. I think this goes towards that in a lot of ways. This goes towards, being as transparent as possible, adding another opportunity to have a conversation beyond the paper trail that we send to people into schools. But we're actually sitting down and saying, hey, this is what you need to pay attention to if you want your school to continue to operate in good standing, without in an informal way. And so I think this is a win. I like it a lot. Good on Naomi to bring it in there.
So I'm texting with Naomi as we speak, and just asking her how it worked for her. And one of the things that she clarified about the process they implemented was that it was the school's boards that requested that meeting. So it was kind of like a board to board conversation, which to me changes my mind about this in a lot of ways. Because I do think, it's the boards that sign the contract with you. And so to me, that seems like a really good idea. Currently it reads staff. I don't think we should prevent them from coming, but I really love the idea of a board caring enough, wanting to check on how their school is doing and being the entity that requests the meeting.
I see charter school, and usually when we say charter school, we're talking about the governing board
Under 3, it says staff.
Staff from the state charter school.
from the state charter. Oh, I thought that was the division. Sorry. I was reading that the staff from the division.
Request it, but it says the staff. comes up. There should be board. Okay.
Great.
So maybe it should read governance council. Staff.
Should we just say state charter school like we had up on the first line? Just to,
Well, only if is the governance count. I have to go back to the definitions. Because if the definition of charter school means governance council, then we'd be good with it. Otherwise, it could be unclear. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think it, and in my mind, it was the governance council we were meeting with. But if there's not clarity there, but if we do say charter school and it's okay because you can switch it, then yeah.
we have to say board then, because it
Right.
says conversion school or a startup school authorized by the commission to operate as a public school. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And no, it doesn't. It just says a conversion school or startup charter school authorized by the commission to
Yeah,
operate.
so
a
we do
school-
have
a
to
public school.
specify board.
Yeah.
I wish we had uniform
Go ahead,
language for what you call the governance group. Because some are boards, some are, whatever's, and it's like, it gets, then sometimes the language is hard because we don't have a board, yeah.
Yeah, so to Karina's concern about every charter school maybe wanting to do that, you might want to use the language, a state charter school with renewal concerns. So that every charter school doesn't do this. I mean, going back to my extra credit example, the only student, the only students that did extra credit were the ones that didn't need to do extra credit. So you're gonna have schools that are excellent performing schools saying, hey, let's get their opinion and see what they're doing. So if you put possibly with renewal concerns, that might, eliminate the ones that have that issue.
I appreciate the spirit behind that, Commissioner Beck. Me personally, I think that if we have some eager beavers out there who are, sitting at an A minus and they want to get to that A plus, or they want to have to be reflective practitioners like we used to call teachers when I was teaching, we needed to be a reflective practitioner. We want our schools to be reflective practitioners. I think I would love it if there were some schools that are like, hey, we're hungry. We want to get better. Maybe there is a target population at their school that they're worried about, that maybe they still are okay and meeting criteria, but maybe they see that their English learners are not where they want to be, and to take stock in that. So
Yeah,
anyhow,
and I love your spirit. So we're spiritual together, but there is a time concern. There's a time concern.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I think, go to parent conferences. The only parents you see are the ones that, I don't want a school to feel compelled that they need to come before us because it's like, oh, they're gonna think we don't care enough. And I don't want schools to think that this is gonna reflect negatively on the really good performing schools. Just, it's like, how many times can you say to the parents, oh, doing really well, great kid, it's like, here we go. We're like, you could just put it on recording. I love to hear from good schools, but I don't think it's also our job to dig into that school that's having maybe those challenges with their EL population. That's not on us to offer them the suggestions on how they should be helping. That's on certainly Karina's division to have those conversations and the direction for this. So, I know I want to make everyone feel good about this, but that's not what these meetings are necessarily for, is to make people feel good about themselves. I'm that person that,
Doesn't give extra.
doesn't give extra credit. I don't take homework late, so this is a big haul for me to go with this. Just understand that.
Commissioner Burt, real quick, and then you, Karina.
Okay, so if everyone can look up there, it's actually up there. So I'm trying, and there is a definition of governing body, so I am able to use that. So now it says during the third or fourth year of the charter term, a governing body with specific renewal concerns may request an informal pre-renewal review meeting. The governing body, staff from the state charter school, the division, and a group of commissioners making up less than a quorum, whatever, right? And then it's to provide input. But it goes specifically into, they're going to provide input related to its possible renewal status after review. So it's not going to be
So
your
could we,
ELL concerns. It's your renewal
Alan
status.
was bringing that up.
So I'm interested in like language to do what the intention is.
So can we maybe further define it and say renewal concerns? That somehow based off of the annual reports, so that it really narrows down, so it's not just some other renewal concern. Because there's certain maybe renewal areas that we're not specifically looking at through those annual reports, but that it's, it's concerns that are directly generated from the feedback from the annual reports. And that should narrow the.
Keep reviewing the language as I write it, so you all can help.
Comma after annual reports on line 2,
I didn't hear you, Commissioner Creo.
comma. I think.
Based off,
After the word reports in that first sentence of, that's a really long sentence.
It's a very long sentence.
So I put a comma after the word reports. In the second sentence of there.
So actually I don't need a comma after term.
So my comment real quickly is that Naomi said that this was that they only did it with schools that were not on track for renewal, and it was really highly effective in ensuring that the schools didn't appeal a decision.
but I think that's what, I think
Yeah.
this narrows it
So
down.
how do we put that in there?
I don't
how
think
do
we
we-
have to.
This is
I
not
think we
language
did
to
it
add,
based
it's
off
sort
of
of
the annual
just-
reports, the concerns. So those are the schools that are not on track for renewal, or at least on track for renewal with some big conditions.
And again, when you're dealing with the situation with appeal, that's the extra credit issue,
Yeah.
right? We gave them that opportunity.
Right.
Okay, so now it says a governing body with renewal concerns based on specific issues on prior annual reports. And limits the scope too.
From a sentence structure perspective, it just sounds kind of
Terrible.
odd where you're placing the commas.
I hate all of it.
I think you would need a comma after a governing body, because then you're saying if you remove with renewal concerns based on specific issues on prior annual reports, it would be a governing body may request an informal pre-renewal review meeting. So typically, whenever I place commas in sentences, I consider what is following the thing in commas. And it just sounds better with the comma after governing body.
It's shorter now too. I don't know how it got a little bit shorter, but it's only like 2 lines instead of 4. Okay. All right.
I think even you might
Yeah.
be able to remove that comma after governing body,
That's what I'm thinking too.
and just have it.
Both of them.
Yeah, I don't think they're really necessary.
Mm-mm. Maybe one just after term. Okay.
Should we move on to the next?
Yep. All right, let me go back down to where. Okay. Okay, so the next item that is going to be and I'm also going through Director Chavez's comments too. So I'm talking about if anything that the rules subcommittee kind of looked at, but also I have Director Chavez's right here too. So the next one is going to be B2, just right under here. So if the commission decides to issue a notice is the start of it. And it says the meeting shall be scheduled no sooner than 10 days from the date of the chair's notice to the state charter school. And Director Chavez had a concern that, does this require a special meeting then by having this language? I think it's actually making it to where you don't have to have a special meeting because it's no sooner than 10 days. And so it would
So
go on
does-
the next regular meeting.
So it happens during the meeting. Okay. I don't know if we want to add language that, otherwise I think we're going to be meeting multiple times a month already. Sharon's like, what?
Yeah, I think this actually means that it would be on the net, like maybe instead of no sooner than 10 days from the date of the chairs, the meeting shall be scheduled at the next regular meeting no sooner than 10 days. And that way it's not a surprise to the school, is what it's trying to do. Yes, 4. I could take a look.
Well, that's in OMA.
Yeah.
OMA's a fine.
But then this allows for the chair to be able to have a special meeting if there's a health or safety concern.
That's all.
And actually, I don't know, okay, yeah. Okay. So I think that would make it to where it's more specific, that it's not requiring any special meetings. All right, and then the next one is D2. So this one. So this one is, the director had a concern that if we like basically eliminate this from the school's record, then it would make it to where we cannot even consider, like there's no consideration that there was ever any, there was never this concern to have been made, that we can't ever go back and look at it and take it into consideration in the future. Did I summarize that correctly? Like in the simple form?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
So
Well, it's like having your record expunged. It's like, on one
Yes.
hand, it seems, I don't know, it seems very fair. But on the other hand, it's like if they've had a we could constantly have them rectify their letters of concern. But híjole, there's been 12 of them. You have a history of this behavior. So,
So
once again, summarizing the issue.
And Commissioner Carrillo, to some degree, the charter school's performance does get expunged with the past terms, right? So if we're talking about a charter school that's in term 3 up for renewal, we never go back to what happened in term 1 and term 2 to use it as a basis for a renewal decision at term 3. But
Term, you don't mean that a year one or year two, you mean that.
I mean the
Five.
contract.
Got it. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure.
Commissioner Gibson.
So is it possible to, in the annual report, simply have a record that the school received X number of letters and corrected X, so that in the annual report, it's shown that record of performance. However, I think the spirit of this is in the recommendation for renewal or non-renewal. There's not going to be language that says they had 5 letters of concern sent out, and that's what's helping us determine they shouldn't be renewed. But if we want to keep track of how they fix things, I think we could keep that, perhaps, maybe.
So my concern
But
with that
not,
is, sorry,
it can't be in the language for the decision by the division, or it shouldn't be, well, you can't say what's going to be in the minds of a commissioner in terms of what they're going to determine. How I vote, if I don't publicly express that, we sent them 3 letters of concern, but I know we sent them 3 letters of concern, and that helps influence, there's no way you can fully express 100% all the reasons why you're voting no. You take your big pictures and say, this is why I'm voting no, but there's a lot of mitigating factors that go into it. And that certainly, is going to play into it. I get that, and I'm in the same quandary. I get that it's nice for the slate, because, the chair sends out a letter that says you're back to good standing. But does that mean we completely forget that, and I don't know if expungement is the spirit, excuse me, the spirit of that letter. Yes, they're in good standing, but there is a record of the fact that they weren't in good standing, excuse me, for some period of time. And I don't think that gets completely forgotten. I think there has to be recognition for the fix. So I don't know if we want to look at that annual report and say, hey, maybe there's something we need to put into the annual report. The director's completely right. If I get a letter of concern or a letter of breach, and I'm in year 5 of my contract, I get a new contract, it's gone. It is completely gone, because now I'm starting a new contract, and that is completely forgotten. It doesn't roll into the next year. So there is that, because it's a new contract. So, we cannot, that's been clearly defined for us, and our hands are tied.
How's that been defined for us?
Oh, by
Is it by
court.
statute?
Yeah.
Well, I don't
know
want to say
if
by
it's
district
necessarily
court because they're
statute,
looking,
but it's certainly in court records that, you start a brand new contract. So your contract term is solely that 5 years. And
so
that's your record.
I have a problem. There's a challenge I have with that, and that is if there's been a history of a certain behavior, whether it's a new contract term or not. It's like, okay, you've completed rehab. We're really proud of you. And today's a new day. Well, I know that, but but these are my concerns here, because, if I'm one of 2 or 3 schools that I won't mention today that haven't been on the agenda, thankfully, it's like, that their council is just looking for where we slipped up. Like if we determined that something was being included in our decision for a non-renewal, when in fact, but it wasn't written or something, the district court's going to say, they couldn't have known, and you didn't have a right to do that. And that's my concern, because they're always, it's unfortunate, but they're always looking for ways to beat us, and it's on a technicality. That's how they win. It's not on really merits, it's technicalities. I just want to make sure there are none.
So I I understand the spirit behind this. And I understand the trepidation that we might have, and I think somebody used expunged their record, which sounds more severe than I think we want to do. The logic puzzle that I'm in right now is I'm thinking, and maybe this is very obvious to you all, so I'm going to ask a question. If we had a school that had repeat notices of breach or a notice of concern, how often would that notice of breach or notice of concern also be found within the performance framework? And how often would it be, there would be actually absolutely no evidence at all that there is a notice of breach or concern issue coming out of the performance framework each year? That's I guess that's the part that I'm thinking about. I know obviously there are certain things with certain schools where there is a safety concern, for instance, or something like that. I'm thinking about are most notices of concern or notices of breach completely neutral within the annual report? Do you understand what I'm asking? I'm basically asking, would the annual report still have whoa, baby, you got some reds in here, even though we're going to expunge the record?
I do think that there are
Yeah.
cases where that could be the case, the situation, especially like financial, because there's going to be financial audit findings, and maybe we find out something that, that would lead to that. I mean, I think maybe we should review the language in this rule that talks about when we're giving those notices, when we're implementing the intervention ladder. But I think there's always that possibility.
Yeah. Is that rare? I guess what I'm asking is that rare that it would be found in there would be other evidence within the annual reports that we would have? This is obviously, I guess that's what I'm trying to see if there is. I think the answer is yes, there's probably a problem here, potentially, where there might be we don't want to expunge everything off of this, but I'm also thinking if there is a financial thing that you just mentioned, would that be in alignment to just a notice of breach and then revocation, and then going into revocation? So there's the other, the intervention ladder would still continue in the moment versus waiting until the annual report or the end of the renewal.
Maybe a notice of concern is eliminated out of that, because that's to me the simple little nudge. Hey, there's a concern. If a school has had, because I can see that a notice of concern, and I know it's tough when schools haven't provided timely notice of their governance council things, and then they get a notice of concern. Is that going to be my determination for it's not? So maybe we bump it up a bit and just say, if you've had a notice of breach during the term, because that is, those are far rarer that we issue those. And those are really serious events, that. Right. Yeah. Because, sometimes we've been kind and done the notice of breach when we could have really done a notice of revocation at that moment, but it's no, let's take the breath and do the notice of breach. But, like I said, they're not that often, and they are far more significant than notices of concern. I get a little concerned about, because there could be a ton of notices, there could be. So, if we backed off maybe a little bit and just made it, I think notices of breach, whether they've been fixed or not, are significant events to be considered, not just the fact that, yes, they fixed it, but, usually those are, they weren't serving students well, so yeah, they fixed it, but, how well did they fix it? And maybe they did enough at that time to get back in good standing because we weren't going to close them. But, so that's a possible suggestion with that.
Yeah. Commissioner Creo.
So first, I think we violated the rule of the incredible run-on sentence. That's just related to this paragraph here. But on a serious note, it could be something like repeated correcting notices of concern or breach may be grounds for non-renewal. And the thing is, and the reason I say notices of concern, we have notices of concern at different schools. One that we've discussed, safety issue. I mean, we've come to you so many times saying your campus is not secure. Your back doors are open. There's no one greeting people. There's no one to see or greet people when they enter the building. And we might issue that notice of concern over and over, and then they kind of correct it, and then they don't. And it's like, that's a safety issue. And so I would want that taken into account. It's great that they followed up, but how many times you can let somebody follow up?
We do multiple notices of concern on the same issue. That we do a notice of concern, the way the intervention ladder works, you do that notice of concern, the school is required to respond and fix it. And if they don't, then the commission makes a determination, well, it hasn't been fixed. And certainly if it's a safety issue, I don't even think we're issuing the notice of concern.
Well, I think that's not what I think it's about if they fix that notice of concern and
Yeah.
then the issue comes back up and you issue another notice of concern. That's what I think it's talking about. Not
Yeah.
that they didn't fix it, it's that they did fix it, but then a
It's
year
ongoing.
later,
Yeah.
it
another,
creeps
yep.
back up. And so you give another notice of concern because you're like, hey, like, maybe it's not a big issue. And so you're like, this is inappropriate, you guys need to do that. And so that's what I think this is saying is that when a notice of concern is issued on the same topic repeatedly, that then it can be grounds for.
What
for
if you
these
just
things
change the
again.
words will not to may? Correcting notice of concern or notice of breach may be grounds.
No, it's not. A corrected notice of concern will not be. So if they get
No,
a
I know
notice
what
of
it
concern,
says.
I know, but that's correct. So
But
if they
I'm-
get one notice of concern, they correct it, we cannot use that one for non-renewal, renewal conditions or revocation. But this is saying if they then have, like they correct it and then they do the same thing over again or something similar, but just slightly different, then we can use it. So it's saying that if they get a notice of concern and they correct it, we're not going to hold that against them for one time. They get one notice of concern, they can correct it, and we will not use that to make a high stakes decision. But I do think one of my concerns is that, and I agree with that, actually. I think that's appropriate because I do want notice of concerns to be support to the school. Like, hey, this is serious. You do need to fix it. And I don't want it to be like that it's this be all end all. We're going to close you down because of it. But what I'm concerned about this is if it's multiple things, but different, like that we give one notice of concern about a financial thing, they fix it. And then the next time it's a notice of concern about their governing board and they fix it. And then the next time it's a notice of concern because now they're doing their ed program wrong. And so and then they fix it. And so it's like, how many notices of concern can we give over different topics before it's also an issue? Because maybe that like the administrative, they like put their focus into that issue. And so then another one fails, and once again, I don't know if this is going too far down like a very rare path to where it's not necessary, because I think that may not be the intention of this either. And once again, I think a lot of those things will show up in the annual report as well. Like if they're not doing that, following their ed program, and they get a letter of concern, they're going to have a red on their ed program that year in the annual report. So that's what the record is for when it comes to renewal, non-renewal, stuff like that. But I think this to me makes sense. I do think it's a run-on sentence and we can probably make it into two different ones, but I can do that at lunchtime. But I think it makes sense that if it's a notice of breach, then we should be looking at notices of breach. That's serious.
I think so too.
Okay.
And I agree. I know the spirit from school's legal counsel was, we don't want it to appear anywhere, and that just can't be the case.
Not for breach.
Right.
I think
For
it's fair
notice
for
of
the
concern,
concern and they correct it. Yeah,
absolutely,
don't
yeah.
use it against them.
Yeah,
Because we don't want it to become this like
Correct.
massively punitive
right,
thing. Like, I think that's in the spirit of what we want as well.
right,
Yeah.
right.
But a
Yeah.
breach is significant.
Yeah. I mean,
Exactly. So that, you know, that even if it was corrected, there has to be a record that people get to see, especially, you know, I also think of, you know, as we cycle in with new commissioners, you know, you're coming in for a first year renewal cycle and you don't have any history with letters of breach that went out and discussions with schools. So I think it's important to get some historical background on the schools. And it's an important piece of the story of that school. Even if they did fix it, it goes to capacity of the school that they were able to fix it.
Commissioner Creel.
Since I did hear the L word, and there is a lot more left in this,
There's not much more.
in the rule, there's a whole bunch more.
So there's just not much more of the changes that we have not yet discussed or Director Chavis's comments.
Well, we just, my sense is there's enough that it could easily take another half an hour.
Okay. Doesn't matter.
Well, that's well, Commissioner Creel, you've bullied us into a corner. I'm just kidding you. Let's take our lunch break. Are you all okay coming back a little bit before 2 o'clock?
Mhm.
Take 45 minutes?
Yeah.
We'll call it 2 o'clock. If you get back a little bit earlier, we'll jump in. We'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Still getting used to my profile every time I look up at that screen. I don't know if anyone else feels the self-consciousness that I do, but every time. Where's my hair at?
Very confident in my hair.
I think I look good.
Yep.
His hair. He said his hair was white.
Let's jump back into the rule, and if somebody could remember about what line we're at, back, we were done? Oh, that's right, we were done.
As soon as my computer starts, I can help.
Okay.
There's 3 more comments from Karina. Their last 3 were the last one. Hold on.
Karina, do you remember where that was?
Hold on. Okay, so we are on 6.2.9.15C. And so this comment was so this is 6.2.9.15. It's on page, I don't know.
9.
Okay. And letter C, and Director Chavez had that the recommendation should be made after the school has had a chance to review the analysis and respond, so that CSD is making the recommendation on the most accurate information available. So it's that second sentence of C about including the recommendation in that preliminary renewal analysis. That may not be.
Yes, thank you. And I also think that this will likely increase the chance that we'd have more information, like the academic data potentially. But I do think that if we can send the schools the preliminary, they get back to us, they could present something like we experienced with one of the schools. And evidence that we should not make a recommendation because they have evidence that would change what we recommend. I would like that opportunity. So they're going to get the renewal analysis. It's going to have everything we believe to be true. We're willing to listen, make edits, change, and I would like to have that opportunity, see what they say before we send you all a recommendation.
I don't see where that's not an opportunity that's in there, because it doesn't say anything about the schools providing feedback, if I'm looking at C correctly. So why wouldn't that all already be contemplated in there? Am I wrong?
Chair Gibson, currently it reads that the preliminary renewal analysis shall include the division's preliminary recommendation, and I am saying to renew, not renew, or renew with conditions.
But what you're saying is so it's on the next line, Commissioner Gibson, that the school seeking to renew its charter may provide a written response to the preliminary renewal analysis within 10 days of receipt.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's
it's
where they
actually in
get,
D.
that's what you're
Okay.
saying. They want that, where is it that they can respond to it? It would be there.
Commissioner Creel.
It should, in item C, the last word, or the word renewal furthest to the left, it should just say renew. Or not to renew, not to, yeah, I should say renew, yeah. And I have a question for you on things like this. How come we don't line? At least when they're being worked on in drafts, how come we don't do line numbers? So it's really easy to find stuff when, like on legal docs, when you do it that way. I didn't know if there's a reason why we don't do it, but it's certainly easier to have them when you're working with drafts.
I thought Google Docs erased the lines.
Like the line numbers, or if you
Yeah,
put like
on the
line.
I
side.
think it
Oh, I
does.
don't know. Does it?
Yeah.
Oh,
As far as
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
not an option in Google Docs.
versus Google
I
Docs.
know.
I think you have the ability to change your mind. This is an attempt to tell the school 30 days before this got very serious, and there's more things that they have to do, that they have to trigger to ask a different kind of renewal. You can change your mind after the preliminary analysis. It's not your final analysis, and it's not being submitted to the commission. This is the back and forth.
So would it be better if D was before C?
No,
I'm just asked because I'm just trying to figure this out, because I think I'm still unclear. But if it talked about the school seeking renewal had the ability to provide, and then the divisions will analyze each renewal application, and so I don't, I'm still kind of unclear as to what the.
Well, the end of C is still nebulous. It's just kind of,
So I think what my understanding is what we're discussing is, should the preliminary analysis include a recommendation? And so I think what Director Chavez is saying is, like, she doesn't want to include a recommendation until after the back and forth. But I understand that it does make sense, but also I think it might be good to just go ahead and do, based off of the information you have right there that day, make a recommendation. I think it's more transparent to say, based off of this preliminary analysis, this would be my recommendation. And then once again, they have 10 days then to respond. And if they have an understanding that they have the opportunity to possibly change that recommendation, they might actually take it even more seriously, or be more proactive in providing information or getting back to it. So I think it might be more transparent to go ahead and give the recommendation at this time, but then allow the CSD allow itself to change that recommendation before it comes to the commission.
And I thought that's actually kind of what happened. So I thought that's what was contemplated here.
That is what's contemplated, but the concern was, Director Chavez said she doesn't feel comfortable making the recommendation at all until after they provide feedback to the analysis.
But I think for the school, if I was the school leader, I think that preliminary recommendation would help me to target what my response might be. Because I could make a response on something that was not as maybe significant to the decision making, but if I know the decision is, renewal with conditions and there's the possible condition, then I know how to target my response. So
Or even if you need to respond, because maybe if the preliminary recommendation is renewal with no
I don't need
conditions,
to respond.
then I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna worry about all these little nitpicky
Exactly.
things then.
Yep,
I-
I'm good to go.
Yeah, instead of,
Yeah.
or if it's renewal with conditions and they want to just focus on that condition, then instead of once again, all the nitpicky things that they possibly could,
Right.
that
Yeah.
could make it like narrow the focus.
Yeah.
Instead of them being nitpicky on every single thing, because they don't know how severe this,
Yeah,
this
now-
analysis is.
Now that we're talking this through, I could live with a preliminary renewal analysis with recommendation because it could affect the feedback that we get from the school, right? Because if they know, maybe we're pointing out a weakness, right? But we're still recommending renewal for 5 years, which is what happened this past year. It might have calmed them down a little bit and they wouldn't have like come back as hard. Okay, so I'm retract that comment.
I think also that triggers their request for a more serious hearing, so they need to have. And then we've separated the annual reports from any renewal, so the renewal is the first time they're gonna be seeing that.
So the last word still needs to be renew instead of renewal in that paragraph. Thanks.
Julia, can you talk to the more serious hearing discussion that or comments that you just made? Where's that?
Well, under J, under section J, so a school can request from the PEC that they not have the more informal renewal hearing, that if they've got a notice of non-renewal, a recommendation for non-renewal, the school can trigger a more formalized process because it's more like a revocation hearing. It is and it creates a more formalized record. And it's this same 3 hours, 1 hour, 1 hour with questions. So it's under section J.
I don't have, mine says section I think. Oh, I don't know.
It's under I. J is simply the procedure for a non-renewal hearing procedure.
So
would be as
I
follows.
is the regular one.
Right.
And then J is the non-renewal, more serious procedure that
Oh,
I think the
gotcha.
director was
Okay.
asking about.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, this has never occurred, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So this is new and it's almost like the revocation hearing that we're planning, right? Which is a lot more formal, a lot more. Okay.
And it was requested by the schools. Commissioner Gibson was kind of led the charge of making sure that the school had to ask for it.
Right.
It's not automatic. And that it would create a record that, in my view, as the lawyer for the PEC, would substantiate a possible non-renewal, because that non-renewal will very likely go up on appeal.
All right, and so I'm with you now. And my concern in this section is it feels a little weird that it says, put CSD out there and they may or may not have counsel, or you figure it out. And it's kind of like, I just would like for the commission to consider having Julia sit down with OGC and talk this through. And because it feels a little, it's a new legal-ish or a pretty legal process. The hearing, and So because it's a new process, because CSD is maybe there with the council or maybe not, I think that, I think that this needs a little bit more thought.
I think, and just correct me if I'm wrong, if it says through council, if elects to have council, that's basically discriminating between if OGC is going to be the group or an external council, correct? Because there's going to be council, the OGC is going to be involved. Or is there some other spirit? behind that?
I'm asking the OGC input
They're-
into
they don't
this
have to.
written.
They don't
It
have
could
to.
just be, it just could be the division putting on the case themselves if that was the decision. That would have to be, I guess, an internal decision made
Right.
by PED.
Yeah.
With that.
Right, and I think that OGC gets involved when there's an appeal hearing, right? So currently, the conversation with OGC about another revocation hearing that we're talking about. Like, I don't know that OGC could be the attorney here, there, and, wherever else. So I think that there needs to be a conversation. It needs to be clarified. We need to be able to prepare for it. And I feel like because this is creating a new legal process that has not existed prior, that I want for there to be really good cooperation between this body and PED so that we're all good. Because I'm concerned about
I mean, I could see that there may be a concern that they may not want to do this if they're the ones that are involved perhaps in the appeal. So here's what I'm thinking, and I could be completely off base, but if you eliminated through council if it elects and just gave the division up to an hour to present its information to us, which isn't any different in that sense than the normal renewal hearing. This formalizes it more, but if we eliminated, not to try to throw them out, I don't necessarily think it requires a lawyer coming in to, no offense to lawyers, but I don't think it requires a lawyer to come in and speak for the division, the case for why this shouldn't be renewed. The record stands for itself. It just gives the division a longer period of time to present more extensive information about the decision for renewal or non-renewal, because you've got limited to what, 15 minutes in a traditional renewal hearing. This expands it so it would allow more evidence to come in to substantiate the division's decision. But before and does it have to be, I'm a little confused where it says it's recommendation and supporting evidence for renewal or non-renewal. Would we be having any of these hearings if there was a recommendation for renewal? No. So why, so that kind of confused me there. It's like, no, I want a hearing about my renewal.
How about renewal with conditions? Do you think that would be? No.
No, we're not, no. Take that back.
Just
Keep
so you
eating.
guys know,
Cindy, can you take that?
Yeah.
Per Brower, Patty Matthews has her hand raised.
Miss
What
Matthews?
Commissioner Carrillo had.
Oh, yeah. Commissioner Creo, then Miss Matthews.
I have a couple of questions. One, I just noticed it's 3A under J. J3A will have 1 hour to present. I don't think there should be a time limit to present. I think you need the time you need to present a case, just as it would be anywhere else. The idea of saying it should be only 1 hour, I don't like that. But the other question I have is, why is the division, shouldn't it be the commission, the division in presenting its case? The division may supplement any grounds. Why isn't it the commission?
We're the judge.
Well, this is based on a recommendation by CSD for non-renewal. So they're supporting their recommendation for non-renewal.
Okay, I see.
It's actually in the same format. So this was something that I was questioning. So when we do any renewal hearing, when we set it up, we do 15 minutes CSD presents, 15 minutes the school presents, then we do PEC questions. I mean, we have that on the agenda. We have it stated. I mean, that's what we've done. Who know? I don't know how long, forever. Okay. So I knew the last 2 years, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty standard for a renewal hearing. So all this is actually doing is extending the time really, because it's instead of 15 minutes CSD, it's an hour CSD. Instead of 15 minutes to school, it's an hour the school. Then we still have PEC questions after which would be untimed
Okay.
and continued. So it's really just allowing for, it's a more
Well,
serious,
non-renewal, yeah.
it's
That's why I
non-renewal,
said, okay,
right?
thank
So
you.
it's allowing them to have that.
Thank you.
Instead of 15 minutes, they get an hour. It's really the biggest difference, honestly.
Ms. Matthews?
I don't think she heard you.
Patty Matthews, if you can
I'm
hear
sorry,
me.
I was muted talking to myself. So back to Commissioner Gibson's question about why would we even have one of these hearings if there wasn't a recommendation from CSD? If I recall in the process once CSD does the analysis of the renewal application, yes, it has either recommended or not, but am I wrong that the commission itself could not also in that prior notice that goes out 30 days in advance say, well, we don't agree with the commit or the recommendation or the analysis of the CSD, and we do see that there's a possibility of non-renewal? That's why I think that it's up to the, it could either be a recommendation at the charter school and or it could be something the commission has flagged that they think they're going to vote not to renew. And that's where I think that came from. And I also, since you're throwing around 15 minutes for presentations on the good charter renewals, you might want to put that in the statute because there's no timing requirement in the rule.
Yeah, and Ms. Matthews, thanks for that, because I think it is still just on non-renewal, but it should be, you're right. Thanks for picking that up. It should be a decision of non-renewal either based on the charter school division's recommendation or that review, an indication by the commission that there's a possibility for non-renewal. But I still think the evidence for renewal should be out of there. I just think it should be evidence for non-renewal. Oh, you did? Oh, because usually it changes. Oh, because I'm not.
Patty, can you go over again? Tell me where you were thinking of making changes. I'm sorry, I was just trying to find it.
I haven't really actually had a time to look at this red line. I just got it today. So Commissioner Gibson, help me. Where did you find that? Or isn't it under H?
We have to back up to where
I see it on H. Okay.
Seeking to renew its charter, a timely request that the commission follow the non-renewal, so, okay, but there's no, so H, I think it's in H that we have to change because it just says if the division provides a recommendation, it should be if the division or the commission, something about the commission triggering that should be an H.
The commission sends out that letter. So it should be during.
Yes. All right, then I'm going to look at 3A. The distinction that in speaking to the PED lawyers was whether the division was suggesting it or the commission. And if the commission is suggesting it, they provide the presenting attorney. If the division presents it, then they provide the presenting attorney. That PED didn't want to be providing a lawyer for something that the commission was suggesting. So I'll look at 3A and B for the presenting party, which is what we've done before, so that it's I know, but I still want to, somewhere I'm going to say that there's an ability to have counsel. They don't have to choose it, but let me look at that language. Because the only reason is that if the commission says, we think we're going to you might be non-renewed, and CSD says renew with conditions, CSD shouldn't be presenting the case for non-renewal. They've recommended. So the way that we dealt with it in the revocation is the presenting party, whoever is recommending. I'll make that change.
That's it for this. That's all I have.
There's somebody else with their hand raised.
Great. Do you know who they are?
SO.
Sam Obuchang. Go ahead, Sam. You can go ahead and join us here.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. I'm just wondering, what is the mechanism by which the PEC would indicate that they are potentially going to make a decision to non-renew? I know the preliminary analysis and the recommendation from the division would be their recommendation. But what is the mechanism by which the PEC would indicate that there's a potential for non-renewal?
That's such a great question, Sam. And we actually just started implementing that mechanism last year for the first time. So what happens is in November, after the analysis comes out, the preliminary analysis comes out from CSD, the PEC meets in November and reviews the renewal application and the preliminary analysis, and creates a letter for the school that is very explicit in any concerns that the commission may have for the school. And in that letter is where the PEC would indicate if non-renewal was something that would be considered by the commission at that time. And that would give them a little bit more than 30 days notice before their hearing as to the exact concerns the commission has based off of the information that they have available at that time.
And I'm adding that here.
So we did that for the first time last year. And so that is going to be something, I think it worked well, and it seemed like the schools appreciated having that clear information from the PEC to them.
And Sam, I'm adding it to E. I'm adding that phrase to E,
So,
which is that 30-day letter.
so the 30-day letter then is, if the commission agrees then with the recommendation, or is it they don't send a letter, or do they send a letter regardless?
Regardless. So typically what we did last year was any of the any of the concerns that CSD presented in its preliminary analysis were automatically added to the letter. Those were automatically considered. And then it also gave the commission, the commissioners, individual opportunities to bring up other concerns they may have. Because we did recognize, and I can be very personal about this because I did this the first year. There was something that was not a part of the analysis that I raised against a school during the renewal hearing. And we did end up adding a condition at that time, but we have really tried to make strides in not doing that to schools, to where they don't have to come up to their renewal hearing and get surprised by additional things being added on by the commission. And so that's why we're trying to do those kind of that level of analysis before, so that they can come and have, when they do their presentation, they can address those concerns as part of their hearing instead of being surprised by something that gets brought up on the moment.
I totally appreciate that. And I think as long as the the preliminary analysis includes that recommendation that you were talking about, because I think when we went through the last time, the preliminary analysis did not include a recommendation, so it was confusing as to what to focus on. So as long as those are, I think, in concert, I think that's awesome. So thank you for
Awesome.
that.
Yeah,
answer.
great. And I think we did actually, thank you for, I feel like that's a good confirmation of the decision that was just made. So we actually are including that in the rule that moving forward, preliminary analysis will include a preliminary recommendation. So it would allow for CSD to be able to update their recommendation based off of other information that the school presents. But it does, I think that's exactly what, thanks for confirming the intention of that, of
Yes,
making
ma'am.
sure schools very transparent as to what the preliminary recommendation is going to be at that time.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. I was going to weigh in on that, but you guys went down the correct road. So thank you for
Great.
that.
Perfect.
Sam, not to put you on the spot, but did you have anything else on the rule?
Not really. I'm a little, what's the word? Timid, or I'm just wondering about that new move for an informal governing body to PEC I don't even remember what you called it, but I think it was Naomi's suggestion about in year 3 or 4. That just feels to me a little bit squishy and not clear in terms of what an outcome of that meeting would be. I think you mentioned it would be informational purposes only. I just feel like, and maybe I shouldn't say this from a school's perspective, I just feel like it is a slippery slope for the commission, not so much for the school. I'm not sure what the outcome of that would be and how it might fit into the overall renewal decision-making process. But that could just be me.
Well, let me explain what Naomi was thinking, which the reason that I raised it with the subcommittee, the subcommittee has been clarifying that the renewal is separate from the annual reports. So the annual reports look at performance for that year. It builds that record of performance, but it isn't kind of prejudging or renewal with conditions. It kind of stands on its own. Then we had the renewal process, which really starts to be clarified 30 days before the hearing, which is pretty close to the hearing. And what Naomi was saying is, well, first, you can't fix anything in the last 30 days. There's not time, or you should have presented, the school should have presented it earlier if this process is working. And that's when Naomi was suggesting what she had done and offered it to schools and found it very helpful, which was the year before kind of saying to a school, if you request it, we'll sit down and look at this through the lens of renewal or non-renewal or renewal with conditions. And it will be CSD and a small group of commissioners that will give you feedback on your record of performance. And what she was saying is that it was very successful in allowing a school to really have time to fix things. So I hear what you're saying about it being informal, and it says it's informal, but it also alleviates, in my mind, from kind of a fairness perspective. There's a little part of that says if a school doesn't know till 30 days in advance that we really think that they should be non-renewed, that's late. And so this gives a school an opportunity to come forward and say, what do we do? So that's the conversation. If any commissioner wants to weigh in on from the subcommittee.
Now that you explained it, I don't want to.
And if I may, the concern that I have is I'm not sure what the outcome would be. So if, let's say we have a meeting and the governing council says, we want to make sure we're on track for renewal. And after looking through the information that comes from the annual site reports, the annual report, then everybody walks away from the meeting and says, oh yeah, you're on track for renewal. Or, oh no, you're not on track for renewal. Or you might be on track for renewal with conditions. I'm just not clear that what the takeaway would be from anybody, because I could see the school saying, oh no, you told us last year in our informal meeting that we were on track for renewal, and now all of a sudden something comes up and we're not on track for renewal. So you guys messed up, or the opposite, right? It seems very squishy and slippery to me. So I just don't clearly understand what the outcome of that meeting would be.
Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Beck.
Yeah, Sam, and thanks for that, but I think we clarified it a little bit more earlier when we did identify that it's only schools that have had unsatisfactory, uncorrected designations. So that we're not talking to every school. A school that has been all greens and yellows in their performance framework, they're not coming up before us. And but I share some concern that I don't want commissioners to be saying to a school, because that's not what we're doing. Yes, you're on track for, yes, you're not going to be renewed. There's not a commitment at this time by commissioners in any way, but there have been identified deficiencies or shortcomings of the school that have been consistent over a 2 to 3 year period. And just to have a conversation with the school as to a pathway forward with the governance council of the school, with a pathway forward to try to get them back on track to alleviate these concerns. But in no way will there be any kind of assurances that they're not going to be renewed, but their renewal process is on paper problematic based on the information as it stands at that year 3.
Lucy, if you go back up to page 7, maybe we take out this phrase, number 3. Oh, right there. So the highlighted phrase may be related to suggested areas of improvement to make, and that's all that's done. Because that takes out the, Commissioner A having to say, well, I think you're not on track. It's on page 7. You don't have pages. 13, section 13, corrective action, item A3. And so that phrase, maybe we take out its possible renewal status and just leave related to suggested areas of improvement. Because what my understanding that Naomi said is that she was like, look, this finding right here is super serious and I think you can fix it. And in order to fix it, you should do X, Y, or Z, or CSD is happy to talk to you about doing a plan, or something to get your these areas of growth higher.
But we're still triggering it off of
It's just what happens in the meeting,
annual
just
report.
what happens in the meeting.
Right.
Commissioner Beck, and then Patty Matthews. I don't know if your hand is up for a different thing. You can go after Commissioner Beck and then Creo.
Yeah, I was going to reiterate what Commissioner Gibson said, pretty much. There's not going to be any kind of outcome from this meeting. This is just a meeting to tell the school where our concerns are in terms of the possibility of a non-renewal. We're not going to say, if you fix this, you look good for renewal. And we're nowhere in that realm at all. This is just an informal discussion with the school that here's what we recognize as something that really needs to be fixed. Excuse my voice. It's something that you really should take a look at doing. Nothing on an outcome.
Patty Matthews, if your hand is still up for something different.
I had actually a couple things. I'll start with the one you're on. I just want to ask this question. I understand you don't want any commissioner to put the commission itself in a position of them going back and saying, well, you didn't say we weren't going to get rid of it. I got that. But let's just say you're in this meeting and it's pretty darn evident there is a problem, right? And given the scope or the breadth of the problem, it's a problem. Is there an intent, or Julia, is it within our processes that we've described here, after that meeting, even though it's informal and it's summarized in a letter, which is what I thought you represented to me on the phone yesterday, is that right? That, let's just say that's what you say, here are the issues we saw, and we're not necessarily going to tell you how to fix it, but this is what we see, these are problems. Again, if you get a school that's in one of these meetings and it's like, holy cats, what the heck are you all doing there? Would the commission come out of that? And I think this is where Sam was going with okay, we just met with this school. It's a problem. We need to issue them a notice. Is that like going to happen, or is that contemplated within the processes? Because I appreciate this concept. Don't have a problem with it. I think the wording needs to be a little tighter, but again, I see you and I both, we talked about this, Sam just now brought it up. I think that there needs to be an outcome of this. If, maybe the sentence could be added. If the, subcommittee of the commission believes it's warranted, it will take back to the full commission a concern that a notice of I don't know, I think you've taken out the notice of non-renewal now. I don't know if it's still there. Or proceed down the ladder. Because it's almost like you cannot unsee it, right? So what do you do with it once you've seen it? And I think that it's more of well, you didn't say we were going to get non-renewed after you knew all of this stuff. And I guess I'm trying to help with a more finite outcome of that rather than it being so informal. And that may work in because you know how embedded New Mexico is. We are this is completely public entity stuff. Many of these other charter schools and examples they're looking at are nonprofit corporations. So I'll stop talking on that one. And then I had, do you want me to stop and then pick up on my other questions?
Yeah, just real quick, Patty, we'll take on this real quick. Commissioner Creo, then Commissioner Gibson.
The area that, Julia, that you had highlighted, I believe it started at charter school related or charter school. It was the area that you had highlighted in light blue a minute ago, where it was going to be picked up. Yeah. Related to on suggested areas. It just, I like the idea of just eliminating really just all those extra words that don't need to be there, where you're just moving on right from the point to suggested areas of improvement.
So take that.
I mean, I don't know what
out the
others think.
phrase.
It just seemed like a lot of extra words that didn't need to be there.
But do you want the renewing status as part of the conversation? That's the part I hear people are raising.
I mean,
We want that you're interested in staying away from that, from making a recommendation or not. Then Patty Matthews' point, potentially Sam's, is if you have some concerns, please bring it forward so the school, does fix it.
But so, and my response to Ms. Matthews is, we've already seen it. The school has already been communicated to through that annual report that they've got, these are the areas of concern. And if they were that, holy cow, what are they doing school? It would have shown up on the annual report and they would have been issued either, this is what you have to work on till the next annual report, or if it is that serious, then they've got the intervention ladder before this meeting is triggered. So I doubt,
Unless the school says something.
yeah, unless the school, unless the school self-disclose something, but I really,
So Ms. Gibson, I think I'm hearing what you're saying. So effectively, at this point, if they were that bad, they'd already be on the intervention ladder.
right,
Or-
yes.
So, and this is, okay.
I mean, the
If
only
Julia,
thing I could, yeah, the only thing I could think of is, if they said, oh, we've got 3 classrooms and no teachers, that no one knew about. It's like, oh, and we have an obligation then to bring that forward to the commission because that's, a public safety issue. But other than that, we've seen everything else. And yes, they're on the intervention ladder if they're of that serious concern.
But in continuing what I was saying, that's way beyond, if they're already on the intervention ladder, isn't that far beyond the idea of giving them input on suggested areas of improvement? I mean, this is like, the intervention letter is way beyond that. So I don't know that that's germane here. This is more, hey, we saw this, we're talking to you about this. We're just bringing this up as a friendly reminder, if you will.
Right, but Ms.
remember,
Matthews raised the issue that what if they're the school that's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? Then wouldn't you feel like you've got to do something more? And my response was, we already have, because they would have been on the intervention ladder based on the annual reports. So it does, I don't foresee that a school, it would not be something new to us if the school in this hearing, we wouldn't be seeing for the first time, oh my gosh, this is horrible. We need to step in and do something about this, because we will already have done that. So the scenario of us feeling hampered in some way of not acting based on information that we're finding out at that hearing. We're not going to be hearing that much new at that hearing.
Commissioner Beck.
yeah, and this is triggered by the school, so this would be for a school that's not on a corrective action plan, that's not on the intervention ladder, but sees that we've issued them, some unsatisfactory performance. And they might want a little more clarification about, what do we mean? What kind of concern is that? So it's a ability to help the school understand a little bit more where our concern is. That's it. That's really what it is.
Trina.
And that would come as a result of the school triggering that request to sit down with members of the commission and maybe tell their story, but also to listen. And it could be that they are able to present something that you all would really benefit from hearing about. But it's the way that Naomi described it to me is that it's a board to board conversation. And I really love that. I really love that the school boards who sign the contract are the ones that are triggering it and coming to the table with you all.
Yeah, I would say, I think this is also, I think this is not, I think it's been more rare to have a governing board present the renewal for their school than it is to have the administrator of the school present the renewal for the school. And one thing that I really like about this is it gets the governing boards more involved, right? So it's not the head administrator telling the governing boards, this is what we have to do, or this is what, I think it really allows for more involvement from the governing board and a better understanding too, because maybe they review the annual report, with the head administrator, but maybe it's the head administrator presenting the annual report to the governing board from their perspective to the governing board. So I think giving the opportunity for the governing board to hear directly from the commission, and I do think it's only over information that's already out there. I mean, we're not going to be taking anything that's not in an annual report. I really see this as like, okay, let's take a look at your last 3 annual reports. We saw you got a yellow here. Is that going to get you a condition? Maybe not, but look at this red. This is actually something, this could get you a condition, you might want to focus on this, or all the yellows and reds. I think you would kind of go through, and it allows the governing board, I feel like, to have a deeper understanding of the renewal process and being involved in those situations, which once again makes sense when Naomi said this has really mitigated appeals and misunderstandings. You know, people who are like, what, how did this happen? Where did this come from? I think this would allow for, it makes sense that this would allow for a deeper understanding from folks. And then when a decision gets made, no one's surprised. And I think that's something, when I first got on the commission, I'm like, I would love it if anytime a school gets to renewal, like basically nothing's a surprise at that time. Like it's so well known what's going to happen that, you know, not that I ever want this, but like if a school's going to get non-renewed, maybe they don't even apply for renewal, right? Like they make the decision on their own that this is not an appropriate thing for us to continue doing. Like so I think that's that's the kind of understanding I think it could lead to eventually. But we did, one of the things that we talked about in the rules subcommittee yesterday was removing the letter, because we didn't want, that letter would then become public record. And so we didn't want to have we didn't want to take an informal process where the governing board could talk to the PEC, to the CSD director. And then there's this damning letter that gets sent out after saying, we have all these concerns, you know, we discussed all these concerns. And then someone IPRAs that, or someone takes a look at that. And once again, because we've heard the concern from schools of like, when you send out a recommendation on things, or when you tell us something's not going well, other folks are looking at that. Parents are looking at that. Community is looking at that. Lenders are looking at that. You know, like financial like processes could be complicated if they got a letter from us a year before their renewal saying, you have all these concerns we talked about. So we wanted to keep it to where it wasn't going to adversely affect the school. And instead, we wanted it to be every opportunity for the school to be able to kind of turn those things around in their last year or two, that was the intention of the meeting, not to serve them with this, you know, letter that becomes public document. You know, we want to try to keep this informal and not public. And that's why we're going to keep our quorum, or we're going to keep our population under quorum. We would expect the governing board to keep their population under quorum, to where we can have this conversation and it not be damaging to the school unnecessarily, especially if they do end up correcting a lot of those things. That's the point. We want them to correct them and end up with a renewal with no conditions, if maybe they were up for some conditions before, or maybe if they were possibly down the road to non-renewal, to be able to get renewed. So that's what we were thinking about that. I don't know how that feels to you, Ms. Matthews, about not getting that letter after, but that's the intention of removing it, is to kind of take out that possible negative impact that could have if they wanted to come to the table and have that conversation.
Based on what you all have talked about, I don't have a concern. I mean, because what we're relying on is going to be a notice from the intervention ladder, et cetera. And if there's nothing in writing, there's nothing in writing. So taking out the letter piece made sense. I had a few more comments, Mr. Brower, but they're down back to where we were before we went back up to the top.
Yeah, for sure. Ms. Matthews, Commissioner Creo, and then we'll come back to you.
Just a wordsmithing thing possibly, in being consistent, you have may in the second line on paragraph 3. In line 5, should that be may instead of will? And the commission will meet, because
they may request it, but if they do request it, it will happen. That was what I was thinking. They will meet. If they request it, the meeting will happen. We can say, I guess what I wanted was not to have them suggest it and have CSD or the PEC say, you
Say
know,
no.
yeah, say no.
Great. Ms. Matthews?
Shouldn't it say then if the request is made, it will meet? It just seems like inconsistent the way it's written right now.
I think, I don't know, is it Mr. Creo that has the floor, Mr. Brower?
I'm done. You can.
It's you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right, so, Julia, this is just wordsmithing because I understand you're going to vote on this tomorrow. I haven't obviously reviewed and I'll do my more redlining when you publish it, but just maybe we want to think about on E, under that renewal section, because there was a discussion about that not only would you get a notice from the commission that you're in trouble, but you'd also get one if you weren't. I understood that from Commissioner Burt, and there's no language in E that says that. And then on G.
Hold
was
on a
about-
second, hold on a second, hold on, let me just. The
E, as in
commission,
egg.
Patty, can we just talk about that for a second? Each school has been getting a letter from the commission because that letter from the commission first has included some of the concerns raised by CSD. So there will be a letter because it is more, it's more for, please be prepared for the following questions. So commissioners have been saying things like, I would like to know more about the finances, or I'd like to know more about this provision in your application. So the school can be prepared for the renewal hearing.
I
So
understand
there
the
has
purpose
been,
of that letter, but I understood in the discussion, there was also contemplated if there weren't any issues that a letter would issue, but that's up to you all. You can say it as you want. Then on G, I would recommend that, I suppose that how the commission runs its renewal hearings is up to them. You've got the bones in there for what you believe to be due process. I would actually prefer that you add something in there like the commission shall hold a renewal hearing for each renewing charter in accordance with PEC procedures, so that those procedures are established, well established ahead of time, so the schools know what to expect, even if they're not in trouble. They want to know what their presentations are limited to, etc. So I just would
so
suggest-
Patty, this was, you had indicated that Sue Fox wanted what is a description of
Sure, everything.
regular one? And I can just be the commission shall provide a renewal hearing pursuant to its renewal.
No, because by law, they're required to provide a public hearing. So my suggestion is just add that the process itself will be described by the commission and its procedures.
Okay.
And then on paragraph J 2B, I disagree with that completely. I'd ask for it to be stricken. You're trying to limit the record, and I don't agree with that.
Patty, you're going to need to repeat that. They were still talking about what you were saying.
Page 9.
On J 2B,
Now page 10.
so what you're doing there is you're suggesting to the charter school that at its non-renewal hearing, that it cannot bring in any additional information.
So
I'm
I'm just trying to have it be consistent because we had put in that the division may only supplement any information except on exceptional circumstances, and then to allow the school to say, oh, well, we forgot to give you something.
But what about so we're going to send them a letter that says, we have concerns about this, or we want additional information about this. Is that covered in this? Because they're going to
Oh,
be
I see what
providing
you're saying.
additional
I see
information
what you're saying.
that wasn't there. So
Yeah, and
they
you're talking
do
about
need to
evidence
provide
versus-
additional information.
And you're talking about evidence versus grounds. So you're saying the division may supplement any grounds for non-renewal. Well, that's a different question than if they have.
Oh, okay,
additional
okay, okay.
And so last thing.
No,
I
I'm
want
okay
to
with
ask
that. I
Commissioner
understand.
Brower is, would you prefer that I stop talking? Because as I said, I haven't seen this thing. And so what I want to do, I have the opportunity to redline after the commission votes. I mean, obviously I prefer that you make the changes I like before you vote on it, but I understand it's 3 o'clock and that you all have a lot of work to do.
You know, Miss Matthews, if you have, maybe we can spend another few more, like maybe if there's some quick things that you have.
that
maybe-
was all I had for now. I just know you.
Okay,
so-
gotcha. Okay, great, thank you.
But I didn't, I wasn't silent this morning. I just wasn't here.
Thank you. Is that it for this item today? All right.
All right, so this is the document. It's posted, but I'm going to download it just to read it and clean it up. We have a revocation section. That's the same as last. Okay, to back up on where we are, this draft rule is going to be voted on tomorrow to start a formal rulemaking process. It will be provided unless Chair Brower has any additional information from his meeting this morning. It's going to be provided to the PED rulemaking team, who is going to review it and do the technical things that they need to do to actually do a notice of intent to do rulemaking. But you need to have the draft rule that you publish. But what that first notice does is set a hearing. The hearing, if we make the deadlines we think we're going to make, will be May 15th. And then from May 15th to the next deadline of May 18th, you finalize your rule. You will vote on the final, you'll be at the hearing because it will be at a PEC meeting. You can finalize the rule the 15th, 16th, or 17th. And if it's submitted on May 18th, then it'll be published 2 weeks later, and it is a rule after it is published. Any deadline we miss for state registry pushes it by 2 weeks. So these are tentative dates. I didn't know if you had any update or if you gave any update from your meeting with the secretary.
We did have, I did talk with the secretary this morning before he came in and before I came in. And I think that I would say that there's a lot of goodwill in figuring out how to do this together in collaboration. He agreed with that. And so I think that there is some, I think that there was no, I didn't hear of any obstacles that we couldn't move forward. You know, the PED will be the, you know, will promulgate the rule for us as has been the case. You know, I did share with the secretary that at a later time, we can talk about, you know, potentially our body being able to promulgate rules on our own. So that's something that we talked about as a continuing conversation. But for this one right now, this is something that we would do through the PED for sure. So he's ready to move forward and work with his team. And I shared that we have done a lot of collaboration, especially over the last couple of weeks around this process, and that this is not something that's fresh, but a lot of work that's gone into this. So.
Okay, so that process will bring this document back to you tomorrow so that we will get that started. There is that 30-day period of time for more input, and anyone that participated in the process may participate in the rulemaking. The contract is not in a finalized form yet. I have shared a draft that is not finished between the discussions between me and Patty Matthews. And what I propose is that we finish that process, bring it back, continue the subcommittee on the contract, and get a contract in place before contract negotiations. So there is not a document today because it wasn't in it is the place that I could get it through the subcommittee, and we haven't finished our conversations. Patty Matthews and I have not. The third document is the excuse me, the performance framework, and I'm actually going to probably turn this back to you all on that. And I don't know if Matt Paul is still here or Patty Matthews want to speak on it. We did get a lot of recent conversations about that process.
So then are we bringing up 4A1 or 4A2?
I mean, if this is with the intention to vote on it tomorrow, I'm fine with reviewing it now, because I think that's important. If we're not, if the intention is not to vote on it tomorrow, then there's no sense in reviewing it. But I think it's important. But I think at this point in time, we need to focus on just the areas of the performance framework where there have been changes made and not.
So I'm wondering, I think one of the
So which
things.
version are we going to be looking at?
Well, I think one of the things that we talked about last month is that we needed some simulations or data to be run through this in order to be ready to consider voting on it tomorrow, that we weren't in a space to be able, that we could, depending on if we have those, it's only 3:00 and I am not that old, so I don't know why my brain's not working. But those data, I can't think of another word besides like simulation, like I asked for 2018 data to be run through and see what it would have looked like using growth data, using, we looked at, scenarios. But that's, I think if that information is available to review today, we could possibly, I mean, and and we're not making massive changes because we have the data to support us. I don't think we're in a bad space to be able to vote tomorrow, but I think that's dependent on that data, Director Chavez.
Yeah, the concern is, we don't know where, we could be looking at the fact that, there are no schools that are in the green. And 90% of the schools are in the yellow, and maybe there are no reds. That could be. And there's a discomfort with just saying yes to this. I mean, I am comfortable with it only if it looks like it serves the purpose that it's intended for. And, I think I've reflected back a number of times. The last time we did this, we had every school, not named, their names were redacted, but we had a listing of the 50 some odd schools, and we knew exactly where every one of those schools would fall in the new performance framework before we voted on it. So that, and in fact, we had to make some adjustments because we looked at it and said, oh, that's not what we thought it was going to do. And we had to make some minor adjustments to it so that schools were falling, numbers of schools were falling in the places, we should have a bulk of our schools in green and yellow, no doubt about it. I hope that there are some schools in teal, purple, whatever it is. But there should also be schools that are in the red. I believe at this point in time, there should be. And we don't know if there are any or if there are too many. I mean, maybe you made it so rigorous that a school can't even be in the green. They're all in the yellow. And that's not an adequate measure as well. So that that's the only concern, that if we can't see that, then we're voting on something that could serve no one's purpose. Except the schools that.
Karina, do we have any of that, the information running through, like using the 2018 full data through the current performance framework, or is that something that we need to wait on?
I'm checking.
So when Naomi did whatever trial run that she did, what did she use? Did she just use?
No, we did a trial run, but we didn't have growth analysis, and that's what Vice Chair Burt asked for. So let me
That's what the
check in,
performance
because the
framework
same
is
people that
based
are
on.
working on the audit related information are doing the academic related information as well, and they've been doing site visits. So let me check in and I can let you know.
Okay. Well, I think at multiple meetings, we've expressed that it's
And all of
difficult
it
to
got-
vote on this if we don't see how schools could potentially, and granted, I understand we're using older data, but at least it gives us something to measure off of, as opposed to just, shooting in the dark and hoping that you're hitting the right targets. Because if we wait till May to vote on this, it impacts contract negotiations, it impacts the school's ability to, this is a whole new system. There's no doubt about it. And it's going to take some educating of governance councils to understand what they're voting on and what this means for the future. And that, because we're the ones that contract with them. And I don't want to be sitting at contract negotiations and not having active participation by the governance council, because they're like swimming upstream because they don't understand what's going on. So that's, it's a transparency and a fairness piece to the schools to be able to get enough time with this, and their contracts expire June 30th. So we don't do negotiations till May. We're forcing schools to have special meetings so that they can get the contract approved by the governance council. But that process worries me less. What worries me is that the process of informing the governance council as to what this all looks like, that's a piece that's being compressed and they're not going to understand. And I don't want schools during next school year be saying, I didn't, that's not what we understood about this. So, and we've just been at this for so long. I mean, I think we've had, more than fair opportunity for schools to have input, but I'm not comfortable taking a blind vote tomorrow if we can't have that. And that, when I was talking about discussion, that's why, I need the data. Otherwise, there's no sense in having a discussion about the performance framework.
Commissioner, actually, no,
Option
Patty
one
Matthews
is
had her hand up
accountable
first.
state assessment. Option two.
Yeah, but she wasn't elected. I'm just kidding.
I
with you.
don't know. That's
Yeah.
where we're.
Ms. Matthews and then Commissioner Creo. You might be on mute.
Sorry, I just have a horrible unmute issue. I don't know what, someone will have to teach me. I agree 100% with Commissioner Gibson. I have to say I was very late looking at the performance framework, so I had a lot of comments. And so whatever you all want to say about earlier participation, I understand actually more schools participated in the framework than they did in the rulemaking, but that's neither here nor there. But I agree with Commissioner Gibson. It's frightening to me that you don't have a side by side, right? You couldn't take your current performance framework and put the new performance framework, and the outcome should at least be somewhat similar. So I just want to propose my clients are going to have real heartburn at the negotiation table accepting this performance framework, particularly the way, if I understand correctly, if you wanted to just use your own school performance goals, which should be a viable option for the schools, that they haven't had enough time to do that thoughtfully. And I'm going to suggest many of them probably will, but I don't know that. But I agree with Commissioner Gibson. And maybe is it possible to consider that we do whether or not you approve it tomorrow or you wait another month or what have you, that you do a pilot year where you've got a side-by-side performance framework was the one we were using last year on those schools with the new performance framework. And that way you have an apples to apples outcome for those schools. I'll stop talking, but that's just a suggestion.
So thank you for the suggestion, Ms. Matthews. I mean, I would say, this is what I'm thinking, so I'll say it out loud. You're late to the party on this one. They've had so many opportunities to have their input. I'm just talking school leaders, to have their input on the performance framework. We're at the point where we're done. Now, I agree completely, though, with Ms. Gibson in saying, look, if we don't have the data right now to run a kind of a simulation, I would much rather do this in April. Have that data ready for us, absolutely, positively, in the work session in April, and then vote in the second meeting in April. And then we're done. The time for input, honestly, I believe it's over. That train is far left the station. And because I believe that we've made not even every reasonable effort, but every possible effort to include everyone involved in the decision-making around the performance framework. So I would agree with Ms. Gibson. I would not have it on the vote for tomorrow. I'd make sure we have the data for next work session and the vote on that following meeting and put the baby to rest.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson, then Mr. Paul.
Yeah, and see, my overarching concern with that, and I get it, I'm not going to do it if we don't have the data, but that leaves contract negotiations in May instead of April. And then that compresses, getting, so that's my angst, but I don't know what a good answer is. And Patty, I appreciate the suggestion with the pilot. We talked at length yesterday with the subcommittee about that. And I just, I'm having difficulty envisioning really what that looks like, because you're asking the charter school division to actually do two annual, what appears on the annual report. If the school worked out better with the old performance framework, and the old performance framework doesn't contemplate option 2. So if the school takes option 2, what are we using as a pilot then? And we have severe angst over holding anyone harmless for a year, if that's what a pilot looks like, or we're going to pilot this and see what it looks like. I think it also puts an additional burden on the schools, because they're going to have to comply with everything that's in the old performance framework, and then be aware of and taking care of what's in the new performance framework as well, and everything else. So as much as I'd like to do it, I just don't see how it's practical, and how it, how do you come to a decision at the end of a school year, whether a school met or didn't? Maybe they did on the old one, but they don't on the new one. And where does the rating come out, and where does our communication come out to them on whether they've got a concern? So I don't see how that really plays out successfully. And I think it's extraordinarily confusing and burdensome for the division and for schools. But we spent a lot of time talking about that yesterday.
Matt?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, let me put my camera on here. So I just agree with those comments from Commissioner Gibson and from Patty. And, I've been saying it, and I think we have had a number of opportunities to talk about the performance framework conceptually. But really, like, the questions that are out there now are how this gets operationalized. And I've brought that up a few times, and I feel like because I only kind of say it broadly that it doesn't make sense. So if you're okay and you can give me 5 minutes, I'd like to just show you on screen where some of just a couple of examples of how it's like, okay, we get what you want to do, but we actually don't know how you want to operationalize this. And so it makes it challenging to understand how, what this actually is that we're talking about. Would that be okay, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Okay,
Lucy,
so
can you give him the reins?
I am able to share, it looks like. And if you guys can all
you.
see this, I do have the copy of the performance framework. And I'll just start here. So, and a lot of this has to do with default option number 1, because as you get into option 2, which is some portion of this, and then something that's defined, like the things on the school site are going to be, we get it. It's like negotiated between you all, and there are some parameters there. You know, just to kick things off on this default option, you know, it says we have 76th to 99th percentile. And we assume that that's of the overall score on the state accountability system. Well, that overall score is not a percentile. So nobody's seen the percentile of what their overall score looks like. They have only seen a score, which is different from a percentile, because the scores right now, a very high score in Vistas goes up to 80 something. It doesn't go to 100 or 99th percentile. And similarly, it doesn't go all, but no school has received a 1 on that. And so, you know, there's just some confusion on what that means. And I'll show you what I did is I took some locally authorized charter schools, and I just pulled up their, sorry, Commissioner Manis.
But Matt, I thought that the this was relative to other schools, not necessarily what the. So don't schools know relative to other schools where they rank?
No, they would get that from the state data, but the state data isn't run that way. So they do not know, because I'm assuming here this is like the overall rating, you know, where I'm going to pull up. And again, I pulled these schools up because they're not yours, so we can just look at the numbers.
Hey, Matt, really
one-
quick, one more
Mhm.
question. So my understanding of
Mhm.
this, of the state accountability system is every school's ranked from top to bottom, and the bottom 25% create CSI. Am I right? So that's what we're referring to, is that ranking that the state does. So it doesn't matter what their number is.
Mhm.
So that's why we purposefully did that, so that it could be flexible. And because
Yep.
next year, maybe the highest number is 88. And so we don't want to do it out of like, well, 100 or something. It's literally just the state is required to put the schools in order from highest
Yep.
performing to lowest performing. So
Correct.
that's where the percentile, the quartiles come from.
Yes, and what I'm trying to tell you is the schools don't get that unless they have been notified that they're in the lowest 25%.
Okay, well,
And so that's not a published number in the current Vistas. And so, you know, it's fine if it's, hey, this will be published for our charter schools, but it's a reason why people can't say like, ooh, so I'm going to go back to the performance framework here. It's a reason why folks who, you know they're not in yellow or red, but know if they're, well, sorry, folks who know they're not in red, because you can know you're not in red because you didn't get the designation, right? But you have no idea whether you're yellow, green, or blue based on the information that schools get from the state accountability system. And so it's just, while, you know, knowing that you're red is helpful, you don't actually know where you stand on the rating without that information shared. And it's not shared on the accountability system as it had previously been published 3 years ago. And so I just highlight it because there's just like an information schism here. You know, you can know red, but you don't know where you sit on the blue to yellow. And there's a few other examples of this here. So if we go to, let's see here.
Spotlight schools are blue.
Okay. So you have the ends. That's good.
That's
But
what
I
I do think that there's like an Excel sheet that's on the PEC or PED website that has it. But I see I know what you're saying as far as like on the Vista's website, it's not published, but I do believe the PED does publish that list.
Have you guys looked at that?
That's what I'm gonna find it right now. I mean, it hasn't been published in 3 years though, right? So,
Well, even
but
if
I'll
it's
find
3
it.
years old, I do think like we
Yeah.
should know where this data is coming from. And we should be reflecting on it both as the commission and as schools
Right.
to understand what the rating is going to be.
So what is interesting for us, and this is going to be interesting to hear your perspective on it, anyone else's perspective on it, is one of the things we wanted to do in this performance framework that is different from the last one is the last performance framework was directly reflective of the PED's current state accountability system. So when that changed, it rendered the performance framework inept. And it caused a lot of issues. So what we tried to do in this one is to make it as flexible, because we can't control the PED's state accountability system. That's not something the PEC has the authority to do. We don't have the ability to tell the PED what we want them to do on it or not. So that's why we tried to make option 1 flexible to where when the PED does change their accountability system, the performance framework changes with it.
So I think like that, and that would not be clear by looking at this. And so you would need to say what data you're going to use, because right now it's like, okay, we get it, like higher performance gets a higher rating, but we don't know what data is being used. And so like, you know, it just says right here, academic growth of students with 10 or more from the state accountability system. So it doesn't decouple for option 1 as it's presently written. And so like, if I'm going to go to this school again, and I have several other examples up, you know, you have academic growth and you have a growth in reading of 74th and 56th. So that's clear on like for the 2 subjects, but how are you all going to take those 2 and give them a rating? Further, we have we have different categories of students that this is not uncommon. I have some that are in a higher range, in a blue range, and others that are in a green range. Like what our schools are looking for, like I think we kind of understand here, but like, well, what does this mean? You know, if we look back to that older system. And then, you know, just a broader question that I think puts us all at risk a little bit is just not knowing what the new, I don't know that PED plans on having a quote new system, but what they report is what we get to use unless the PEC and the PED have been having conversation around like that data sharing and making sure that that's shared with schools. Further, like if we go on this growth side of things here, and sorry, I'm going to go, when we're, this information is not reported for growth for your subgroups on the current version of Vistas. And so it's really unclear what the data would be that's used. So I think, well, just going back to Commissioner Carrillo's comment, I do think like people have taken a look at this conceptually, but it's really hard to understand like, okay, well, what, and part of that's just because none of us has seen this stuff in 3 years. But I just say that like, I think that's the next step in providing some transparency about what we're actually doing here is having everybody understand what data and information we're using to make these determinations. And we all know where they come from, right? Like they come from the summative assessment data, but have we seen them before is a question. And I mean, it's just not information we're familiar with because it wasn't reported on the last Vistas. It's just like, so just to quickly summarize, and I can run through some other examples here, is agree with Commissioner Gibson's comments, but there's a few steps to go here to create some mutual understanding about what this is measuring, what we're trying to do here.
Thanks, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Manus?
I guess based on Matt's comments, are we solely relying on Vistas to inform our understanding? I didn't think we were, but I also don't, I guess, individually, I didn't know that schools didn't have access or accessibility to understand this and apply it themselves if they wanted to test out the framework?
So you're right. And I would say that's kind of two-pronged question. So I would say part of it is that we are asking for an analysis. So the growth data that we have on our performance framework is not the same as what is on the state accountability system. However, if you're choosing option 1 for growth data, you're using the state assessment results. And then we are going to be calculating not me. The data people will be calculating that based off of the individual growth targets, based off of the student groups. That's how that data would then be used, but it's using the state assessment for option 1. For option 2, it's using the state assessment and supplemental. So the school's assessment that they're doing. Option 3 would be, we're not going to look at the state assessment at all on growth. We're going to use our own. So that's what the differentiation is between those. And so we are asking PED accountability to triangulate data that is not on Vistas. It is different data. It's additional data. This is data that as the PEC, we feel like number 1 is supported by statute that we're required to be looking at student group growth. But that may not be looked at by the state accountability system, which is why it's a separate indicator. It's not included in the first one. But that's where, and I think it's not going to be difficult once again to ask PED accountability to give us, if they're not publishing that list, which I can swear they did, but if it's not, I think we can easily get that ranking and be able to and give that to our state charters. I don't care if they give it to everyone else, but as the PEC, if we adopt this performance framework, I think it requires the PED to support us by using that data or by providing that data for us in that way. So I think for the first one, that would be it. But once again, I think where I've been coming from, that growth piece, that indicator for growth stresses me out. And I do want to see analysis done of what that would look like for schools before we voted on it. And I think that's the one that in particular I'm most concerned about. If every school's going to get red right now on it, even based off of 2018 data, when we last had growth available, if we plugged that into this, if every school would have gotten red. I don't know if that's the case or not. I just don't have the data to support me in knowing that. So it is different data than that's been given before, but we're trying to close the achievement gaps for our state charters. And that's the indicator that we see could most effectively set a bar to spotlight, shine the flashlight on schools that are doing that really well and schools that need to maybe perform better in closing the achievement gap.
Go ahead, Matt, and then Commissioner Manus.
And I don't know, we're 6 months late on Vistas. I'm curious why we feel so confident that this is easy for PED to run.
You know what, Matt? We're also trying to not take this year as the norm. We're trying to be, more. I guess we're trying to be more optimistic that, this is a anomaly of a year. And that's why, once again, schools could always choose option 3 where they're not reliant on state data at all.
But a question, I feel like that was not a super helpful comment, but it is real. We've been at, because charter schools are this information matters for charter schools. And so we're kind of the only ones who are pounding about where's the Vistas data, right? But have there been explicit conversations between CSD, PEC, and other bureaus at PED of yes, we can run this information for you, and that there are plans in place? Because again, if you read the document, which is what people have been responding to, we're being pointed to Vistas right now for option 1 and the portion of option 2. So, this would be news to us, and we'd like to see those runs too, so we know what we're walking into.
Well, I know we had, I mean, not that it's helpful now, but Matt Goodlaw was here presenting to us many times and specifically looked over this performance framework to talk about what it could look like for us. So we do anticipate, PED accountability looking at it. But also I think one thing that we've also talked about is the ability to have, you know, CSD needs to hire a contractor, you know, the director has the ability to do that as well, that specifically for data analysis, you know, there's always the option for that too, to where we're not dependent on an internal PED process. But we did feel like throughout this process, the PED Accountability Bureau has been heavily involved with us.
Commissioner Manus?
Well, and based on the conversation, I guess my question relates to data transparency, which is there not a contractor or a platform available to make this information more transparent, not only for commissioners, but also for schools? I know that there's lots of ways that data can be presented, you know, by pulling it in and whatnot based off different dashboards. So that I'm just curious if there's a way to make the process of when data comes in, whether it be from schools, wherever, that there's a platform or process that can make the whole thing a lot quicker, because I know that while data analysis can take some time, I do data analysis for my own purposes, and I know that it can be analyzed as quickly or as slowly as the individual working on the data.
Go ahead, Karina.
Thank you. Commissioners, the data is not yet certified, so we cannot run the growth data at this point. We are in the process of
Not this
looking
year.
at-
We don't
Right,
want certified data. We want old
I know,
data.
I
We
know.
don't care
and
about
what
this year.
I was gonna say next, well, we do. I mean, I do think that the point of this assessments data would be most helpful.
But
That
this
said,
year's
I
growth is
understand-
also incorrect, right? Like the way the
Well,
growth is
it's
being
not-
calculated this
none
year
of the
won't be
data-
used again next year.
None of the data is certified for this year, and the growth calculation that will be coming out will not be the same as next year. You're correct. And I know that you're interested in what the growth looked like in previous years, and we're working on that, and it's a little challenging right now. So we don't have that data available. And I think that targets could potentially, so I do think that there's a concern around the targets. We don't know how the schools would fare if our aim is mostly green. And then I do recall a comment made by one of the commissioners at one point about the sea of green, and how realistic that is. And, you know, and I know there's varying perspectives on the commission about, do we want for most of our schools to be green, or do we want to raise the bar and it's okay for some to be yellow? And I think so far with the way that the performance framework is constructed, it does hold a high bar in terms of accountability for all students. So that's good. But in terms of having a dry run or a pilot, you know, that is accurately aligned and closely aligned to the way that the performance framework reads right now, on the 16th. And I don't know if you were here, Matt. I don't know if you were here for that meeting. We went through several of the indicators where we got really close and were able to do that comparison. We were not able to do that for the growth yet.
Commissioner Manus?
Yeah, and I recall from our meeting that Vice Chair Burt had asked for the old data, which might help inform us slightly. Could you explain you had said the data is not certified yet, or can you explain what the certification means, or with is the data not analyzed at all before it's certified, or just to give me some clarification on that as a data person myself.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I forgot which mic to unmute. So the certification process has been underway for a while, and it's true. We have been waiting a long time. We're all weary in terms of where's the data. I think that the data scrubbing process, because we released some preliminary proficiencies to the schools back in what, September, Matt? I think it was September. Yeah, you're on mute.
Efficiencies were released in September.
Yeah, so
September,
there's,
October.
and there is data that's on the PED's website right now. But the actual like final, we're good, we've scrubbed, we've looked at this through multiple ways, and really my understanding of what's kind of challenging for that process is that there's a high mobility rate in New Mexico, right? And so you might have a student that's enrolled in your school on 40th day, and that's the population that is assigned to this school for 40th day. And then testing occurs in the spring, and maybe that student is no longer enrolled in the school during the testing window. And so that's one of the concerns, and that's one of the ways in which the data is being verified. And then because we're having to develop a proxy for growth, because this is the first year that the assessment is implemented, that process became complicated. And the PED has been in the process of negotiating the approved agreement with the U.S. Department of Ed, and there's been a turnover in leadership at the PED who was leading that process. So that's what's caused the delay. And I do think that there's a possibility of some changes even with the proficiency data. And certainly with the growth data, there was always going to be a proxy for this year, a different methodology used to calculate the growth for next year, because we want to look at multiple years of data to be able to get the growth. And we were relying on some other, it's really complex, but that's my understanding of it.
So is data dug into before it's quote unquote certified?
Oh, I think that they're digging in the data hard and they're reviewing and making sure and comparing enrollment information at schools relative to testing and data and who was enrolled at the school at the time. So I think that that's where things are at.
Matt, go ahead.
Speak to a little bit about the certification, Commissioner Manis. I mean, a lot of this has to do with like really old clunky system and a pretty sizable database, right? Like a few 100,000 students. And so like when we're using these systems that are quite old on like snapshot data, it can be difficult to trace everything back and make sure it looks good versus like a more modern system where you just know a lot more. And so that is a big part of this. And we manually do a lot of back and forth between schools, which again is just kind of like yeah, you're appropriately shaking your head there. I do have a question, and Karina, Mr. Chair, can I ask that question? Sorry, I had my hand up. I just didn't want to jump in without.
We're gonna move on shortly here off of this item, but
okay.
Matt, did you just ask me something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I was okay to talk right now. The question I have, and Karina mentioned it, we were not able to attend the meeting on the 16th. We were working House Bill 375, which we did get passed, and we get to talk about 2% withholding and all of that good stuff as a result. And so we weren't able to get here, but it sounds like some analyses were done and maybe talked about and shown. We'd love to see those so we can get a feel for, you know, like, again, like it's the difference between the conceptual and what we're actually talking about. It's the difference between the idea of a piece of legislation and seeing a bill is, okay, well, what data are we looking at? And what data do you have, and does that look different from ours? So I'd love to see just anything that you're willing to share that helps us shed light on what we're actually talking about on any number of the metrics right now. And I can provide more detail on that in the future if that's helpful.
So if I may, Matt, we understand that we all have a lot going on and that we have been working towards this goal of finishing it all in time for contract negotiations, because we're hearing that some schools won't sign their contracts otherwise. So I think that that's why there is a rush to get done, and a lot of hard work, a lot of hours, a lot of listening. You did that and you brought feedback. And I think that this commission has done a really excellent job of listening to feedback, incorporating into any of the documents that are in progress, both the rule and the performance framework feedback that we're hearing. I also wanted to let you know, I get it. You can't be at every meeting or two places at once. So we record these meetings. And although that recording is not posted, I anticipate that we will get the transcripts and the recording from that meeting shortly. So you're able to see that. I don't know the current status of that because we're supposed to have 10 days after a meeting before we get the transcripts. And again, this commission is working at really quick speed because they want to meet the needs and the desire of the schools. So so that's where we're at. And as soon as the recording comes out, I'll let you know.
All right, Julia, and then we're going to move on to the next items.
And maybe
Mr. Chair, if I could just respond to that real quick. Schools are not interested in a new performance framework that they don't understand the metrics behind it. And so like, if you want to respond to what the schools want, let's get clear about what the data we're using.
Yeah, for sure, Matt. And I think my point is just that I think it became very apparent that there's probably not going to be major actions happening tomorrow on this. And so I just didn't want to belabor this conversation much longer because it seems like we need to belabor this conversation at another time as well.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Well, I was just gonna move on potentially to the next item, which is figuring out on the contract negotiations. And I see a series of choices. In April, if we are going to use the existing performance framework, we will have the documents ready and could negotiate in April. There are 6 schools that need contracts, and we just need clarity as to those 6 contracts. Everybody else has a contract, obviously. Then I think there's a separate conversation that Chair Brower was just talking about, which is what do we do on the performance framework and how would we finish that process? That I think is a very good conversation, and maybe we just need to wait on that. There's a lot of different ways that could happen. If we're going to use the existing performance frameworks, we will have the proposed rule moving forward. We can have an agreed upon new form of contract. And what we have in the documents now is a list, and try to get the commissioners that are willing to participate in April contract negotiations. So if we're ready to do that, which I think at this point makes sense, I mean, you can discuss it. The other option would be to try to get this together by a May meeting. And I don't know if you're going to be ready for that, but anyway, we are ready to get your hands raised as who would be in the negotiations in April. if we're going to move forward on the proposed rule, a form of contract that would require a special meeting and the existing performance framework. And then Missy Brown and Rachel Stefosik have been working with the schools to be ready, to have them ready for those days.
Commissioner Creo.
My hand is raised to be part of the people doing the negotiations because I've done that for the last several years.
Great. Thank you, sir. Great. Anything else on, oh, sorry, Commissioner Gibson.
Do the contract negotiations in April, but I think we have to make a decision on whether we're moving forward on the performance framework and it's going to be ready by May. And therefore, the contract negotiations that takes place predicated on those, or we simply say, you know what, these schools, they're not going to be on the new performance framework and we don't have to push to May. I mean, I am heartsick that this isn't ready. I really am. But I don't think we have to make that decision now. And then we can continue for the rest of next year working on the performance framework because it doesn't matter. But I don't think we can punt that decision down the road to a later date. That we either say, you know what, it's just not going to work because I don't have, unless someone can assure me today or tomorrow that we're going to have the data that we need to make a qualified decision in May, then we don't, we're just punting to May and schools are saying, oh, what are we going to do about the new performance framework? And it's a shame that we'll have 13 schools or close to 13 schools last year, well, outside of Vista Grandes, because they did the option 3. That will have 11 or 12 schools that will be in the old performance framework. They always have the option, I know, to jump on, but that creates more work for the school than I had hoped they'd have to do. So it's incredibly discouraging that we're sitting here at this moment in time and we're in this position. But I think at this point in time, we simply raise the white flag about the new performance framework for this current term and just go ahead, do the contract negotiations in April and, surrender.
Commissioner Manus and Creo.
I just wanted to say that I'm available for contract negotiations.
Great. Thank you.
That's 4 already. 5.
Commissioner Creo.
I'm not willing to raise the white flag. And my understanding is that we've been notified, I believe by their council, either it was Ms. Matthews and Ms. Fox, that there were some schools that weren't willing to do this and with the old performance framework. It's like,
That's not correct, Mr. Creo. We never proposed that.
all right, that's cool. Thanks. But my feeling is if we have to have a special meeting in the beginning of April where we have the data that we need, and maybe the meeting is not in person, maybe it's by Zoom, but that we get the performance framework done before these 6 schools have their contracts. So then we end up, is my understanding, we'll end up having all of the schools forward that we're doing on a new performance
But
framework.
I need the assurance
The
today or
data.
tomorrow that can happen. If it can't happen, then it's over.
No, I agree.
That's
So
why I'm saying if we can't get the assurance, because that special meeting in early April and
it's worthless unless we have the data.
right.
So then could we, Ms. Chavez, can we get some sort of guarantee from CSD at tomorrow's meeting, just in your notes or whatever, that, yeah, we'll have the data and we can go ahead and schedule a special meeting? Because honestly, I'm sure others feel the same way. The performance framework is becoming this weight. And we have, and more for you and the others that continued in the working group. It's just, we've got to wrap this sucker up and move forward.
So Commissioner Carrillo, we checked in today on when the data might be certified and we don't have a date. So I cannot guarantee you that. And I think that the other thing I want to say is this is all about the academic performance framework, but the other indicators, which are not academic performance, I don't know if you want to do a hybrid type thing. Last time when we met, I did suggest the pilot because I understand the trepidation on the part of schools. But no, I cannot tell you when the data will be released.
But my understanding is we're not after,
We're not
we're
after.
not after certified data. I mean,
Data. and
Ms.
the-
Burt was even saying just the data from
Yeah.
twenty
Right,
eighteen.
right. So that is being worked on, but it's not going to be ready tomorrow.
No, it doesn't
No.
have to be ready tomorrow. It has to be ready, we'll say by the end of the month. So at least tomorrow we can schedule a special meeting for the beginning of April. So we can then have this completed for our contract negotiations later in April.
I said that.
Can we
if
do that?
Can't have the assurance
Right.
today or tomorrow, then it doesn't, we can't move forward.
No, I can't give you that assurance.
Not by the end of the month? If they'll have it by the end of the month? This is like even just from, right, 2018, isn't that what you mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now I am Zoom chatting with staff and haven't had a chance to talk to them. They're the ones that are doing it. So I can come back tomorrow and give you a more definitive answer. But at this point, I don't think that what you're asking for and it being clean enough that I would have the confidence in it. All right. But let me talk to staff after this meeting and I can ask again and ask what the obstacles are and ask what we can provide to you. But at this point, you're wanting a guarantee that I'm not feeling I can give to you. If for whatever reason, and we have gotten started, we've worked with our data folks here at PED. And I think that because of the way that we have created the performance framework, I don't know that data was collected or readily available in a way that would allow us to do that.
Commissioner Burke, Manus, and then Bridget.
I just think, I feel like right now at this moment, there just isn't a world in which I'm gonna hold our 7 schools that we're negotiating contracts with hostage over this. That's where I'm kind of at right now. And I just I think what I have asked for is to be data-driven in our decisions. And I don't think we have the data that we need to be data-driven right now. And I do think I think there's a world in which we can, and we did this last year, and my hope would be that we can do this again this year, and maybe even the schools last year can jump on board too, is that we go through the contract negotiations in the most steady way possible with these schools. Not have them go through this with us. So use the old performance framework. And my ask would be that once again, I know, and I still think we would be able to use the new contract. We would be able to have the rule going through. So I think there's a lot of good things that are still like really positive for schools. So it's really just the performance framework. So what my hope would be is that for these schools we negotiate contracts with, we use the performance framework that everyone knows. But use the next several months in a parallel path, not with these schools in particular and making them hold on to getting their contract going because of the performance framework, but use the next, I would say between now and July at the latest, to run all this data that we need to make a good decision on the new performance framework. And then as part of contract negotiations, maybe invite these schools to then move to the new performance framework if they, I mean, once again, we have to give them the option to do it, which is frustrating because they could all just be like, no, we want to stay on the old one. I mean, once again, we're just continuing this cycle of now 5 years, more schools being on different being on a different performance framework. And that's frustrating. But I'm wondering if like between now in July or June or whatever, I don't know, we need to set some kind of time frame because this could just go on for another, who knows how long. But I think if we can do this, and get it solid and be data driven and have the information we need, then let's make that decision at that time and adopt the performance framework and then invite these schools to join it afterwards. But I do think I've heard about what level of data the commission and even schools were provided the last time the performance framework was updated. And we need that. That's the level of data we need on this one. And I feel like until we get that, we can't vote on it. We just can't vote. I cannot vote yes to a performance framework until I can have some comfort in knowing that it is more accurately portraying schools than the one we currently have. Otherwise, we should just keep the one we have. I mean, if we're going to adversely affect schools because we're adopting something new and it's not thought through carefully, then I'm just not going to, I won't vote on it. So that's what I would say. And I mean, I am frustrated because I've been asking for months for that to have happened. And I am a little frustrated, but it is what it is. And I think we can now use the opportunity of if we do have 2-3 more months, let's go deeper. Let's look at let's run some analysis of the organizational performance framework and see how those are coming across. Let's run the financial, let's get some schools to I don't know there's schools and I don't expect schools to volunteer their time to help us out, but at the same time, whatever data we have available to us, let's run it and see what it looks like and make those decisions. But I think it needs to be a high priority. I don't care what else is happening. I don't care that there's a lot of things going on. This has to be a priority at some point, and it needs to be if we need to get a contractor to come in and do this, we need to hire someone. Then if the CSD staff has too much other things going on, let's get someone in just to do this work and have them just do these analysis and run the data through. Yeah. I mean, let's get someone to really focus in on it and get it done. Because it's we can't, I don't want to keep punting this down the road, but also I can't vote on it right now. We're just in this stuck in between time. And I don't feel very confident right now that we're going to have it next month or the month after. And so I do think we need some sort of plan to cross the finish line. I don't know if we need to meet as a performance framework working group and figure out how to get this across and make sure it's really taken care of. I don't know, but I just, that is the thing that I think when I've talked to people in schools and school leaders about it, that's the one thing I said I wouldn't do is I wouldn't vote on something that I didn't feel confident accurately reflected the schools. And right at this moment, I do not know if it accurately reflects the schools or not. So I would say when it comes to scheduling, I don't think it's going to make a difference where we are in April. I don't think we're going to cross the finish line then either. So once again, I feel like the best thing we can do is not hold our contract negotiations hostage and have these schools feel the pressure of us not being ready and then put the pressure on them and their governing boards to scramble. So that's kind of where I'm at is let's use the old performance framework in April, get them across the finish line. And then I would like to request that as part of the contract negotiations or somewhere in the contract, or I don't know how it works, Julia, but really ask them to consider the new performance framework if we are able to get it just a couple months after they do this, if we're able to get it in the first month or two of their school year, if they would consider hopping onto it, it would be great.
Always at any time,
Come to us.
and say, even
Yeah.
in the past, that was always.
Okay.
Yeah. They can.
So that's where I'm thinking. And I think that moves us to I don't know. I'm just.
Dr. Russell and then Ms. Matthews.
Thank you, Chair Brower and commissioners. I cannot guarantee that we could have the data by the end of the month. The data that the commission needs is, how would the new academic performance framework how would schools have fared if we looked at the last set of 2-year data that we had, year to year, student to student, and that's 4-year-old data from 2017-18 to 2018-19. And it has to be, so our staff in the CSD could do it if we were working with aggregated data. That's what we have at CSD. Only accountability has student level data. And so it needs to be done on a student by student basis. And we have a contractor who could do it. If, we could get accountability to get our contractor the data files, but I can't speak for accountability because they've been under all kinds of pressure and they're trying to get the 21-22 proficiencies out. And commissioners, you all know how long that's taken. So I would hesitate to speak for accountability or to speak for the agency as a whole and promise you, yes, we can do it. I'm inclined to, I know that commissioners don't want to hear this. I'm inclined to agree with Vice Chair Burt that we don't rush it, we do it right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Ms. Matthews?
I would like to remind, thank you, Commissioner or Chair. I'd like to remind the commissioners about where schools are at this point. Even the renewed schools that are going into contract negotiations are at this point. They've already been approached by Rachel, I don't know her last name, to develop their academic performance goals based on, and I assume it was last year's. And I don't know enough about this stuff, but if I look at number 3, which should be if you're going to adopt this thing and you allow that to be an option, these things take time for the schools to analyze their own data and make a decision about what kind of goals they should set for themselves. And if you want a quality performance framework that is going to evaluate them based on a fair, transparent assessment of what they can and cannot do, they need time to do that. And waiting until the last week of April and May and say, oh, by the way, now we're going to change what goals you need to use. That's just not right. And that's not fair enough. So I'll stop talking because it sounds like the commission has already gone down the right path that I see here. But I'm not sure folks are aware of where the schools that have been renewed are in that process already.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Karina?
Sure. So thank you, Patty. Actually, this is a process that Julia, working closely with the contractor, Rachel and Missy, are leading. And so what has happened thus far is that there's been training.
I'm working with,
and
I'm the one
Vice
telling
Chair
them what
Burt.
to do.
And Vice Chair Burt has also been on that work group. So we provided, I believe, 2 training sessions for schools to help them think about their goals. And whether it's the new performance framework or the old performance framework, it doesn't matter. The training was to help coach the schools in creating good goals that can be measured, that are clearly articulated, that have a time frame for when the data will be collected, and that align with the school's mission. So either way, I don't think that the schools are, whether we use the old or the new performance framework, that it's that big of a deal in terms of them defining goals for themselves.
Great. All right. Did we beat this to death yet? Or is there one more comment? Becca, did you have one more?
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, we were very, I was very clear with Rachel and about leading the schools in a way where the work that they're doing would apply to either performance framework. So I don't think that we're creating any additional burden on the schools at this time. And actually now I think like you said, now that we're going down this path, I think it's going to be a little bit more comforting to the schools that it's not the new performance framework yet. And it's something that they're familiar with and know.
Great. Thank you. All right. Do we need to go back to item number 3? I think I wasn't here when we changed the order. Is that right?
I think that was just item number.
Did we just do
three.
item number 3? Okay.
Oh, there's one more.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Any other commissioner want to take a stab at being part of the negotiation process?
18th and 19th.
The 18th and 19th? Thank you so much.
Is this going to be a virtual or in-person negotiation?
It's not public. It's in person.
Okay.
We did a hybrid model last time. And actually, oh no, we are considering doing a hybrid because we want to use the new equipment.
That's right. We're going to be testing out the new equipment for the contract negotiations. We can always schedule a Zoom. It doesn't have to be a public Zoom,
Yeah,
but
it's not gonna
the
be public.
schools can Zoom in, or they can show up, and similarly, commissioners can Zoom in or show up. Right, which is less than a quorum, right? Okay, we're good.
Which I tend to be in person, but I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, just in case. So yeah, if there's one other commissioner who's like, oh, I can't be there in person, but you would want to Zoom in, we could take one more commissioner on the negotiating team.
Commissioner Ingham, sorry, I was plugging in something.
Well, I've been having my problems today too. I have been listening and I'd be more than willing to be a part if that's something you would be helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Ingham. You rounded out the team.
Okay, great.
Okay, do you want me to do that one next? Okay. I think given the timeline of where we are, we're gonna move to item number 8 so that the staff can be here from the charter school division. So it's a PEC update, travel process, spring budget workshop, and CSD charter conference.
And I would say to any staff from the CSD, if you are on your computer and you want to be zoomed into the panel as opposed to walking down to Mabry, that's okay. But the just let Lucy know. But the items that we are going to discuss is PEC travel updates, the spring budget workshop, and the CSD charter conference. And this is informational for you. So I don't know if who's still here.
Chair Bauer, I need to let you know, I need to leave by like, 10 after 5. It's a very, 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 like a drop dead for me. I have a client at 5:30. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
I left it for, maybe I'll put it that way.
Chairman.
All right, we may go out of order. And it looks like we have Ms. Juliana who's going to speak about the spring budget workshop.
Good afternoon, Sir Chair and Commissioners. My name is Juliana Montoya, and I am the Homeschool and Federal Programs Administrator for the Options for Parents and Families and Charter School Division. Nice to meet you all. Today, I'd like to let you know about a professional development opportunity. It's the PED Spring Budget Workshop, and it is going to be April 11th through April 13th. At the Sandia Resort and Casino. If we can go to the next slide, please. The host is the New Mexico Public Education Department and the New Mexico Association of School Business Officials. And the fee is $195. There are a couple accommodation options. But the Sandia Resort and Casino rooms are sold out. There's some options at the Albuquerque Marriott and the Crown Plaza. And there are the rates and the numbers if you would like to seek accommodation at those resident or those at those accommodation establishments. And there is a really healthy choice and choices and options for you to participate in. There's a session that has conversations with superintendents, conversations with charter leaders. There's data collection and reporting sessions for a variety of federal grant programs. There's a secretary roundtable, a special education roundtable. There's a session on transportation, a session on the National School Lunch Program. Dr. Faulkner and myself will be presenting a session on homeschool, the homeschool withdrawal code W81 and why it matters. And in this PowerPoint, we have linked a tentative agenda, and you have access to this, and you can see all of the tentative sessions to see if any of those pique your interest and if you are able to attend. And I believe there's a registration link, and I don't know if there's anything else. If you have any questions, I can try to answer those for you, or I can get the answers for you and circle back.
Commissioner Beck.
Yeah, thank you. We got a email where we are already, as commissioners, we are already registered. It says, as a VIP, there's no need to pre-register for the conference. Your registration packet and name badge will be available for pickup at the registration booth. So we're good to go.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
For VIPs, huh?
VIP,
I saw that
special
too. I was like, what?
invitation from the secretary is my understanding. Thank you so much, Juliana. And if you guys go to the conference, as she said, she's giving a session. So so that will be super cool. Okay, so then we have a couple of more topics to be discussed for item number 8. Do you have Louis on the phone? And that he could.
I will promote him right now.
Okay.
And also that presentation that Juliana just did is in your guys' Google Drive. I just dropped it in there.
Thank you, Lucy. Mr. Torres is going to talk about the Charter Schools Conference. So Louis, if you can unmute, we're ready for you. You've been promoted to the panel.
Maybe we can go to the travel process.
So I think he must be having technical difficulties. And so he's calling in with his phone. So that's why he might be struggling. So let's go ahead and move on to the travel process. Miss Jessica Juarez should be promoted to the panel, and she is probably going to want to share her screen and talk about travel. And so commissioners, I know that at one point you were told that Wanda was your go-to person. She was a contractor for a temporary period of time. And Marla. Okay, whoops. It's late. Oh my gosh. Okay, Jessica, the floor is yours.
Wait. Hello, can everyone hear me?
We
Yes.
can.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be talking a little bit about travel. Give me a moment while I pull up the document. Okay. So I know a lot of you have already done some type of travel. So this is the document that I've created. It's just, like I said, a guide on how to go about travel. It has a lot of tips on here in case you're confused about rates or anything like that. So first and foremost, as you know, you have the option of requesting approved rates or actuals. And once that has been chosen, you cannot go back and choose another type of reimbursement. Right here on this table, you'll see the meeting rates. If you do go about with approved rates. Okay, and so for actuals, we're asking for itemized receipts. And what's really important on these receipts is that it shows payment information on there. I know that we've received a lot of receipts without that information, which results in having to submit an affidavit. And that, as you know, can take time, and we don't want to have these reimbursements take up any more time than they already have to. So if you are requesting actuals, there is a $59 rate max for both in-state and out-of-state travel, and that's calculated within a 24-hour food cycle. We're asking that you keep all of your receipts for all meals, including the credit card receipts. So again, that would be documentation for payment for that specific meal. If you have any alcoholic beverages, we do ask that you consume them on a separate, or I'm sorry, have them on a separate tab. Because if that happens, we do have to go through a separate process in order to calculate your reimbursement and submit that to our finance department. Okay, so next, tips. Tips are capped at 20% per transaction, and they are calculated on the subtotal. If you are tipping, we do ask that you please have that documented on the receipt. Otherwise, if cash is used, we do submit an affidavit for that as well. All tips that exceed $6 per day or $30 per trip need to be documented on a itemized receipt. Same goes for lodging. Just please make sure that the payment information is on the summary of charges on that document. Any lodging charges that go above $215 do require approval from our head to reimburse you for that. Other costs such as transportation, airfare, registration fees, baggage, parking, those also require itemized receipts.
Quick question.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Carrillo. So on lodging, we're not necessarily capped. For instance, if someone needs lodging in Santa Fe during Indian Market, it's going to be probably more than $215 a day. Or if we have to go to, we'll say Washington, DC or Minneapolis, St. Paul for a conference, it's going to be more than that. So the Secretary of Education is the one that has to approve that?
Correct.
Because I just think that's an incredible use of his time. But I was reading that thinking, holy smokes, but okay.
Oh, so
Yeah.
let me tell, so let me tell you, as the chair, I had basically signed in blood that I would never schedule a meeting again during an event like Spanish Market or Indian Market, which is just, it's demeaning and appalling. But I want to go back to, we were told, we had this presentation in August when we were in Rio Doso, and Felicia at that time said, because we're a commission, she was told that we don't have the cap because we are scheduled for Indian Market because we didn't change our August schedule because she said we're not capped, so there's no concern about the additional costs. So that's where we keep getting conflicting information as to, because Felicia was clear, because I questioned her when she said, we don't have a cap. And I said, so if, you know, I want to stay at the end of the Anasazi, I'm okay. And she said, that's my understanding. And I said, I'd never do that. But that's why we didn't change the calendar, because we don't have to go through that hoopla, because as a commission, we don't have the cap.
So then we would just pass on that history to the secretary when it comes time for him in all of his extra time to approve it.
So I would say, commissioners, I'll work with Jessica. We'll find out for sure in plenty of time prior to the Indian market date, if that's when the meeting is scheduled.
This guy's not changing.
Right, right.
Well,
We'll
rates are
just,
going up even here now.
I'm just saying,
that
we'll get
it's
the
getting tough to
clarification
still-
prior.
Yeah, I mean, so
Not that
like
it's
I was
happening
looking
soon.
in, because I'm gonna be here for like that week in
Right.
April. So I was thinking I was gonna look, and all of the rates around here, like right around here in April, are, most of them are above 215 right now. So okay, well, even after taxes, it's probably over 215. So I think that's where we do need to know this, because I actually think I might be over 215 a night here in April. And so, but once again, because we were told it doesn't matter, I wasn't concerned about it until now again.
I probably have been recently, but there has been no delay because of that.
Okay, okay. So
So
just-
I
just
think
do
we're
it?
good, but that's just, like, I'm more concerned about,
When it's 289,
or
315.
three something, yeah. That could be a concern
Right. Well, the secretary will approve it, so we're cool.
Okay, great.
without having to.
Is there any way, can we focus on the things that weren't just told to us in January? Because we did do this in January. Is there anything that's new since then?
I am not too sure what was shared with everyone in January. But we're almost at the end here. If
Okay.
you just bear with me. So of course, itemized receipts do have to include date and time of transaction, description of what was purchased, name and address of
I'm sorry, Jessica, I
establishment.
don't mean to be a horse's ass, but I just, but they all know that after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that's what I turn into. Am I reading correctly? Like if we're at a Starbucks and we buy a pack of gum, that's not included?
That is correct.
Because that's not an ingestible. That's probably why.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
If you
like that.
promise to swallow the gum, then it becomes a food.
Yeah, I
We're
don't
just
know.
giving you a hard time. I hope you're hanging in with us.
Yeah, no worries. And so, yeah, you cannot purchase gum or alcohol on the receipts. Please do not request any discounts, which will be noted on the receipt, and do not staple or write on receipts. And of course, if you're using your own personal vehicle like you do, then you are entitled to mileage reimbursement. As soon as you have all these documents, please submit them to me. Marla is no longer here. And yeah, that's about it. If anyone has any questions, you can ask them at this time.
So I have a serious question this time.
All right.
So when we went to, when I think, was it Ruidoso or Rio Rancho? I can't remember. I know that you use the Rand McNally sometimes, like as the bird flies, but sometimes, if I'm driving to Ruidoso, for instance, it's not as the bird flies, it's as the highway goes, and it can be significantly more mileage. And I certainly wouldn't want to have to take the extra time to go down I-25 over to, whatever, 40 or Socorro, whatever that is. So if we turn in mileage,
You can do that.
what, I know we
You can
can,
do
but
that.
one of the last times I did that, it was denied.
You have to take a picture of your odometer before and after.
You're seriously a picture of the odometer? Híjole, it's, okay. We're
Um,
good, thank you.
AP said that as long as you write down the beginning and end odometer readings, that you're fine. You don't have to submit a picture.
Thank
And
you.
I think also you guys qualify for the government rates at hotels when you guys stay there. At least here in the state, because I know with the travel we've been doing for site visits, we get the government rate, which is $98 right now.
Unfortunately, even whenever we request the government rate, they don't offer many rooms for the government rate, or they just don't honor the government rate.
They can't stop us from voting on it. I'm gonna have to renegotiate all of this with the subcommittee.
And I've been questioned by the hotel on government rate whenever I've inquired about it for an official government ID that has my title and office, which is very strange.
Yes, I've run into that also.
And they won't
you
accept a business card.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, yeah, because when I was in my previous role in the Office of the Secretary, we didn't have IDs back then, and so he would just show his business card and they would accept that, but I mean, that was a while ago, so I don't know.
Yeah,
if
it's so
things have
strange.
Changed.
You would think they would accept a business card, but they even with identification, a government driver's license, and you showing your business card, they don't care, I guess.
Wow. And I've never been asked for identification. But I guess it depends on who's managing at the time. Yeah, yeah. But you bring up a good point, because we had asked a while ago if there was some ID card that could be generated for us that looked a little more official than the business card, because anyone can kind of grab a business card. But if we had an ID card with our picture on it, that would certainly be more effective, I think, as identifying as a government, being part of a government entity.
Mm-hmm. I've been
So
told that if we're
downstairs,
gonna,
downstairs that you can get an ID downstairs. I don't know right now because Tomas is on vacation if you can do it tomorrow, but we can look into, Chris can do it. So, okay, so tomorrow, or you guys can go downstairs and meet with Chris. We'll let him know to expect you guys.
Like the seal of the state.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an ID and I've never had a problem with the government rates at hotels, but if you want something official from the PED, I don't see why they can't create something for you. Okay. All right. And maybe I'm speaking too soon, but Sharon.
Mhm. Okay.
Did you say
It's
Sharon?
also when we go to schools, it's nice to have an ID
Mhm.
on school property.
Commissioner Klosterlich?
Yes. An ID would be nice. I've gone to several hotels now, and I was told I had to show a government ID indicating that I am a state official. So that would be nice. Thank you, to have an ID.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is there anything else on this item, Karina and team?
I think we're good. I thank you, Jessica, and
Thanks, Jessica.
we will take the questions that Commissioner Gibson asked and others about the ID and about the extending the 215, and we'll get back with you on that. At this point, you can stop screen sharing, Jessica. We have promoted Louis, who is on the panel, and he's going to speak about the Charter Schools Conference. And we also have little postcards that we're going to distribute to each commissioner.
Okay, good.
So can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for that. Just learning new things every day. So the summer conference is July 25 and 26. That's a Tuesday and Wednesday. It will be held at the Tamiya Resort. We are planning for 500 participants, and we have booked or blocked a maximum of 300 rooms if needed. We are targeting all charter schools, both state and local authorized. And this will be not just administrators, but we are planning on having tracks for teachers, for parents, families. We're still working on the possibility of having a student track. I suggested the possibility of having a business manager track. And definitely we're going to have a board member track as well. We have confirmed our keynote speakers. I did not put it in your folder today, but I plan to have that in your PEC folder for tomorrow. Give you a quick snapshot, one pager about our keynotes. Their names I can give you now. One person's name is Dr. Felicia L. Ganther, Ganther. And the other keynote who will be speaking on Wednesday, the second day, is Dr. Brooke with an E, Stafford, dash, and I'm not going to say her name right, so I'll just spell it, Brizar. They both come very highly recommended. They're both very excited about being part of this conference. They both have connections, they both have connections professionally, and one actually has connections from personal when she used to come visit her aunt as a young child, and she has very fond memories of New Mexico, particularly Albuquerque, and she's very excited that she gets to come back and be with us. Both of them said that typically when they speak, folks likes to meet with them just to talk more about, their ideas they shared, and so we're going to make accommodations for that. For all that want to stay by, basically for a whole session to continue that conversation. We're putting a high emphasis on opportunity for networking. Maybe I should have said at the very beginning, the theme or the title of this conference is going to be Celebrating Innovation. And there's multiple ways you could unpack that title. As some of you probably know, this is the completion of 30 years of the Charter Law Act. Might not have that title exactly right, but that was passed in 1992. And there's actually a poster behind me where I sit up on the third floor. And innovation, that's what we're about. Another networking that we're intentionally trying to build for this conference is the opportunity to share with those that are not in charter schools, whether those be parents or administrators, particularly superintendents of the 89 traditional districts, which the vast majority do not have a charter school in their district territory, because there are, as you probably know, so many awesome things that have been going on in charter schools for such a long time. And I've heard the commission talk about it, particularly during renewals. I heard that comment over and over. How's what you're doing getting out there to the masses? And this conference will be one of hopefully many other opportunities to share that knowledge and experience with our fellow educators, whether they're in charters or not. So I'll stop there. If there's any specific questions or comments, happy to take those now.
Are we making like a special effort to invite superintendents and maybe board typical district schools, their board presidents? Because they're the ones that stand to benefit the most from, thinking outside the desk, as it were.
Yes, sir. There is intentional plans to invite each one of those, whether it be in person or, we're definitely pulling out all the plugs to make that a reality.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I missed
If
this.
I
What are
may-
the dates for this conference?
July 25 and 26. That is a Tuesday and a Wednesday. And we,
24?
24
Sorry,
is the arrival.
postcards, sorry to interrupt, Louis. What do the postcards read? The 24th? 24th through 26th.
The arrival date is July 24. And we are planning I think we'll come up with a much better term as we get closer, but for now you can call it a mixer. No specific meeting per se. But if you've been to Tamaya, and many of you were there for the PCSNM conference in December, there's that large area where there was like a student performance one evening, and that was also the same area where they would set up the tables for meals. We are requesting to use that entire area plus the outside patio, which is actually on the shade side in the afternoon and evening. And for those 100 or 300 that get there, you know, at a time where they would want to visit together, we're going to make that opportunity available. There will be some that want to come in local just on a daily basis, but maybe they want to come out just for the evening to just be together.
Be great for us to have badges by then, huh, everybody?
Oh,
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
have some pretty fancy stuff by then, Commissioner Creel. And I would like to, if not to make this all just business, I would like to personally invite each one of you. I have a room for you at Tamaya. And maybe one last thing, if there's no other questions coming through at this point. On Tuesday night, which is sort of the midpoint of the conference, we are planning, again, want to come up with a really cool word, but for now we'll use just the word celebration, where there will be a dinner served and we will be giving the opportunity to spotlight schools and students and innovative, projects. Not just, typically that's sort of like in the art form, but, we want to equally balance it with academic, just outstanding work that's been going on. And not just to say this is what the person do, but also given the opportunity to illustrate or show everyone. And we're also planning to reserve, or rather, set aside some rooms for what we want right now calling a gallery walk, where every school has the opportunity to do a static display, or if they want to do some kind of presentation where people walk by and they explain what they're looking at. For all the schools at their leisure, not a specific time throughout the 2.25 days. To be able to see all the unbelievable things that have been going on in charter schools. And if there are those superintendents or other individuals who aren't really interested in the conference, they can come anytime during the day of those 2 days and go through that walk and hopefully walk away with saying, wow, here is a gem of a resource that we need to, that we need to connect with more.
Can we, Louis, can we book rooms now for that, or is there a window for that?
Let me, yeah, I know that I paid for them, or I've put my deposit down for it. So let me see if they've opened up the actual registration, but I can definitely, hopefully maybe even let you know tomorrow, a
Okay,
response to
thanks.
that. You're
Thanks.
very welcome.
For the, right.
Is that Is that all,
Sorry.
Karina?
So unless there's any other questions, I think that we're done with item number 8.
What
Thank-
about the charter school conference in Austin?
Conference.
Oh, okay. Well, so that's a great reminder. So, yeah, commissioners, last year, some of you attended a conference, the National Charter Schools Conference, in Washington, DC. And that conference, is scheduled this year to be in Austin. Hold on a second and I'll get the dates and,
18th through the 21st of June.
June 18th through the 21st.
okay. And
So
so,
the 18th through the 21st.
yeah, so, we probably do need to gauge which commissioners are interested. I don't know how you guys want to handle this. I think it's probably open to whoever wants to attend, but should you want to attend that conference, we need to get started with making plans for your attendance by issuing an out-of-state travel PO. So, and I can ask some of the commissioners who went last year, but it was really awesome to be able to see not only the national landscape for charter schools at this conference and presentations made by specific charter schools or people that work with charter schools, all kinds of ideas, an enormous amount of vendors. But the greatest thing was actually the New Mexico charter school networking opportunities that we had. So so it was a great conference. If you want to focus on charter schools generally, there's also going to be a National Association of Charter School Authorizers conference in November held in Oakland, California, and that focuses more intently on authorizing. So if you are saying to yourself, oh geez, I only want to make one out-of-state conference this year, those are the two options. You can go to both, or you can pick one. They are very different in the way that they end up being. I would say the National Charter Schools Conference is kind of a little bit of celebratory, and you know, there will be a great keynote and lots of fun to be had. And the authorizing is you'll talk to peers about how you didn't
I
have
did.
data and had to hold schools harmless.
I've booked my flight because I
Because
know
you're
for
not
me,
alone in that.
nonstop. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's what I was wondering
Yeah.
if we can, like, because I'm sure flights will start going up faster too. So if we're interested, should we tell you and then go ahead and start,
So-
like, book our flight, book our hotel before the
Yes.
rates all go up?
Please send an email to Sharon.
Okay.
As soon as you can decide, we can forward to you the specific information about that conference. Actually, I'll send that to Sharon. She can send it to you, and that'll be a reminder to let her know if you want to go.
I've already booked my hotel and flight.
Okay,
So I
Commissioner
have that,
Gibson.
yeah, because for me, there's limited nonstop flights. And even though it's only an hour and 15 minutes away, I'm not spending 4 hours getting to Austin. So I saw I know I have to leave on Wednesday in order to get the nonstop. I don't care about that. And the Hilton, I would call and beg because it's just about booked. So I cried and he found me a room. So it's the Hilton's booking up, but we do need registration fees paid because there is a registration fee. I have, if you want, do you want me to put it in because I printed out my hotel and my flight specs and cost. Do you want me to put it in this envelope for tomorrow so she has it? Because that's what we had to do when we went to Minneapolis. No, she asked us ahead of time because they do that out-of-state purchase. So they want an estimate of what the cost would be for that. So she asked us to provide the payment not for reimbursement, but they were to get it approved for the out-of-state travel. And then I had to submit it for real after the date.
Yeah. Karina, what are the dates for Oakland?
Let me look that up.
There's an A game convening in June as well. Yeah, and I've been,
What's an A game?
A game is the team authorizing that Naomi, who's been working with the performance framework, they're called the A game. So they do a lot in terms of supporting authorizing practices and but it's also in June. So that it's a lot in June. And it's only 2 days. So I'm guessing it's probably only like a day and a half, actually. It's in
The
Denver,
NACSA conference is October 23rd
in
to the
Denver.
26th in Oakland.
which you can drive to, really, you don't, but anyone who's been involved with, I've been trying to hold on to participating with the A game, but I don't have a partner in it, so it's difficult for me to keep up with what I was supposed to be doing with them. But it is an option if people are interested. I don't know how informative it would be if someone hasn't been involved with the A game prior, how informative that convening would be. They also do, they do a big workshop at the NACSA conference.
All right, thank you. I wanted to tell the commission that we did receive a red line version of the rule from PED's policy team through Karina at about 2:32 PM. And so there are some. What's up?
When I opened mine up, I had no red line.
I think that Commissioner Gibson, we didn't receive the original. I think Karina, when you sent the next one, I think it only went to Julia, it didn't go to the rest of the subcommittee.
Sorry, do you want me to send it to the entire committee?
Yes,
No, 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 no. Phoebe, stop it. Stop it.
What's that cat doing?
I was like, oh man, Commissioner Kloster took umbrage with their
We thought you were very adverse to getting this email. Okay, the cat is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Karina, if you don't mind, if you could send that to everyone that was on the original email. But there are some shifts. I mean, Becca and I, we looked at it and we thought that there wasn't all that many that were substantive, but I think Julia is able to do a little bit deeper of a dive, and forgive us if we look like we were preoccupied. We were trying to look at it as that last session was going. So apologies, PED team, if we look like we were trying to do two things at once.
So tomorrow, it was our intention to adopt this draft rule. These changes, I'm finding at least 1, 2, 3, 4, at least a dozen substantive changes that you haven't reviewed or discussed. Several of them off the top of my head, I will recommend that you do not accept. They are suggesting that the rule get divided, not just in a section that is your rule, but in your rule and the other rule. That I don't, to me, this is your rule. And this is a section for your rule. So to put it in another section, I'm not sure is going to be consistent with what we have. My concern is to know by tomorrow is if we approve a rule tomorrow, is that rule going to be the draft rule? My concern is that the department is going to take the position that that is not the rule that they will post. And that's not the agreement I understood from the parties.
Karina, I wonder if you can ask, and I don't know if this is the right thing, and I want to hear opinions from the commission as well. Since we already did a lot of work and we kind of got to a point today where we felt that there was some acceptance that we could take an action tomorrow. Could you see with Greg and the rest of the policy team? I don't know if OGC weighed in on this. Did they weigh on this as well? If we can go ahead and approve what we already discussed at length today. And if there is a possibility that we can use the 30 days to, go ahead.
Review all this. I think the question to ask OGC or PED is whether if PEC approves a rule, is that the rule that is going to be put into the notice of intent to promulgate rules for the hearing? And I'm guessing the answer is no. This document has a lot of changes that I don't believe if the commission votes on the rule that you looked at today and have looked at numerous times, this is substantially different. So I don't know that the commission could vote tomorrow, and I would feel comfortable with an executive committee making this number of changes, quite a few of which I will not recommend that you accept. My opinion right now, looking at it, is that it would need to go back to the full group of the subcommittee, including all of the lawyers and all of the parties that have been working on it. So it puts everything we discussed today in question for me.
Commissioner Creo.
I think we vote on it tomorrow. We've done a substantial amount of work. You know, if they want to throw a wrench in things, that's on them. But there's a point to which we just gotta stand up for ourselves.
I would say in a rephrasing that in a different way. I still do think we should vote on it tomorrow, because I don't think it's appropriate to like go through all this tomorrow and vote on it right away. Like, but I do think and then if we can start that process, but I do think we should immediately schedule the rule subcommittee and let's get together and go through this like little by little. And let's go through it with PED. I think this is a great opportunity. This is exactly what we wanted. We wanted them to give us their opinion. We wanted them to review it in this way. They did what we asked them to do. So I think it deserves attention and time and consideration of looking through it all step by step. I just don't think we have time between today and tomorrow, but I do think we do have time between tomorrow and by the time we actually have to vote on it again. So that's kind of where I'm at, is I think they did exactly what we asked them to do. Let's look at it, just not tonight, not tonight. And I guess I'm just like, once again, I would just hope that that PED is okay with that outline. Like, let's make sure we get the rule subcommittee back together. We're all looking at it. We take it seriously. We really take the time to go through all of it with them. And let's come to the table and figure it out. I don't know if that sounds doable.
I really appreciate that, Vice Chair Burt. Thank you.
But I believe we have to post this by March 31st, right? On the Friday. And so we post hours.
Yeah. And then review all this. Yeah.
I'm going to require beverages from now on for these meetings.
I need
Not these meetings,
clarification
but-
tomorrow from Director Chavez regarding the position of the PED. Because
I'll do my best to get the position of the PED on this. Yeah, I mean, there's been so many iterations and so many, like, what do you look at? What do you, and substantive changes that you've made with the attorneys or, Mr. Paul or whoever that, we're all trying our best. Last night, I stayed up late reviewing and providing my best comments. I know that OGC wants to work with you. This is why I've always said, let's meet with OGC, let's meet with OGC. And you did a series of meetings and some of the issues came up. I think that a lot of what I see in there is like how to format it in a way that makes a lot of sense. That looks at the wording and the language. And we had some of those discussions today because some of the wording, you know, we came up with better suggestions, but I hear you on how tough it is to get things ready for these meetings, to have multiple iterations, to produce something that the PEC is ready to look at. You guys are doing a lot on your, you know, like own desire. So I'm glad that, you know, the two entities are coming together. I actually feel pretty good about the fact that there is this document, but I'm going to go talk to the secretary, hopefully as soon as we are done here, hopefully he's not gone, and just double check on like what his expectations might be. And so I don't know if that might mean that tomorrow your vote is to allow the subcommittee to have a little bit more say. I don't think anybody's trying to throw a wrench. I think we're trying to be collaborative.
Okay. All right.
Chair, I have to go.
All right.
The item that I had on there, we can discuss it tomorrow and not vote until the next month if there's something to vote on. Sound good?
Okay. Thank you. 5. Yep, that's right.
We're just gonna take out.
Yeah.
We can discuss it tomorrow. We just won't vote tomorrow.
Right, for sure. All right. My head's a little bit all over the place. We bounced around so much. What numbers do we have left today? Number 5? 5. And
Well, 6, we just said.
6, Commissioner Creo requested number 6, Commissioner Beck, and he just said like maybe we could wait until the next time, but we can still discuss it today if need be. I know Commissioner Manus and Taylor also seconded that as an item. So so let's go to item number 5, discussion of process for approval of annual reports.
And Chair Brower and commissioners, that I will take that one. For Director Chavez, currently the reports were all sent to schools with what we thought were final proficiency data and a multi-year contract term performance framework screenshot that included all indicators rated with the exception of indicator 1B, assessment participation. Well, no, actually that was rated in there, but now it's uncertain. So that was right around the time I went out on medical leave for a month. And while I was gone, apparently the data that we thought were final are no longer final. The data are not on the PED's website any longer. And we have been told that they are currently embargoed and being finalized. I spoke with Alexis Alvarez today, who was the interim director of research evaluation and accountability since the departure of Matt Goodlaw from the agency. Dr. Alvarez told me that he could not give me a specific date when data would be released. His best guess was sometime in April. So what that means for us, currently we are working with schools to resolve any issues regarding performance framework indicators. Schools have let us know which indicators they have issues with. We're doing back and forth. We've changed a couple. We haven't changed others. We'll have all those finalized well before your April meeting. What we won't have finalized before your April meeting is indicator 1B, which is assessment participation, because those data are, along with proficiency, not yet released. And we won't have proficiency data. So I'm not sure where that puts us in terms of a timeline. And I'm really glad I'm on Zoom so nobody can ball up paper and throw it at me while I'm there when I say that. I'm really sorry, commissioners. I know it's not what you want to hear.
Thank you, Bridget. Commissioner Burt.
I don't think we're interested in, what is it? Oh gosh, once again, my brain isn't don't kill the messenger, right? Like, I mean, we know it's not you, Bridget, but, and I think one of the things that is just like encouraging is knowing that we're trying to address this in future years so that you guys aren't put in this situation, right? Like you can move forward on what we can move forward on. So I know we're kind of just all bearing with what it is what it is for this year. And because we're in March, it's kind of like, you know, I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking, you know, information from this annual report and like telling schools like, oh, you need to fit, because you guys are doing site visits again already. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, not your fault, but I think what makes me happy is knowing that in the future years, we're not strapping you from doing your job and moving forward in what you can because you're waiting on other divisions. And I think that that's encouraging. So, I mean, it's just I know you're just as frustrated as anyone. So
I appreciate that, Vice Chair Burke. And if it makes you feel any better, Dr. Alvarez told me that he has his eyes on the next year prize as well and anticipates data in August. So fingers crossed.
So maybe we'll get both years at the same time. That's mean. I shouldn't have said that. But thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Russell. Any other questions from the commission on that item? I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to move on. Item number 6, Commissioner Manus and Taylor, if you're okay with this, since with that new news, there's probably not a huge rush for us to discuss adding another month or adding a work session to discuss these. We could potentially wait for another month, but I wanted to have you all, since you seconded this, if you felt okay about that, or if you wanted to add any flavor to item number 6 while we're here.
Yeah, the thought behind this was for us to be able to have time to review these, but obviously it's not it's a kind of a moot point until we have them in hand. So yeah, I think whenever we're ready, that's when it would be a good time to discuss that.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Let's move on to item number 7, discussion on Foundation and Governing Council Board conflict of interest forms.
I just wanted to start this conversation. It's probably going to be a little bit fleshed out in the contract. Right now, governing boards fill out a conflict of interest form, and then we have foundation governing boards that have done some, I don't know, not very strong type of conflict of interest. And we've had schools where there have been substantial conflicts between the foundation and the school. And we're trying to address that probably through this conflict of interest form. In talking with Patty Matthews about it, and it's probably going to end up in the resulting contract, her suggestion is to expand the conflicts of interest of anyone at the school side who takes any part in the governing, in the foundation side, and that we flesh out in a conflict of interest form on the school side, which you have more control over what happens rather than trying to reach into the foundation side. The things that I think are relevant is whether someone on the, and I think are conflicts of interest, is whether anyone on the school side gets any benefit from the foundation side and participates on the foundation side when they do get a benefit on that side. I think that if, for example, employment from state funds that are paid to a foundation that are then paid to an employee. So I want to start the conversation towards that of what the form would look like. I think that it is a good idea to work on the school side, to require those and to link them to the best conflict of interest provisions which exist at PED for all school employees. But I want to start thinking about it. So the contract will probably require it. And then we need to get a form that each member would need to fill out, but it could be fairly comprehensive. If you're on the governing board, if you are an employee of the school, if you are a volunteer at the school, you would have to disclose anything that you, any relationship or benefit that you got from the foundation side. And it would be subject to the ethical rules here, which are basically aligned with licensure. And the result of a violation would be a licensure issue. I think it's a good way to go, but it's one of the forms that's been confusing and missing. I'm giving up on our legislature giving us any more direction, and I'm not sure we're going to get much more from any other entity. So I think we need to try to take it as far as we can.
Any questions, thoughts from the commission at this time? All right, seeing none. Item number 9, I think the performance framework project team, did we talk about that enough today? You all feeling okay about that one? How about the budget committee? And that is Commissioner Gibson. She'll be back in a few moments. No one go anywhere. Let's all sit in silence until she comes back.
Let's talk about the performance framework again until she comes.
I mean, let's just talk a little bit about how this room looks. It looks beautiful, like
Oh,
with all these TVs in it.
KT, I don't think, you can't, there's no way you can see, but yeah, there's, they have all the monitors up, like there's screens all over.
Yeah, look at that. It's like a,
See, so those are above us, there's cameras.
Looks very
It's
nice.
it's like a Buffalo Wild Wings in here, to be honest. That's what it feels like.
Well, this might have been excessive, honestly.
It's like, I don't even know. There's actually a TV for every single commissioner.
Well, actually, literally.
Yeah,
Yes,
and then there's 2 for every single commissioner.
I mean, there are monitors everywhere. No one's going to be able to say they can't see us.
Chairman, this is Sharon. I was wondering if there is a need for another person on the contract, contract negotiations. I'd be willing to serve. I'd like to learn and observe and see how the process goes.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Foster. We'll add you on to that. We'll figure out. We'll include you for sure.
Well,
If that's
right,
okay.
no, so right now we are at capacity, but I would say if there's anybody who would want to come to one day, not the other, or if there's anyone who drops off, then we can add, like, you'll be our alternate. Your
Yeah.
first alternate. So that way, if we do drop below, someone can't come, we'll call you up.
All right, great.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, and Sharon, that could be, maybe KT can't join the Tuesday meeting, but you can join, and then we'll just swap that out and make sure that you all get a chance to be part of that process for sure.
Thank you.
And then Chair Brower, also just to let you know, Chris confirmed that you guys can go downstairs tomorrow and get your badges, your ID badges.
Great. Thank you very much, Lucy. Commissioner Gibson, we're waiting in silence until you came back. We wanted you to, we were at the last thing for today, which was the subcommittee budget. Yeah, if there was any updates on that.
And I know Louis is also on, there's $600,000 unspent at this point in time, which is a discouraging position to be in, and our budget is, different than so many others because we're never, the amount of money isn't clear at the start. It's not like you have X amount of money, here you are. And so, but there is, so there's 2 things. There were some suggestions as to what the monies could be spent on, remembering that they have to be spent by June 30th. So, CSD did identify a couple of areas. I think there was a technology area that they were able to use some of that money for to get better updated technology for their staff, which is great. I think they were just jealous that some of the commissioners had better stuff than but it's you know, and very understandable that that should be as updated as possible. So yesterday when we were having the meeting, not just for now, but also looking for the future, we also did discuss that in anticipation of a contract going out for the data source platform for the PEC, that it would be incumbent on us to have an in-house person that would be able to offer technical support to commissioners and schools and staff for that. And I think that can also be rolled in, because I know I've talked about this and others have talked about this a couple times, with all the fancy new technology that we have here, there is a concern about how it's going to be used when we're not here. And that hopefully there's someone that could perhaps do double duty with that, so that we can assure as best we can that this technology is being cared for, and someone that's familiar with it is operating it when other entities are potential. Because I think once people realize this is here, they're going to want to use this. And I get that. It's important, you know, but it's also important to make sure. And I think we also need to actually, now that I'm thinking about that, we should probably put in the budget some monies for anything that might go wrong, you know, so that there has to be monies budgeted in for maintenance, so that software updates, any maintenance or any unfortunate accidents, you know, I'm sure there's some warranty on it for a while, but depending on what it is, that we should, and maybe even look at, is there someone that we could like contract a maintenance contract with, so that if there was a problem, we'd just call them and they'd get here right away, as opposed to now there's a problem and we're going to be down for 2 months because we have to find someone to fix it. So is it possible to have like a maintenance contract for that? I think that would be helpful. In light of what we've been, we also talked about staffing a data person. And I know that, and now I forget his name, the young man. Kyle, thank you. It's like, no, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. No. So that, you know, Kyle has been doing a great job. Maybe he needs you know, like a half a person, you know, to help him with this. So I think an additional person would be important. But for now, because of what the very specific need that we have now, and certainly we have the money to do it, to hire a data person to help us, specifically a contractor for the performance framework, and get that data that we need and get it as quickly as possible. So I would hope the rest of the subcommittee, which right now is just me and Becca, I think. I don't think, oh, Mike might be on. Yeah. That if we can agree that we should move forward on a contract for a contractor, so that we can help support the performance framework and do a trial run with the best information that we can gather in a reasonable amount of time. You know, that I mean, we've got the funds to be able to do it, and it's a need that needs to be done, you know, as expeditiously as possible. So that, and I think it can certainly, it would fall well below the, you know, amount that would be needed to go out for, any, we're under any procurement concerns. So I'd appreciate commissioners, on the budget committee weighing in on that, but I think it's really important that we do that and we do it, we move forward as quickly as possible so that we can even, if possible, tell commissioners tomorrow that we're moving on it. And we have to look at, moving forward, we have to look at, there's $600,000 that's unused right now. We did talk about the possibility of looking at it as rolling it into something called a stimulus fund. And hopefully we could, if we could, and I think we need some legal look at what we can use that 2% money, could we house it in some fund so it doesn't revert back, but we could then get into it for the following year to help support schools and, help schools and, need some help maybe with whatever, so that it's not reverting back. The money sits there and we can help support schools. And I don't know how, I'm not that familiar with the nuances of what that 2% money, my understanding from prior conversations with PED folks was that it's only in reverting because that's where PED put it. It's not statutory that it's reverting. So I think that makes it a little bit easier in terms of flexibility and being able to house it, but hopefully we can do that and that money just doesn't get lost because it goes to the general fund and no one's going to see any. Yeah, very good. We could create the PEC Foundation and so as long as you sign a conflict of interest, we're okay. So, but I think we also need to have, new legislation was passed. The budget is going to have to be far more defined and clarified for schools in the future. But I think based on the history of reverting large sums of money, we have to take a serious look at, because the statute now will say up to 2%. I think we can very easily start at a modest reduction of that 2% and it can go year by year and say, okay, so we do 1.75, 1.78, 1.80, whatever, as a little trial to say, okay, that's what it's going to be, and see where we end up with fully supporting schools. I have no problem spending money if we're doing it for the good of schools. I don't want to spend money just for the sake of spending money. We've all been in those public entity areas where, oh, we've got $20,000. Now you have to go spend it, Don't want to be in that position. So I would really welcome. I don't know if Matt's still on here. I don't think he is. I'll talk to him tomorrow. If there's feedback from schools as to something, short term that we could use right now to help them, we've got the ability to do that. So, I hope they hear us and we do that. But I do, we're going to have a more clear-cut budget set up for the following year. We will, because that's, we're going to have to comply with the statute. But my goal is that this money is not going to get less. It's only going to keep growing. Student population keeps growing, the per mem keeps growing. So I don't see it going down. I think we were all surprised at what's left now. That was, and I know Louis expressed concern because he had made a promise that we'd spend it all and we didn't, but no one knew it was going to be this. And I'm not looking just to spend it all because we need to spend it all.
Taxpayer money at the end of
Yeah,
the day.
yeah. So
Just so I'm clear, so that is unencumbered money. So that's like,
Yeah, I think it probably comes to a little less than sick because they did have some additional expenses, but we're still talking at least 5. Yeah, at least, you know, conservatively, we're still looking at least 5 that's unencumbered. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that was triggered by the 80th day count.
Actually, Louis is still on and he's really great with numbers, but I think the unencumbered is closer to 326. Louis, is
The way
that
they
correct?
say-
But there are some line items in there that we might want to sweep, right? Like, because we don't have any interpreter. I don't know that we're going to need an interpreter and there's other things in there that we should probably look at again. But Louis, if you want to say anything.
Sure, thank you. And I want to just say one thing and probably, I'll just say it. I want to commend both the CSD staff and the PEC commissioners on what I feel, what I've observed or heard today as just a really cooperative, unified team in trying to get some really big projects moving. So thank you all for your work and just positive attitude in whatever challenges and things that you're coming up against. For the budget, I do want thank you, Chair Brower, for asking that question because there is a clarification I'd like to make. The 326 or 328,000 that Director Chavez just mentioned, those are for a term that I would rather use as unallocated. Every penny are now just under $3 million. So our planning award, our planning budget back on July 1 was just over 2.4 million. We received a bump of almost $600,000 in December, and that pushed our overall budget to 2.997. If that report is not in your folder, we'll make sure to get it in there tomorrow so you don't have to try to memorize all these numbers. But of that almost $3 million, very huge difference between available or another term, unallocated versus spent. We have spent just under $1 million. So there is actually just over $2 million that is still unspent at this point. There is a significant amount of it encumbered, either whether it's for salaries or contracts or any other items that we did on our budget. So there, I did want to make that clarification that the 300, 600 number that you've been hearing referred to, those funds are unallocated funds. They are budgeted in share, but we just haven't put them anywhere, whether it be a rec or whether it be a plan or whether it be a PO. Nothing has been done with that 300 and rough amount of money, but there is a pretty big gap between the budget and what has been spent to this date. And that's I think the main point I wanted to make.
yes. Thank you, Louis. All right, 5:29. Thank you so much, y'all. Is that good? Are we good?
Good.
See y'all. Well, we'll see you all tomorrow. Or no, are we going to Flamenco tonight? I think we're doing that at La Boca, and then yeah. All right. Have a good night, y'all. See you in the morning.